What's going on, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, do you hear that? That's what paying for the extra for StreamYard gets you, is that now I have custom backgrounds and I also can add music. So that's fun. Sounds like a jet engine. Why, thank you very much. Alice, how's it going? How's it going? Brandon. Good to see you too. Analyzing what writing. So it's actually going to be a generalized stream where we talk mostly about art, and then I'm going to get into a very generalized understanding of writing. So there's that. A lot of this is going to be happening at the end of the stream in terms of what the writing is going to be about. So you're going to have to wait till the end of the stream. So there's that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Xenodrome, what's up? Blackarooni should have given you access to the stream. Since obviously you were in the pod, I'm giving you access to do that. Also, I do want to know how everyone is doing in terms of how that audio sounds with the music playing and me talking. If the audio levels are good, let me know. Thank you. So I'm probably going to lower it too. And I'm also going to stop it when we actually go into the videos proper. You gave them the link? Okay. Two of the other guys are actually in the back. Granted, we'll probably let them speak real quick. I know one of them, I don't think he was actually on the stream. Yeah, you're back. I know you're backstage right now. But yeah, it just is a lot of this is set up. So there's that. And here are the stream. Gee, I sure hope there are any jokes that get presented without context just to make anyone look stupid. That would be most fortunate. Teenage sort of a great idea. What could go wrong? Personally, I hate the music, but it doesn't sound bad. Okay, cool. What I will also be doing as well is sharing this. So, copy the link. It is in the description for everyone, and I'm also going to put it in the private chat. So, that's up there for the private chat, guys. And that is the link there if anyone can access it. Also, just check the description there. It's just the source link. So everything I say and what I'm referencing in response to the Rick video will be will have like a source link to it in terms of what I'm referring to. So that's it for you. Can I have a link? Unfortunately, not tonight. The only people who are getting links and I will allow on stage are either people directly on the black screen or Rick. That's about it. So there's only a select few people, and that's about it. And now we got 3 people in the back. That's wonderful. Love to see it. So why don't we... Actually, before we actually begin proper, I do want to say, because I have heard inklings, I don't know the whole details behind it, but apparently Rick had some other drama with some other YouTuber, which I think was related to his video. But I'm going to make it clear at the start of the video, I do not care about the drama that happened between Rick and another YouTuber. It's not relevant to the stream. So there's that. But you know what? Just because I want to and I think it's relevant, I'm going to keep that there. And since they are kind of in the back, often not playing for good things about your channel, thank you. I stream when I can, honestly. Work's big concern for me. But while I'm getting everything set up, I'll just add some of the people who are back here, but I'm going to toss them backstage anyway. So here we go. It's the Blackarooni.
Hello there.
CGF Movies.
Hello.
And the King of Candor, who just made it to 1K subs and is currently muted. But we love that for him.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, big congratulations to him. And Simon's asking, how you doing? Honestly, not that good because there's some other stuff going on personally. So that's been fun, and that's not definitely helped in terms of my mood. So there's that. And Xenodrome again, Xeno, you're free to join as well. I'll actually giving you the link for this as well. But yeah. While we get settled in, of course, Candor is still muted at the moment. I think what would be at least appropriate is to set some more housekeeping, I guess. So, how familiar are y'all with Rick? Generally, is this like your first interaction, Black, with him before? I don't think you were like. I think you said you had talked to him before or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I met him in Brayden's server. We were discussing Heisei era Godzilla. He was defending it, and I was, explaining the plot holes and the contrivances in several of the Heisei era movies. At least from the notes that I have written, I plan to give every single Godzilla movie a proper rewatch and analysis. I mean, I started this weekend with the first 1954 movie, and I found several issues with that movie, but not too many. But yeah, I was going through my notes and I was explaining all the plot holes and contrivances. He did not take too kindly to that and assumed that I hadn't watched the movie or that I missed a few elements. The way he was going about it, it seemed like he thought that it didn't understand what the scene was trying to achieve. But the thing was that I understood. It's just that the scene was done poorly. So that's what I think he did not understand.
Fair enough. And yeah. And CGF, obviously you're not like super involved with the Godzilla community, so
I mean, not so much. Like I mostly like on my channel, it's mostly just been like fan made trailers and like montage edits, and then I got into quote unquote essay videos with King of the Monsters, then Godzilla versus Kong, obviously, a few others, and then my recent video. So my most recent video got most traction because of the hype train, drama train, or whatever surrounding Dr. Skipper's video, and so I did it in perfect timing to get those views and everything else because like this is nothing new. Like this whole argument we've been doing isn't new with Dr. Skipper coming out. We've been doing. I know I've been making these arguments since 2019 when King of the Monsters came out because. It's not a great movie whatsoever, but with because my new recent video got me directly recognized by OmniViewer, which was a surprise to me. I mean that was interesting, and another indirect way was with the animation film that I did teaser anyway was Godzilla Eureka. It didn't get enough traction, but it was a good thing to work on. And then knowing Rick, it's very new to me because when I saw he commented on my video, like, all right, that's enough yapping, so it doesn't really matter. So that's like my first interaction with Rick. No clue who he was until like just recently this past week. And then after he basically used my video as an example in his community post. So
not really, did he? Okay, I haven't looked at his community posts, so it's not something I can comment on, and it wasn't something I was focusing on when I was doing my research and stuff.
Right.
But I'll probably look at it as we go over it. But I will do a screen share here, and what I can say is that I am blocked by Rick, and this is long before even this stuff had started because we got into it over his feelings about the podcast EFAP, and obviously since I'm blocked, I can't see what it is what he's saying, or what he has or hasn't said. But through the inkling, because I had already set this stream up a while in advance, so. Let me see if I can find what it was he said. So what he had said was, gee, I wonder how this will turn out. hopefully the guy doesn't have a grudge against me because I told him the podcasts he listens to are bigoted and then tries to say I'm insensitive over literally nothing. Hopefully he won't make me look as bad as possible and provides transparency. Not like he's friends with one of the people that he's putting me up against or anything. I'm sure he won't try to discredit me with fake slander. I've already debunked from a man baby who didn't want to admit his racism and homophobia still won't admit he lied about everything. Weird grammar aside. Like I said, apparently some stuff happened between him and another YouTuber. Does not matter, and I could frankly care less because it's not relevant. But that's from what I can tell and what's been sent to me from other people, his stance on at least on the stream, and that's that. But I'm gonna share again this time with audio because I think it's appropriate at least that we go over Blackarooni's stuff before we actually go into Rick's video. So,
on that note, yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but King of Candor actually needs to settle something with Rick regarding his comments because he has left comments on his video that I think King of Candor suspects that Rick deleted, or because sometimes there are comments in my videos that don't show up. So what I usually try and do is that I see if they're flagged by YouTube, and if they're flagged for review, then I usually try and unflag them so people can see them. I don't know if that's what Rick did or not, but
wait, can you know if your comments are flagged for review? That's something I never knew if that is the case, that you can know if someone has either had your comments flagged for review or not.
No, I don't think so. I think your comment just gets removed.
Yeah, that's what I assumed because I know that's something you can do at least. So
yeah, because
I do it on my YouTube. I do it on my YouTube studio in the YouTube Studio app. You can check the comments and you can check public and then help review.
I do know that certain comments will just randomly, without even appearing, will just appear as flagged review for some reason. Not even if you've interacted with someone or not, but that's neither here nor there. And once Candor does unmute and join,
hello there.
Oh, are you in? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Actually, I will stop sharing that and let you say your piece first. In this case, since you're
so
here.
Unfortunately, I didn't manage to find the exact timestamp yet, which kind of bothers me. But I do want to say that I know how the video was edited, and it really gets me upset. So the specific clip that he used, I was in the middle of an anecdote explaining to the guys how I'd gone to Japan previously and how they view Godzilla differently there. Godzilla in the West is viewed differently because we don't have the culture around him, and he's always been kind of secondary to a lot of the mainstream stuff. Whereas in Japan, they view him completely differently, and I would say almost paradoxically, they love him, even though in media he's often portrayed as a terrible monster. That was the setup that I was giving to explain how they think about things. Of course, Zeno made a joke. I'm not going to say if it was funny or not, but I may have chuckled about how, them building a statue of Godzilla was similar to building a statue to Osama bin Laden here in America. Now, regardless if you think that was a funny joke or not, that 2 seconds of me saying, yeah, so in Japan, they have the Toho Theater with the statue of Godzilla, and Zeno saying that would be like us building a statue of Osama bin Laden. That's the whole clip. He cut out the context of me leading into it, explaining how they have a different view there. He cut out the part afterwards where we disavowed and laughed at it. And then Rick also, thankfully, decided to cut out all the visuals so you could not tell who was speaking at the time. He also made sure that he didn't tell anybody that it was me speaking. So you would think that Blackarooni said that, or maybe Blackarooni made the comment that Xenodrome made. Regardless of how you want to think the comment was made, that is a very garbage thing to do.
Yeah.
If you want to come out and say, hey, Blackarooni, you suck. This is talk to him all the time about the issues that we have between each other. We're friends. We can talk about media like adults. But if you're going to edit something out of context, cut it down and make sure you have the worst piece of a 3.5-hour stream, not put any pictures on screen, and do that. Astro apparently has a timestamp.
Yeah,
like,
if
you
you
gonna
want
do
to,
that?
Candor, could you
Then you are
type that in the private chat
garbage.
as well and check it just in case to make sure it's the right one? Because I'll be
I
able to
certainly
just go
will.
from the black screen. The other thing too that annoys
Yep.
me about it is the fact that he says, well, first he uses the term grifter 3 times, and there's in my slideshow there's something where I comment on his use of the word grifter. He uses it once at the start of the video, once again for the no showcase for grifters stuff, and then uses grifter again in the description, but does not define his term, and in no way qualifies it in any sort of fashion to actually prove his point that any of y'all are grifters. Not to mention the fact that the Godzilla community is exceptionally infamous for not wanting Godzilla to be criticized. Of course, I used to be like that back in the day. Did not like it when Godzilla was criticized. But you would think that the strategy of making a channel based around heavy criticism of Godzilla wouldn't really be the smartest idea for anyone to do, given the culture of the fan base. It would be so much
All right, I
easier
can confirm that is the right
to
timestamp.
thank you. It'd be so much easier to jump on the bandwagon and say everything awesome about the franchise instead of quote unquote grifting and saying that all these Godzilla movies are bad. Like it makes literally no sense.
The cinema wins of Godzilla fans, basically.
Yeah, like literally, there's no reason at all to make a YouTube channel bashing on Godzilla because it's not going to make you money and it's not going to make you popular either. I already have the YouTube link, Candor, thank you, and I'll be able to go to the
well, it's timestamped link, so if you click it, it'll go the exact time.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
One thing I want to clarify, Zim, is that my channel is not necessarily about Godzilla entirely. It just happens to be the one thing I'm focusing on right now. The main reason why I'm talking about it is because I am working on technically 5 different Godzilla videos. The first 3 are a trilogy where I break down Godzilla versus Kong Mauler style, and the second, the other video is on Kate Randa, and the other one right now is a correction to my video on Every Godzilla Movie Sucks video, because there are some points I need to iron out. Because over time, some of the points in that video did not age very well. My initial assumption is that the tone of the Godzilla movies matter just as much as the plot. But over time, I started to realize that the plot was more important than the tone. And thanks to discussions I've been having with King of Candor, I came to the conclusion that the themes and the tone of a Godzilla movie does not matter, which means that you can have a silly Godzilla movie, one that doesn't take itself too seriously, that is more of a comedy. You can have movies like that and still have them be good. It just so happens that a lot of the Godzilla movies that are goofy are not very well written. That being said, that does not mean that all of the serious Godzilla movies are that good either. I have written notes on the Heisei era, and over time I've discovered that movies like the Godzilla versus Biollante and Godzilla versus Ghidorah, I think it was, and Godzilla versus Mothra, in terms of plot, they're probably the more catastrophic ones. They're probably the ones in which the plot falls apart the most. Now, when it comes to writing, what people think of when it comes to Godzilla movies is theme, the type of message. The message is, you can have your message. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having a message, but how you deliver the message is with the plot, and the plot is the story, and the story is a sequence of events, and the sequence matters. So if you don't have your sequence justify itself, then it falls apart. That's what Godzilla fans don't seem to understand. Like, you try to explain it to them, they just don't get it, and I don't know why.
Well, I think also there seems to be a thing where maybe it's just there's been a stunted level of criticism or dialogue about these movies, but it seems that for some you'll get through a certain level where you can talk back and forth, but then the deeper you get, then there becomes that pushback that we see. But I think we've waffled on a little bit. Let's just get into your video. No, we can't have both.
Yeah.
So share screen, and we'll do audio as well.
I just woke up and I'm already seeing these posts of the fandom seething, and I've already seen more than my fair.
I don't think I can hear anything.
You can't hear anything? That's
No.
weird. No.
I can hear stuff.
You can hear stuff?
Fine.
Okay. That may just be how your audio is set up, Black. That may be that issue with you.
All right, hold on.
I also have it paused right now, just a heads up, because I did want to at least look at the thing, like the comments you did pick out.
All right.
So from Moonzilla, everyone in the comments using the opportunity to crap on the Monsterverse again when there is no real reason to. Monsterverse has bad characters. We get it. Sigh. And I can't really sometimes. I can't really see much of what's at the bottom there, but I don't think it's like super relevant because it's already cut off to begin with. And then from Dangerville, some Godzilla fans are becoming the thing they despise. The way they speak about the Monsterverse is eerily similar to the dismissive and ignorant way people would trash the Toho classics. They're dumb, watch a real film, childish. It's what I heard all my life, and now from quote-unquote fans, sad.
So I can tell you the Moonzilla thing. I know the rest of this comment actually. It says sometimes I wish the franchise I love didn't become so popular. That's essentially the sentiment.
Okay.
It's just wishing that Godzilla had stayed as this weird thing that you picked up off shelves in the rental store.
Yeah, like a weird kind of niche franchise thing.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I'd like to comment about these particular posts, I think it was either CGF Movies that sent me those, if not, then his friend Aleph. I don't remember who it was.
It was Aleph, yeah.
Oh, it was him. Okay. So this is like the prime example of the fans not understanding what the criticisms are, right? Because with Moonzilla in particular, right? Sometimes I really wish the franchise I love didn't become, and it cuts off at the bottom. I didn't mean that, but didn't mean that to happen. But I just couldn't fit the whole thing in the frame of the video. But anyway, so the overall sentiment is that there are people criticizing the Monsterverse for its goofy tone, and I mean, understandably so. Like this Monsterverse started out as something serious, and devolving into something goofy feels very off. And that tonal shift, something that is completely unwarranted, it would be considered pretty jarring, especially after the events of King of the Monsters. Now, King of the Monsters, the events of that movie are absolutely catastrophic. The world is pretty much destroyed, right? Ghidorah pretty much destroyed the entire world. Godzilla did his part in destroying it too, because he's pretty powerful. He nuked a city 3 times in a row. Of course, that's not going to damage all of humanity, but what Ghidorah did and what he caused, yeah, that's pretty catastrophic. So I think because of the events of King of the Monsters, even while embracing the fantastical elements, because of the level of destruction that happened in that movie, that would warrant the series to go in a more serious direction. Kind of like how Monarch tried to do things, explore the aftermath of Godzilla and his attacks. The problem with Monarch, though, that TV show, is that not only do they not do that, the little that we get is just in the background. All we get is that one scene in the first episode where we get the turrets and the bridges, the decontamination in the airplanes, the Godzilla evacuation centers, the Titan shelters, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, that's something, but then we just abandon it. We don't see how people are living. You don't see how people's view on other governments are. You don't see government response. It's all just world building expansion as opposed to world building
detail.
Yeah, you're not detailing the world building.
Yeah.
You're just expanding on it without laying a proper foundation, solidifying the proper foundation.
In
it's
a
like
way,
building a house without.
It is kind of doing detail in the sense where it's trying to show what the world looks like, but given what has happened and what we would expect from the series at this point when it came to King of the Monsters, we have realized that the Titans have ravaged several major cities, and then a major city on the eastern seaboard is destroyed. And one of the last comments at the end of that movie is a hypothetical. Maybe Godzilla isn't necessarily on humanity's side before the credits roll. But when we get to Godzilla versus Kong, it seems that really that hasn't affected the world as much. And most of the world we do see is pretty much unaffected by the events of that last movie. And most of the focus in terms of destruction is on the recent Godzilla attacks. And it doesn't really feel like the world has progressed too much in terms of like changing now that the Titans are more active in the world.
Yeah, we're comparing that with Avengers Endgame, for example. Even though we didn't get much, it was enough to really give us a sense of the damage Thanos caused to the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, half of all the stars in the universe have died. You know, they're not as visible in the sky as they used to be. People are depressed overall. The economy is in shambles because half of all the people that would monitor those things are gone, disappeared. I kind of wish we got a series just detailing the complete aftermath of Thanos attacks, like an anthology series.
Yeah.
We could go with like different people overall, just exploring, especially like the street level heroes. I wonder what the Daredevil cast would think about what happened. Imagine if Matt Murdock has to deal with Foggy and Karen having to disappear. But I wish part of the reason why I want that with Monarch, however, is because 2014 was a much grounded movie, so it was a much grounded cataclysm, right? It had a much more grounded cataclysm, and so we could really see. I feel like we could have seen what the true damage was, how this affected people on a psychological level, on a societal level. We see tidbits of this in King of the Monsters, where people are protesting against the existence of the Titans, and they want the governments to unite to destroy all the Titans. And this is kind of the reason why I believe I'm right regarding that sentiment in my video, No Sympathy for the Monster. I think people are absolutely in the right for wanting to kill all the Titans because, I mean, sure, Godzilla is killing the Titans that may cause humanity to just go completely extinct. But how many times can he do that before all of humanity is lost? Now, this is a conversation me and King were having, and as long as humanity survives, then Godzilla's existence is justified. But my counter to that is, wouldn't it be better to eliminate all Titans, including Godzilla? What if we just use Godzilla to eliminate all the other Titans and just leave him last? You use what we know about the other Titans and then use that against Godzilla in the long run, and then just kill him, and humanity can finally spring forward.
Yeah, one thing that is a problem, at least with the Monsterverse's world building, is that the death of Titans hasn't really been explored, and there really isn't any reason to keep them alive. Where yes, they can be beneficial to the environment and to the planet, and of course there maybe are, although this is a stretch too. Even though we had Ghidorah appear, that doesn't mean that there are hundreds of other monsters like Ghidorah from other planets that could come and be invasive species on our world. There really isn't much benefit to keeping the Titans alive, and not almost every single problem outside, like besides Ghidorah, has come from the Hollow Earth and the Titans.
Exactly. And this was not explored with Monarch, and I feel like it could have to improve the series as opposed to just expanding on what we other stuff that actually contradicts itself. I explained in Blackscreen episode 9 how Axis Mundi completely destroys itself just by existing.
I think it's kind of interesting listening to y'all talk about this. The way you talk about Godzilla is the way that all the villains in superhero comics talk about Superman. It's fascinating.
Superman.
Well, no, like think about it. Lex Luthor, he's a dirty alien, and we need to destroy him because he keeps bringing other aliens here, and they keep fighting on Earth for us. You know, Doomsday wouldn't come here if Superman wasn't here. It's the same argument of, well, Godzilla wouldn't, if Godzilla wasn't around, we wouldn't have the other guys. It's kind of interesting listening to how these ideas and the whole, should we destroy the Protector, and is the Protector causing more problems than he's solving, are different. You could obviously say, well, Superman is clearly a good guy. He 100% is doing the right thing. Maybe we can talk to Superman. Whereas Godzilla, it's a little bit differently because, like, as you guys have said, whenever Godzilla walks, he causes earthquakes that kill thousands of people. but
Mhm.
he's still trying to do the right thing. But is he going to end up doing more harm than good? It's just interesting that this type of story is being told through different mediums, and I think that should be talked about and explored. If you're
Mhm.
trying to talk about like, hey, this is why it's so bad that Godzilla is destroying everything and everybody loves him, people don't like Superman in his own story. Why do the people who don't like Superman, when he specifically goes out of his way to do the right thing, why can we buy that? But it's weird when we want something different for Godzilla. More people should definitely be against him, even from a purely just we don't know what's going on perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
it's
like,
easier to say that about Superman because we know that Superman has good intentions. We can communicate with him. He was raised as a human, so he has human values, as opposed to Godzilla, who is essentially an animal. So reasoning with Superman is easier because he's pretty much a human in every way that matters, as opposed to Godzilla, who is literally just an animal. With Showa era Godzilla, we might be able to consider, hey, you know what? Maybe he is trying to do the right thing. But with Monsterverse Godzilla, absolutely not.
the other thing that can be said too is that with Monsterverse Godzilla, the problem that the Monsterverse has had is that they flip flop between this idea that the Titans are either actual like gods or they're just really big animals with superpowers. And the issue that you run into is that if we're going to say that he's both, then you're talking about an animal with its own motives and its own instincts with the power of a god. And excluding, like, not going over every religion, if gods are just kind of feeling it, they will smite you just for the lulz. And at least here's the thing, and this kind of lets me transition into Dangerville's video, or not video, his comments with the Toho video, with the Toho movies. Like, let's think about this. Like, obviously we had the first Godzilla attacks Tokyo, and then you have the second Godzilla that attacks Osaka. Then Godzilla returns for King Kong versus Godzilla, and then Mothra versus Godzilla. He's attacked Japan 3 times. After that, he defends the Earth twice. The only other time he directly attacks humans is under mind control, and he only attacks Japan again after mind control. Throughout the rest of the Showa series, Godzilla minds his own business, and the only reason why people see him is either because they're on an island where Godzilla already was going to, or is at, or Godzilla's going to deal with another monster that's trying to destroy the world. Like, it's much easier to argue for Showa Godzilla being a hero and for people actually liking Godzilla to be around in the Showa timeline than in the Monsterverse. And it could also be argued the same thing in the Heisei series too, where you could argue writing wise that they don't do as good of a job from between Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2 and Godzilla versus Space Godzilla to have Godzilla really transition into that anti-hero role. Of course, in King Ghidorah you have that it's somewhat in Biollante, but it doesn't have the leg room that the Showa series had in that aspect. And then in the Millennium series, they don't really have Godzilla be a hero at all. He's an antagonist for all the movies, with 2000 being a slight exception, but then he burns the city at the end in Final Wars, where they're essentially just using him as a gun, and then immediately tries to start beef with humanity again. So, like, I understand there is surface level similarities that the Monsterverse is starting to have with the Toho classics. That does not mean that they are analogous, and that therefore criticism against the Monsterverse, even if sounding similar, is the same as the criticism that could be levied against the Toho films. Like, it's
And another thing,
to like talk about this more.
Another thing is that just because they resemble the movies of the past doesn't make them good, because the movies of the past aren't all that great either. There are a lot of problems in the
there's
Toho
problems
movies.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems between both the Monsterverse and the original classic Toho films. The original classic Toho films, the issue was Toho was chasing money. They were chasing money and trends during those times to keep Godzilla alive and going. Godzilla's popular, make him fight monsters, do other monsters, that type of thing. And as the series progresses, you'll see it in more of the Showa films that they use a hell of a lot of stock footage from past films, like Godzilla vs. Gigan, Ebra
Godzilla versus Megalon.
That too.
All Monsters Attack.
Yeah,
being the biggest example.
especially that one. So it's very evident that they were being cheap in a lot of their stuff because they didn't
Well,
have
I would say
money.
it's a mixture of being cheap, but also just literally not having the budget to.
Yeah, and like
shoot on footage.
that's all totally understandable. But
Mhm.
that's one of
The
the
law of
reasons why.
diminishing returns affected them. That's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. That's like one of the biggest reasons.
That's actually a good point you bring up, Black, because outside of like a few exceptions, the highest attended Godzilla movies were all the earliest ones. Actually, I'm gonna keep this here because I'm gonna go find that because it's G-Man actually pointed that out. So while I do that, you can make your point real quick.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Well, while he's here, I'm gonna go get my hammer and get hammer my 95 theses to the wall, and I'm gonna make my second book of on King Kong and his lies.
No King Kong. That's probably there. It is.
I will say this though, despite the catastrophic inconsistency in the world building in the Monsterverse, they did at least keep Godzilla's character somewhat consistent in terms of like a neutral quote unquote protector.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that because in the very beginning of Godzilla versus Kong, we see a montage of Godzilla having defeated a bunch of Titans, suggesting that he went on a killing spree.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
that was one thing I will say is that was shot, like all that was done really late in production and was rushed. But that entire bracket doesn't actually show really anything. Almost all of it is just the Mutos, Ghidorah, but they extend that shot by either cutting it between some of the art they actually stole from people on DeviantArt. What I'm referring to, who don't know, is that there's one shot of a skull crawler that was actually either it was just the actual image itself or was traced over of someone's speculative.
It was the actual.
It was the actual.
It wasn't just that; it was also Behemoth. They also included Behemoth there. So
like some of the stats were like Google
and
stuff
and Rodins too.
Yeah.
So, but
it doesn't make any sense.
Like here's the okay, so they keep Godzilla's character somewhat consistent, but the issue is that they don't go any deeper in terms of the world building, other than just the beginning of King of the Monsters with all the protesters, because people need to realize that Godzilla in the Monsterverse has killed thousands of people, if not close to a million, because he flooded Hawaii when he came in. A lot of children died from the Golden Gate Bridge. Then the San Francisco attack, obviously, and then Boston, if people got out or whatever, who knows? And then Pensacola casualties, and then Hong Kong. So Godzilla is like something. The Monsterverse doesn't even explore the debate topic or whatever of like what to do with Godzilla,
and that's not including any of the kills Godzilla had prior to 2014 or any of the stuff that happened between films. But what I wanted to show, at least in this case, when he mentioned the law of diminishing returns, with the exception of Godzilla versus Mothra and Godzilla versus Destroyer, and Shin Godzilla, the highest rated Godzilla films were all the early Honda Showa films. So 54, 62, 55, interestingly enough, 64, Mothra, Ghidorah, Astro Monster, and Ebera. So we're talking about diminishing returns. That's just relevant. And credit to G-Man for doing that. And that was before -1 had actually crossed over its attendance in Eclipse 98 as well in terms of Japan attendance.
And in the comments, someone just said the intro doesn't show kills. It shows the Titans that bowed down to him. In the intro, they show the term deceased in referencing the Titans that Godzilla killed. The Mutos and Ghidorah fall under this category, and Titans like Behemoth also are placed in the deceased category in that bracket. Whether it was a mistake or not, it's I don't think it's really relevant because it's still in the film.
I think it's relevant where it's an error, but it makes it worse then, because if it's incorrect, that's bad.
Yeah, because they labeled them as defeated. They didn't say deceased or killed. They said defeated. So Ghidorah and the Mutos, Ghidorah and the Mutos defeated, and then all the other monsters defeated. So
that implies death.
Yeah, that implies death. If like Ghidorah and Mutos are defeated, then Godzilla just fucking murked all the others that bowed to him, to include Rodan. Like, Rodan is fucking dead. in the Monsterverse.
Yeah.
Unless proven otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep going through the video.
Yeah, we gotta keep going.
Well, I was going to say on this subject of defeated versus killed, couldn't defeated include killed?
It could.
Yeah.
So like defeated could encompass both knocked the fuck out and killed.
Yeah.
Realistically, it would, but there's no distinguishable difference so far. Maybe if like they establish
like
but so
Rodan,
far.
right? That's the whole point. We don't know what happened to him.
That's why I think it's better to err on the side of caution in this case. But
yeah.
Your time here and just tell you right off the bat that Japan is doing much better things with Godzilla than the US ever has. Japan has a better understanding of the character than the US, and this makes sense because they created the character, and Japan takes writing more seriously than the US.
We interrupt this segment of the video to inform you that the last part of that sentence is not necessarily true. Japan has a longer history when it comes to writing and literature. But this doesn't necessarily mean they make good movies and TV shows more consistently.
Yeah, that's a point I wanted to clarify because I got that part wrong.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I got that part wrong. I was proofreading my script and my video, and because I got that part wrong, I decided to correct myself. So, yeah, I was discussing the history with King of Candor. I think it was the history of Japanese literature and media, and yeah, it turns out I found out that Japan has, even though they have like a longer history, they still, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that the writing quality is going to remain consistent, because there's always going to be that one guy that makes a really, really bad Japanese movie.
Yeah.
Not just that, but I'll read some of the old Japanese myths. They are horrible from a storytelling perspective. Like you're reading it, it's like, okay, and two sisters were here in this forest, and while they were wandering, they found Brother Enki, and he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then they fought a serpent. And then the sky demons came down and killed their mother. And then them and their mother went to greet their father. You're like, wait, I thought the sky demons just killed their dad. That happens all the time in Japanese myths because their tales have been translated for so long.
Not to mention, isn't there like a huge issue where not all of them have been like preserved? So you're like getting bits upon bits versus like, at least for example, like the Odyssey and the Iliad. There was at least a more consistent chain of translations that allowed things to be preserved, at least. Yeah. Like even Beowulf's a good example of something that is part of the Western canon that is a translation of another story with additions added onto it. But like the story we have is very different from probably what it was prior to the version we even use as a reference.
Well, that's the other thing. We can't even tell because Beowulf's a fantastic example. We don't know if Beowulf has Christian elements in it because the guy's translating it added those, or did the Norse meet Christians like them and add that to their storytelling?
Yeah, because obviously the Norse were converted to Christianity, so that's another thing too. Yeah.
Well, just something that's based in Norse mythology, Baldur. Baldur is very clearly Jesus. Just the way he is talked about, the fact that he gets killed, he gets resurrected, everybody loves him. He's very clearly inspired by Jesus. So
well, I think the legend of Baldur is older than at least like legends we do have. I think the better point would be that there are this is something that actually ties in later to the slides I have, where there's many stories across the world that have similarities to them. And it does seem that when we're talking about objectivity, there are at least certain elements and ideas that we all pull from that seem to resonate very well with people, and things like very well-meaning people like being killed unjustly and then resurrecting to fulfill a good to fulfill a purpose seem to resonate with specific people. But then also
Baldur up is he's very commonly cited. The reason I was bringing him up is that's often cited specifically the way that he's talked about in a lot of the academic circles is he's supposed to be Jesus, and that's what the translators did. But I don't think so. I think that, like you said, it could just be pulling from a similar story in the past. A, B, the Norse could have just met Christians and said, hey, we're going to bring this into our myth. It didn't have to be that the Christians just wanted to retcon and overwrite everything. You look at something like Ireland, we can very clearly see that the Irish myths were retconned by Christians because they were adopted in. And it's different the way that the Irish myths were adopted into Christianity versus the Norse myths. So to me, it's one of those things where I can't see it. Yeah, like NNN said, Grendel is a cursed man, and now he's the descendant of Cain.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Why would you add Cain as a descendant? You have to have some Judeo-Christianity involved at some point.
Exactly.
And I'm pretty sure the Norse never met the Jews.
Yeah, the Norse
Base Christianity.
They didn't meet the Christians, but it's another thing too, where people assume that like what we do know about history is a much more clear view than what's actually the case. And there are indeed more assumptions that need to be pulled on in terms of like trains of logic to get to certain ideas.
Well, the other thing is, it doesn't necessarily have to be a outside culture being hostile.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason that the Norse, when they're telling people about Beowulf, that they didn't be like, oh, well, these guys have these Christians. They're not going to understand if I say that, he's from Orkney. They don't know who the heck that is. I know. I'll just tell them he's descended from Cain. They'll get the story. Just like when you're explaining like how another religion or another system of government works, you relate it to your own for the audience that you're telling it to.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, like,
Definitely.
I don't think it has to be this malicious to Christian.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's maliciously.
I don't think you are, but I'm saying in general, like, it's more interesting to think about this cross-cultural flow, and that's how you get Godzilla. The Japanese actually really like American Godzilla, not like in the same way you could say like if it's good, because they like having other cultures give takes and really appreciate their own works.
Yeah,
that doesn't make them good.
It's also, when you think about it too, Godzilla is also the product of the Japanese taking American ideas and like bringing their own flair and twist to it.
Oh yeah, it's the Beast of 1,000 Fathoms, right? I think it's the
original. It's from the Beast
20,000
Fathoms with King Kong and the tradition of like Lost World-esque genre stories that had come out of the Western canon at the time. And
this can
Well, I also think it's really interesting because the 54 Godzilla, I think it's 56 Godzilla, is the one that the Americans cut. Yeah. That one is actually a better, from a filmmaking perspective, it's a better film. The actual, the way the story's told, the way the characters are, the beats, much more of a traditional film. And it's ironic that the American version is the one that became big, but very clearly it's because they were inspired by the Japanese version. The big, strong American man just replaces a Japanese character, and they punched up his dialogue a bit just to make it more mainstream and translatable, which is really interesting because that people were really interested in it because of the core part of Godzilla, but they needed that little bit of American spice on top to allow them to accept it as a meal. And now we have Godzilla, which is uniquely Japanese in nature, and it went back around and inspired American monster films to the point where we got Pacific Rim.
Yeah, great. And that and Cloverfield as well. Cloverfield served as an allegory to 9/11, the same way Godzilla served as an allegory to the Hiroshima bombings. And what you were mentioning, Zim, I wanted to go back to that. This can also tie back to the idea that Takashi Yamazaki absolutely loves the Monsterverse. Now, I have gotten that comment in my video several times, and I still think it's invalid because, yes, you can like it. Doesn't mean it's good. I mean, but Christopher Nolan loves the Fast and Furious movies. If I were a director, right, and I made, say, the next Lord of the Rings, just the next greatest movie of all time, I don't think that's ever going to happen, but just for the sake of the hypothetical, let's say I just make the next Lord of the Rings, right? The next big trilogy that everybody's talking about, the next big franchise. And I say, oh, I really loved Morbius. I mean, I do. Like, I actually do love Morbius, but it's not because I think it's a good movie. That's one thing. The fans seem to conflate the idea of liking a movie with thinking it's good. Yeah. We were actually having that discussion with RickDaSquirrel in Braden's server, and Braden was talking about it. There were several times where I zoned out because Braden was already making better points than I was. But I think there's this aversion to objectivity in art because they feel like
I think people feel that if they are caught out liking something that is considered bad, that is somehow a reflection of them as a person or on their character. And it's good we brought this up early in the stream before we even get to Rick's video. There is nothing wrong with you liking something that probably from an objective standpoint is bad. Like, we all like stuff that aren't the best and greatest in quality. We may want things to be better, but that is not it doesn't say anything about your character. It doesn't say anything about you. Like, it's fine to like what you like, and apparently, quote unquote, that's what Rick wants his video to be about. It doesn't come off that way at all, but like what you like, but don't let like someone saying something's good or bad be what you think is a judgment of your character, because then you're obviously gonna like feel attacked because someone doesn't like something you like or thinks what you like is bad, and then you're gonna make bad points and you're not gonna be able to discuss media in a better way. Like,
Yeah,
I like Vic. I don't like Godzilla 98, but I like having Vic around. I think he's a cool guy. He's a cool friend, and the only reason why we got to talking is because he agreed to come onto a stream and debate these topics with me. And since then, he's like one of the most constant people on the stream. If I felt that him liking that movie was a testament to his character, it would be weird for me to keep him around. But no, I think he's a good person, and what he likes doesn't affect him. And I think that people need to understand this. If there's one thing that I think anyone needs to take away from this stream, it's that. Like, you liking something that's bad does not say anything about you.
Yeah, I would argue though, saying that it is good and defending it, saying something bad is good, and just deflecting it with, oh well, that's just your opinion, as opposed to actually engaging in the discussion. That kind of does say something about their character as well as their tastes.
I think saying something that's good and shutting down the conversation is the biggest tell. But I think if someone just doesn't really want to engage too much with the media and they just kind of want to like what they like, cool. But I think that it's important that you always encourage good discussion about things. That's what I think is the most telling thing. But let's keep going in the Black video.
Yeah.
Zoomer asshole with an autistic affinity for the alpine amphibian. Yes, Godzilla is technically amphibious. Godzilla -1 hit theaters on December 1st, and it was an instant smash hit. I watched it first opening weekend, and let's just say, clean up on aisle 7K, if you know what I mean.
There was a
ghost!
There's ectoplasm. Did you see the ghost?
Oh,
it ran through here. It slimed me.
You son of a bitch!
No, that wasn't me. That was a spooky ghost.
Spooky ghost.
It was everything I've ever wanted from a Godzilla movie and more. And if you know me, you know how true this sentiment is. This movie will go down as the best Godzilla movie of all time because it does everything right. The writing, the balance between humans and monsters, the themes, the world building. Obviously, it has its problems, but they're so few, far between, and inconsequential that they barely affect the movie in any way. Godzilla fans, of course, accepted it with open arms and glazed it dry, and rightfully so. Even the most media illiterate people instinctively recognize great filmmaking. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. The problem, however, is the fact that they've done the same thing with Shin when it first came out, and people often hold the original in high regard, but despite all of that, they somehow don't employ the instinctive ability to recognize a good movie by distinguishing between that and a bad movie, i.e., they place movies like King of the Monsters right next to movies like Shin. Do you know what it's like seeing the most beautiful work of art crafted with elegance and care, which was made while taking into account the highest possible standards of quality and seeing it compared to a banana taped to a wall? You might as well just projectile shit on a canvas, rinse it with a jet stream of piss, and puke on it for good measure, then sell it at an art gallery only for activists to throw a can of beans at it. If anything is just as good as anything else, why continue making art? Why continue teaching it? I make art. I might as well just kill myself if my art is just as good as a child doodling on a paper. -1 is infinitely better than any Godzilla movie released over his entire tenure, and that's not an exaggeration. In fact, being better than the Godzilla movie is what you would call a low bar, but -1 went above and beyond. Extremely well written, not too bad looking for the minuscule budget for CGI with some gaps here and there, but it's not that bad. Well realized characters and only 3 contrivances that I can think of. Just 3, counts at 1, 2, 3. And they're not world-breaking, neither do they destroy character. It's mainly just logistic issues, but they're so far between that you don't notice them until you start thinking about it, which is how you usually find out about contrivances. But that's about it. And I'm tired of hearing this point over and over and again and again. But for a movie for less than $15 million, this movie is absolutely incredible. This is a Godzilla movie we don't deserve, but the one we need right now. Although I have to wonder if this movie came out several years too late, because the fan base is so brain-rotted by the Monsterverse that they're now demanding we accept Godzilla X Kong and Monarch Legacy of Monsters alongside it. Godzilla fans have been eating good, they say. My brother in Christ, you have been eating feces, radioactive sulfuric feces. Monarch breaks continuity several times, shoehorns in characters and events in which they don't belong, and they don't act how normal humans would, which, in a show marketed as a grounded and realistic take on the Monsterverse akin to how 2014 handled things, that is a pretty big sin if you don't understand verisimilitude. It has unlikable characters played by charmless actors, save for the big names like Wyatt and Kurt Russell, and overall, the only redeeming quality is Godzilla, and even then, they can't keep him consistent to its in-universe predecessor. And the last Monsterverse project was Godzilla vs. Kong. We will get there when we get there.
Pause it.
Say anything else.
Yeah.
I think you need to check backstage real quick. Somebody may have accidentally turned off their laptop.
Someone turned off their laptop. Oh.
Yeah, Blackarooni accidentally left.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Saving the day.
There he is. There he's back.
Yeah, sorry. I accidentally closed the stream because I was looking at the chat and as for the actual, the website here, and I accidentally left.
No, you're good.
So I was hoping to pause and can you go back to the time which timestamp was it where I talk about at least like a few minutes around that 2 minutes from there.
2 minutes. Wait.
Yeah.
Back to 2 minutes.
When I talk about art and stuff. With the Mona Lisa, that's.
Oh yeah. 1 sec. Wait.
Yeah.
Should be. Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
You want me to play through that part again, or do you?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 sec. And are you gonna want to say something over? Because I can lower the volume too.
Yeah, you can. I want to say something over.
Okay.
So the reason why I mentioned this is that that was mainly the discussion of art and objectivity in art. That was mainly a short reference on the subject. I wanted to inform people of that because we have standards for art for a reason, right? Yeah, I mentioned a few seconds later that why would they teach it? Why would they teach art if it was all just subjective, right? If there is no right or wrong way to make art by virtue of being an expressive mechanism, then why would they teach it? Why are there schools teaching you how to do art? Mm-hmm. Clearly, it's because the standard exists, and the standard has been working for so long. I don't know when exactly it was established, but I'm pretty sure it was established by people that understood enough about the medium to really say, oh, this is the correct way and this is the incorrect way. As for the philosophy and the metaphysics behind it, I'm not the best person to explain everything regarding art. Of course, I know people that could probably explain it to you a lot better than I can, but I need to delve into that, the metaphysics and philosophy behind art and the standards we apply to it. But the reason why we have certain standards is because we're trying to achieve verisimilitude. Stories are not just escapism. They are their own respective worlds. The best way I can explain it is that the author is pretty much God. And as a God, your duty is to create your world as coherent and as logical as possible. And by logical, I don't mean like ones and zeros, beep boop. You're not necessarily a robot here. Your God is not a robot, basically. That's the argument that people see whenever we talk about logic, especially Godzilla fans. But you can just replace Godzilla fans with Star Wars fans, and the argument will be exactly the same. God is not a robot, basically. So it's not unfeeling. It's not an unfeeling entity. So what you're doing is you're crafting a world, you're crafting a universe with defined rules, and the universe will go on its own and follow its rules, and the agents that exist within your universe will follow the rules established by your universe, but still tell compelling stories. Now, if your rules allow wiggle room for plenty of stories to be told, then hundreds of thousands of stories can be told in the singular universe. That's kind of the reason what makes stories and just worlds like Warhammer so popular and so expansive and so detailed. It's that the rules of the universe are flexible enough to be bent, and you can of course there have been several retcons here and there.
To add to and build off your point, I don't want you to pull it up, but in the live stream that we did a few days ago, I actually went into this with you, and I think the best way to describe it is the word verisimilitude. It doesn't mean the world needs to be realistic. I don't need the world to follow the exact rules of our world, and you can kind of pull things and do weird things. However, the world needs to follow its own internal logic. It needs to follow its rules. It needs to flow correctly. And if you don't do that, well, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and on top of that, right? If you can't think of any way to tell a compelling story while at the same time following the rules that you yourself established, then that just shows a lack of imagination.
Mm-hmm.
There's also going off the topic of like art and subjectivity, and we'll get into this later, obviously, when we get to Rick's video. And this goes off to your point about there being schools teaching art. There's a level of standards and quality that have to be met in order to create art. Because if art is truly 100% subjective, then there's no standard of quality, and then it would not matter. Because to give an example, I graduated from a school where by your senior year of the arts program, you have to present a final piece, like a final thesis or whatever. And you do that through a certain set of standards and a certain expectation of presenting with your intentions of a presentable level of quality, not just throwing shit at the wall, not just expressing something like, because you could be as expressive all you want. You can make a series of paintings that showcase how you're feeling, your feelings, or whatever else. Nobody will give a shit for those reasons alone. You have to do more than just the expressionism and go beyond your level of execution. It all comes down to the execution and the quality of your work. So you can do your intentions, your expressionism as one thing, but how you present it is another. So the presentation and the execution is what's really all comes down to. So, and shit, I'm starting to lose my point now. Fuck. But with art, there is a level of standards that need to be expected with people and in creating art. Because if there was no standards and there's no level of expectations, there would be just a world plethora of shitty art. And there is.
Exactly.
But there's still quality out there, which is the whole point.
And
that's what the point of the banana tape tool was.
Yeah,
like, exactly.
Just
Jackson Pollock is the best example.
Like, just because someone can be self-taught like an autodidact and be a good artist does not then invalidate the idea that there is like there is no objectivity in art, because some people don't need to go to art school to be a good artist. It's all that shows is that someone on their own merit is able to achieve a level of quality that can be considered objectively good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that
exactly.
Good quote that helps with the summarization here. If we can all agree Picasso is probably one of the best painters to ever live. Mm-hmm. His work's very evocative, and it speaks to the deep cores of human emotion, and it's weird.
I don't like it, but go ahead.
Well, you don't have to like it, but you have to understand it. He's attributed to saying,
no, I don't understand.
Rules like a pro, you can break them like an artist. The reason that quote's so important is because it says, look, I understand that you want to do all this weird subversive stuff and you want to do all this crazy storytelling techniques. But to get there, you need to understand why the basics work so well and why so many stories are done with this basic concept. It applies to any form of art. You need to understand why we paint lines the way we do with a straight brush, the way you hold the brush here, how you curve it, and how humans are supposed to look with the shapes. Because later on, if you want to make strange abstract versions of them, you need to know the basics so you can tie back to it.
And this can also apply to things like world building too. Like there is a reason why people have constructed worlds the way they have, and it's not just out of like some random reason. You may not like the reasons why, but there are indeed reasons as to why they've been done that way.
Yeah, the best possible example is Quentin Tarantino. He understands the rules well enough to know how to break them, and this is why they work so well. Like his movies.
And before you hit play again, I do want to say, if any of you want to learn more about world building, come over to my channel. I talk about world building and stuff all the time. One of my favorite subjects.
Yeah. Another thing before you unpause is, what do you guys think of my music choice?
I like it so far, and I know there's another track that's coming up that I'm gonna really like.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you will.
Good night, Mr. Sea Monster Essays. I've never met you, but you seem like a nice person.
No, he's been on the streams a couple times. He's a chill dude.
I've never met him. Just because I've heard him speak doesn't mean, I know who he is.
Yeah.
Having gone up, gently held his hands and kissed him while we looked literally into the sunset, I'm a more person.
All right.
I promise I'll finish my long man, okay? It just takes time. And then we have the trailer for Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire.
Look at him reacting all alone.
This is not a real movie. This is not a real movie. This is a cartoon. This is a cartoon. You have these two running like people. You have Godzilla.
You might want to up the volume.
Like people. These are not real animals. These are not animals that the movie would try and make me believe are real. These are not. No, this is my suspension of disbelief. This just killed a part of my suspension of disbelief that I didn't even know I had until I lost it right now. They're running like people. Why? Why would you do this to me?
Godzilla fans have been eating good. After starving for 7 years and developing intense oliguria, you have been fed a bowl of dino nuggets. You are emaciated and have Stockholm syndrome.
I love that clip so much.
Not been eating good. Raise your standards for the love of God. Demand better movies. -1 was a wake-up call telling us to ask for better movies. Don't you want good movies? Don't you want monster movies to be taken as seriously and be praised as -1 was?
Okay, could you pause here?
From watching my...
Okay, so one thing I would like to clarify is that when I say taken as seriously as -1 was, I don't mean the tone. I mean that the general public takes the movie seriously enough to judge it as any other movie will, because movies have Godzilla movies in particular have this weird sort of protective aura that that basically protects them from any sort of criticism. So, it's a stupid monster movie. Something similar, applied with Star Wars back in the day, and as well as superhero movies. They're silly. They don't have to make sense.
It's a story about space wizards intended for children, guys.
Exactly. The Patrick Willems argument, basically.
You know what? We should coin it right here. The Willems fallacy.
Nice.
The Willems fallacy. Just because a concept is silly does not therefore mean that it cannot be taken seriously or that it cannot be critically analyzed.
Exactly. So, I don't see why Godzilla movies should be held to a different standard than other movies. They should be criticized as well as other movies. They're not inherently different just because it's Godzilla. I feel like this is a level of gatekeeping that is detrimental to the fan base. And I'm not opposed to gatekeeping per se. It's just that people don't know how to do it right. That's my problem.
I think it's not gatekeeping. It's more toxic positivity. If we can't, if we can't say that Godzilla movies are infallible, we then put them at a different standard. And I think that it has sort of added to bad discourse. And I think that it's important to take the good and the bad and accept that, there's some flaws, but we can do better. And -1's a pretty good example of why we can do better. Same with Shin.
Yeah, I have also gotten this comment, and in particular, and I'm just going to try and read it now. Hopefully the call doesn't drop as soon as I do.
Well, the call dropped.
Did the call drop? Okay, let me... one sec.
I can still hear you fine.
Is he saying something?
I don't know if he is or not.
I think he's still looking for it. I do want to call out a comment from NNN, though. Why every clip of Patrick Williams talking in public look like he's in a Liberty Mutual commercial? That's a beautiful.
Liberty,
beautiful
liberty, liberty.
Am I audible now, or were you guys?
You're audible now.
Yes, you're back now. Welcome back.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and. I can't really read. I'm gonna try and read the comment.
So, could you DM me the comment and I'll read it for you?
Yeah, see if that works.
My computer's
posted it in
Discord and all that at the same time.
Or put it in the private chat.
I'm not using it. I'm not using a computer right now, so. It's in my. I'm gonna look for it because I posted it in my server.
If it's in the server, then send it like send a link to.
If it's in the server,
my
just
DM.
tag me and I'll
Yeah,
just
tag
jump
Candor
to
or
it.
something. Yeah.
And I'll grab it, read it, dance on it.
Also, if there's visuals accompanying it, Candor, if he sends it to you, you can share. You can ask to have your thing shared, and I'll be able to show it on screen.
Cool. I'll just close all my midget porn, and we'll be good to go.
Really? Of all the things you could have, why not?
And it's on a Sunday too, on the day of our Lord.
Exactly. Actually, technically, it's 12:01. The Lord's Day is over. Now it's midget porn day.
No,
no,
it's Sunday. It's still Sunday for me.
Well, then you can't have it.
Wait. Why midgets?
Do you want the honest answer, or do you want the answer I'm going to give? The answer I'm going to give is it was random. The honest answer is I saw a meme about 20 minutes ago that somebody sent me about midget porn. That's why. It was that. He said, I think it's in my server of the porn star who lost a boxing match to the midget.
Oh my fucking gosh.
Oh, I think I've heard about that.
All right, King, I just pinged you.
All right, there is a picture for it. I can just read the comment if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the comment is from @Skippy2723. I'm just gonna say it. Shin Godzilla is mid. The Monsterverse aren't just a bunch of dumb, stupid movies. And so what if GXK feels like a cartoon? We should have dumb movies because not every movie should be some depressing and sad thing. Sometimes we should watch dumb stuff. Not like all the time, but sometimes like a little for brekkies. What the fuck? Okay. I call King Kong 93 to the stand. From its core, King Kong is kind of a dumb monster movie, but it's still praised for its effects and story, and doesn't have anything to say about life or anything. To finish, I'm going to say I respect your opinion, but this video reminds me of a Dr. Skipper's video. Okay editing, but kind of bad take.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I'm going to start with the elephant in the room. I have talked about Godzilla with these people in particular, and I have made videos about Godzilla before I even knew Dr. Skipper existed. So that's the first thing. Secondly, Dr. Skipper, the way I would describe him is he used the most incorrect mathematical equation possible to achieve at a correct point, which is that -1 is better written than the entire Monsterverse, which ultimately was his point, and he is correct. Now, as to how he got there in the worst possible way, but nobody's ever going to say that because nobody's ever going to criticize the Monsterverse. The third thing is misunderstanding the idea, again, that tone equals quality. That is not what I said. I never said that. I said that in my Every Godzilla Movie Sucks video, and I was wrong for saying that. Now I am backtracking on that sentiment, and yes, I was wrong for saying that. Tone is not an indicator of quality. The next thing I will bring up, debunking that point, is that Shin Godzilla was a great movie, and you have bad taste if you think it's bad. The next thing, CGF will probably defend Godzilla, well, not Godzilla, King Kong, the movie that he mentioned. I haven't seen that one. But
The 33 King Kong?
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of King Kong movies.
Which King Kong movie
like
you talking about?
he's talking about the first one. No, the first one. He said,
Oh,
I think he
okay.
meant the third. Like, if I don't get when people say, "Oh, a monster movie is stupid." It's an inherently bad take to have because it ultimately, like, are you watching it because you find it silly? And like, if like I just never am able to wrap my head around people who think the idea of monsters as a whole is silly, but then for some reason wonder why people don't like silly monster movies because they don't take themselves seriously and all the logic makes sense. Like, it's something that does just never computes for me.
Read H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, Lovecraft does amazing stuff with monsters and not just like his more like Eldritch Cthulhu stuff. The Doom that Came to Sarnath is still my favorite story of his.
I love Dagon in particular.
An undescribable horror. It was so undescribable, I will attempt to describe it now. An Italian man selling sausages.
And I cannot go
No,
back.
I love that meme with Metro Man, where it's like me when I'm subjected to incomprehensible horrors beyond my understanding. I don't get it, and he's just staring there.
Yeah. So I do want to actually jump onto your comment about this comment here. I think this poster, Mr. Skippy 2723, is conflating the idea of a good film with a film that has a lot of seriousness and gravitas, especially here. We should have dumb movies because not every movie should be some depressing and sad thing. I honestly hate super serious and sad and depressing movies. You don't need to have that. The example that I used previously in by the way, Rooney, mute yourself. Previously in Rooney's stream was Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet has a patently absurd world. There's oxygen in outer space. That does not make sense. That cannot exist. By the way that the world would work, everybody would be on fire because the sun would be lighting everything up, and melting everything. Knowing that, if you buy into in this universe, oxygen can exist and you can breathe in outer space, the whole rest of the film works, and it's a very uplifting and good film. It doesn't need to be serious, and it doesn't need to follow logics. It's allowed to exist within the world. You can have fun stories. The problem that I can tell a lot of these guys have, which Mr. Skippy here, if you're watching, I hope you understand, is when the world doesn't take itself seriously, it's very tough to buy into the stakes. You do agree with this too. I know you do, just because there would be a moment that takes you out of it. If a film does something so absurd that previously you were told cannot happen in the film, or that you expected to not happen in the film, you'd feel betrayed and annoyed that it suddenly happens. The tone isn't the issue here. For maybe some of the guys, they think it's the issue, but really it's the idea that the film goes out of its way to set up rules, and then it breaks those rules, thus breaking your trust with the film.
Yeah, and the only time that ever works is in comedies or sitcoms, because that adds to the humor because you're trying to laugh at it. But if you're trying to establish stakes, even if the film isn't super serious, then you're not going to buy into it.
Right, and even comedies still tend to establish some rules that cannot be broken, some things that are not so absurd, because you get to the absurdist point where it's all just illogical soup. That's YouTube poops. They might be funny for 2 or 3 seconds, some of them, but after an hour of watching a YouTube poop, most people are going to want to off themselves. They're going to want to go commit Minecraft. So knowing that, it's clearly a line here where people can handle just pure absurdity. Everybody has that line. The people here, again, what this commenter said, they love their medium and they love Godzilla so much that they're willing to ignore these flaws. That's okay. You don't have to tell me that, the film has to be fully perfect. I got you. But the film should be written a little bit better. Don't you deserve a little bit better writing? A little bit better of let me figure this out. I'm a dungeon master, and my players aren't watching the stream right now. And if they are, hi, boys. Last week, I really wanted to end the session. I was hot. I wanted to go eat dinner. So what happened? The players were arguing over who was going to pay for the tavern that night. So I just had a random guy come up, look them in the eyes and say, I know you. We need to have a meeting tomorrow morning. Paid for their tavern and walked out. That's very confusing and literally random and came out of nowhere. So you might say, well, that's bad writing because that ruins your story. You were just hungry and wanted to leave. Yeah. My job now as the game master, basically the amateur storyteller, is to spend the next week and figure out, well, how did that happen? How did they get caught up? Shut up, NNN. How did what happened? The thing I'm leaning towards is the guy who paid for their inn, he's got cataracts in their eyes. And he's kind of an old guy, and he thought that the players were a group of drug mules that he'd hired. So now they're going to get wrapped up in a plot about smuggling drugs with this old man. Just because I wanted to go to bed. And now it makes sense why he paid for the room. It makes sense why he wants to meet them in the morning. All these little things are set up, and you could write it in a way that now makes it go from that's random, this guy paid for our room, to a fun story they get to engage with. It's not that hard to do. And if you're paying for millions of dollars for these writers, they can do as much as some, 30-year-old guy who dungeon masters. I'm sorry.
Yeah, another thing I want to bring up is, number one, if your story is so dumb, why are you defending it so vehemently? Number two, when he says we should have dumb stuff, I'm guessing he's referring to the plot. Obviously, I don't think he is, but if you're also including the plot, you're advocating for more dumb plots that are inconsistent, broken, full of plot holes. The story is Swiss cheese. You're advocating for more bad movies. I think that I cannot fathom why anybody would think that. It's like the apotheosis of stupidity. I cannot understand why anybody would advocate for such a thing. I do not understand why anybody would think this. Did this not register in your mind? Like, you know what? I'm being a little silly. I'm being a little goofy. Maybe I shouldn't advocate for this. Maybe this is a bit of an issue. Maybe it's kind of a problem, especially with the current climate with Hollywood. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I should just cool it with that kind of a take, especially if it's somebody that thinks that Shin Godzilla is a mid movie. Do you find it boring? That's great. That's fine. Is it a bad movie? Absolutely not. CGF told me that it was a very boring movie, and I completely understand the bureaucracy. I always hate that word. The bureaucracy of the movie of Shin Godzilla can get tedious, even for me. But that doesn't make the movie any less bad, because even he admits that movie is great, and rightfully so, because that movie is excellently written. So
what's weird is that like there's a lot of people who love to say like a movie is peak or mid or trash, but very few people who will actually want to qualify that statement at all.
Yeah, they refuse to quantify it or qualify it in any meaningful way, and the words become meaningless. Now you're just saying words. Now it's just a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and that's where you get like bad takes or like, oh, this take's so good, because all it is just agreeing with your preconceived bias. Like,
yeah, bro, that's a pretty mid
confirmation bias in its most classic form.
Sorry.
I said that's a pretty mid-peak fire take. I'm gonna have to cancel you for that.
Bro, don't fancy tax me.
Skibbity Riz, Ohio, Phantom Text.
Literally.
Skibbity's so mid. I'm gonna have to Phantom tax you for that.
Only in Ohio.
Yeah. Chat Riz this Ohio.
Yeah,
this is real chat.
This one. But let's keep going here.
Let's keep risen on God.
Do you not feel like your life and outlook on it has been improved? Did it not provide not just a good spectacle, but a deep story where
on God it did.
Are you not entertained?
Well, why can't we have a dope spectacle too?
No, I am sick and tired of this question. So I'm going to ask you, the viewer, if you're a Godzilla fan, why should we have a stupid monster movie? Why? For what purpose? What makes a stupid variety just as good by an objective standard as the smarter movies? I'm talking plot, substance, character work, theme, the reason for the fights, what the implications are, everything. Why?
Okay, pause.
About idiot.
Yes.
So, I never really got an answer to that. So, yeah, if one would come up with an answer, what do you think it could be?
I literally don't know, because I don't understand why people will say, "Oh, I want a stupid movie," because when I think of a stupid movie, I think of a movie that doesn't take itself seriously, it doesn't respect its own world, and things just happen. Or like there's so many plot holes and inconsistencies that it's blatantly just a bad movie that everyone can understand. That's what I think of when I hear the word stupid, and very few people will qualify what they mean when they say I want a stupid movie.
Yeah, the way I see it, I think they want a fun movie, a movie that is fun, that makes them laugh. And at that point, you're just asking for a comedy.
Yeah, but
so
that's
why not just watch a comedy?
Why would you think something that's fun is therefore stupid? Like it's such a de-evolution of language when someone says that.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bring up the perfect example. Have any of you Godzilla fans watched Pacific Rim?
I'm pretty sure every Godzilla fan has seen Pacific Rim.
Exactly. That movie was fun. Now, it wasn't perfect with its plot, but it was good enough. So, like,
and there's room for improvement there.
Yeah, man. If only they made a sequel, though.
No sequel happened.
The new Empire should be more like the first Pacific Rim and not fucking Uprising as it seems to be.
Yeah. No, wait, Uprising didn't happen. What are you talking about?
No, there's no Pacific Rim sequel in Bossing Say.
You know, thing about that, the Pacific Rim: The Black, the anime that they made, it's actually not that bad. It's actually decent. I mean, it's not as good as the first movie, but you know, it's okay. You know, I watched it. Pacific Rim: The Blackarooni. It's pretty. Yeah, I made an appearance in the show, and I got to bang the girl with purple hair. She was hot. Now we're married.
I don't know. The only good kaiju anime that I know of is Gamera Rebirth.
I watched that. I watched the first episode and immediately got turned off. And the reason why it's actually pretty stupid. It has nothing to do with the plot. The Americans in that show are okay. Like, you have you seen the meme? Be the American the Japanese think you are.
Yep.
Yeah, that's basically what these kids were, but they were a parody of the meme, and so they ended up being bullies, and that just kind of, I thought it was like too goofy for me, and that was pretty much my first introduction. Well, not my first introduction, but my first real exposure to Gamera content, because at the time the only Gamera anything that I've ever watched was that 2016 teaser.
Don't worry, it picks up and like
I will say definitely it picks up. Plus, like, most of those literally are extras. Only one of those kids actually stays as a main cast member.
Well, I mean, yeah, and the style was pretty off-putting, and the design for Gamera was also. I don't like it when things are just monochromatic. When characters have monochromatic designs, I've always hated it. Like, for example, Green Goblin and Spider-Man 1.
Is that he's not monochromatic, but it's his model and the environment and the lighting makes him look monochromatic, and it makes all the kaiju look like they're a single color, which is really weird because they're actually more detailed when you get them out of the environments they're in, which is really weird.
Yeah, even like with Godzilla and Singular Point, and even with like a Godzilla Earth in the anime trilogy. I mean, he was monochromatic, and that was very off-putting for me at first, but over time I started to get used to it. But with Gamera specifically, I can't really seem to get used to it. Like, and with Singular Point, there's enough of a color variation to say that, oh, it's not entirely monochromatic, because, you know, you got Godzilla Terrestris, you got a Godzilla Quadulus, Godzilla Ultima, and Godzilla Ultima is probably one of the better Godzilla designs, although I'm still put off by the fact that his hips are so wide.
And his tail.
It looks like he looks like the Godzilla version of Lizzo.
As well as also his face head on looks kind of funky.
Speaking of it, do you want to highlight a thing in chat real quick before we continue? And then it is Uncle George's birthday. Shout out to Uncle George. Big ups, Uncle George. We love you so much here. We love you more than Godzilla.
Yeah, agreed. Although, I don't know. I prefer Gamera over Godzilla, so Uncle George is below Gamera, but above Godzilla. Right?
No, man, George and Gamera rhyme, so therefore George wins.
Well,
fair
enough.
Let's continue.
All right.
What to think about those fight?
Yeah, I had a bunch of insults ready to throw at the Godzilla fan base because of this particular comment, but I decided to just cut it.
Watches these movies, and you are the minority. It's just that you're very loud and obnoxious. Why do you think Godzilla is still considered niche in the zeitgeist? Now, I am an advocate for gatekeeping, and I think we let in the wrong people to the franchise. Children. But if we want the right people to enter our franchise in order to improve it, we have to start impressing more people with good movies, not roller coaster rides. Like the movies all you want, but in terms of objective quality, the fan base has been dying for good stories. They're just in denial about it. Stockholm Syndrome.
Okay, boss.
In a battle between the fan base.
Yes.
So it seems like the entirety of the people that commented negatively on my video have missed that point, because they think that I am telling them like the good, not the bad, as opposed to just advocate. Because you can, like, when I say advocate for the good, right? Advocating for the good just means acknowledge that it is good. Just recognize the good. And then when you say acknowledge that there are things that are bad, recognize that it is bad, and, you know, criticize it accordingly. And criticize it good as well, because there are things worth criticizing. And criticizing isn't inherently negative. It's mainly just an exercise in observation, basically. Mm-hmm. But it seems people have missed this point, either willingly or not. and it's very frustrating because I'm not telling people what to like. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example. Before I knew who Roland Emmerich truly was, and NNN in chat and King of Candor know this better than anyone. But I got turned off from Godzilla '98 because of learning different things about Roland Emmerich, but and his approach to Godzilla and why he designed Godzilla the way he did. But before those conversations, I understood that Godzilla '98 was probably one of the worst Godzilla movies, or just movies in general. But I didn't really hate it that much. I thought it was, it was a bad movie, but it had its charm, and I enjoyed it. But over time, my opinion on that movie has soured. But that doesn't make it any less good or bad. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't mind watching it again. Obviously, with my current bias, that thanks to like Roland Emmerich's philosophy when designing Zilla.
Mm-hmm. But I think another thing too is that like you're not saying that you need to like these movies that are good, and you need to specifically ask for dramas that are super serious and dour. All you're saying is advocate for better writing, and you know what that means? Probably being like, "Hey, I like these ideas, but they're not executed well. Like, here's what we can. What can be done to make them better."
Yeah, basically, be the what's his name? Be the Stuckman before he fell off. Basically, just be nice. Well, okay, no, maybe not, but just be. If you want to be nice about it, go right ahead. Be nice about it. Like, oh, this thing, I really enjoy it, and I think it could have been done better because this and this happens in the movie, and it's not very well executed. Here's how I would have fixed the movie, and I would have preferred to have seen this because I really enjoy this idea, and I wish it was fleshed out more. The writers clearly wanted something to be done, and I really appreciate that they wanted to do this because it's a very interesting idea. The thing is that it's not executed really well. That's the nice way to put it.
Yeah.
That's you can be nice about it. There's no reason to be overtly aggressive towards it. Now, I would rather be aggressive to certain movies, especially Godzilla versus Kong in particular, because that movie pissed me off. Like when I first watched it, I was confused. Like, wait, why is this movie bad? Why are there so many plot holes? And over time, I found more and more and more. The more I watched it, the more plot holes I found. Then over time, I realized just how absolutely broken the movie was. And then I met CGF Movies and his friends, and then I met Braden and his friends. And over time, I started to really understand the scope of just how bad Godzilla versus Kong really was. And I was like, oh. And then I discovered what they could have done. And then I realized, oh, and then that's when I became pissed. So I was like, yeah, I'm pissed at this movie. Godzilla vs. Kong is, well, before, I really discovered media literacy and started delving deeper into it, discovering different YouTubers like Mauler and Critical Drinker and long form content creators.
So Zilla in 1999, the Green Kaiju says, can Blackarooni explain the plot holes?
Which ones? Which movie?
I think, as far as I know, they weren't any. I think they mean there weren't any. Give like a big one for Godzilla versus Kong. Just like a big one, just because I don't want to drag this out into specifically a GVK stream.
If I were to explain all the plot holes in Godzilla versus Kong, we would be here all night.
Just pick like a big one.
Okay, from memory, I can't remember a specific one, so I'm going to look through my documents. But, I mean, the biggest plot holes, you want me to narrow it down? Because there's a lot. Let's see. Response, Google Docs, going through it.
I can give you one at the top of my head, but like the transportation of Kong, they know Godzilla's out in the water and Kong can't swim. So what do? They start off with Kong in the water, and then what do they do after the fight? They carry him via aerial to the Arctic. That's a big one. Yeah, if they could have carried him via aerial the whole time, why did they start off with that?
because they needed them to fight.
Well,
That's why.
And then that becomes another issue, is that, like, if they could do that the whole time, they should have done that, because it avoids danger and getting their Kong faster as needed. But the issue is they needed a fight, obviously. But you could still have a fight with Kong in the air. Godzilla senses him somehow, whatever, it doesn't matter, and shoots him down, basically, and then fight in the water, etc.
Like another thing, too, is that they talk about Godzilla's territorial waters and trying to avoid them, when earlier in the film, Eileen says that the moment Kong gets off the island, Godzilla's going to come for him. So the idea to avoid the territorial routes was always going to fail from the beginning. And that's used
because the entire ocean is just Godzilla's territorial waters. He can swim anywhere.
That is true. However, if we're going off the logic of the film, both in King of the Monsters and GVK, he does have territorial routes. But what the dialogue suggests from Eileen is that regardless of those routes, Godzilla was going to come for Kong, even if he wasn't in his routes. So the idea that comes from King of the Monsters that translate into GVK overall diminishes the world building, and it creates an even bigger plot hole that Cottam can't fix, because it's not Cottam's movie. So, like, it's dialogue from another movie affecting the world building of another, which impacts the further world building of the movie as a whole, of like the franchise as a whole.
So I just the plot hole for GVK.
Okay.
Bernie in the movie is a walking plot hole. So, firstly, he happens to be in the very same location where they placed Mechagodzilla's eye, specifically where he could find it. And Godzilla's atomic breath, not only does it not kill Bernie, it also does not destroy the eye. It clearly went through the building and it destroyed everything in it. So not only should have that destroyed the eye, but also just killed Bernie as well. But it just so happens to miss the eye, just enough so that it can be revealed, but not enough to destroy it, and not enough to kill Bernie either. And also, Bernie happens to be in the very same place where the eye is. Another thing is, why would they place the eye there, where it's so easily accessed, as opposed to somewhere more hidden? Another thing is that and that leads him to, start questioning. Oh, Walter Simmons has a big whole conspiracy, but Walter Simmons is not only public with his intentions, but his intentions are also noble. So they're painting him as a villain, even though he's trying to save humanity. He's trying to save humanity by, at least as far as we know, because he wants to create Mechagodzilla. Now, the way they go about creating Mechagodzilla is absolutely fucking retarded, but it's a good thing that we have a mech on our side. If you've watched Pacific Rim, you would know. So yeah, apparently Bernie has been infiltrated in Apex for over 5 years without being caught, and somehow a flash drive that details all of the cargo that Apex is delivering from Florida to Hong Kong, it just appears in his locker room, and this is never addressed. He doesn't explain who got it for him, and this is a plot hole because it kickstarts the entirety of the Discovery subplot where Bernie and the gang discover what Apex is doing. None of this could happen if the flash drive wasn't there. It just happened to be there, and I would argue that's more of a convenience issue but yeah, he hasn't been caught in over 5 years. Now, when was Apex established? According to Monarch Legacy of Monsters, it was 2015, I think. So we got 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, which is when the movie takes place. I think it's 2024. Yeah. So the movie takes place in 2024. He's been there for 5 years, but he's also been there as far as back as the Ghidorah attacks. Why? I don't know. Why hasn't Apex done anything in regards to Ghidorah's attack? We don't know. They don't tell us that. And another issue is they happen to show up at the ruins of Apex after Godzilla attack in Pensacola. They find a sub. I think, yeah. So they find the thing still operational. The whole facilities underground still operating. What?
You're talking about the sub level that they find?
Yeah, they find a sub level that is completely intact by Godzilla's attacks. In which case, why didn't they place the Mechagodzilla eye there? They find a heave, I think it is, full of skullcrawler eggs, and they're stuck there, and nobody thinks to check what's inside the heave. Nobody thinks to verify what's inside the heave. There are no thermal detectors, just nothing, and they just go to China. No food, no water, no resources.
There's for some reason no security when they're transporting the eggs of one of the most voracious creatures on the planet.
Exactly. Not only that, but also the very technology in this movie should not exist. None of the technology we see in Godzilla vs. Kong should exist, especially with the state of the world. I mean, again, the world after King of the Monsters is in shambles. So yeah, none of this technology should be even feasible. So they go to China.
Even if we say it should work, it's not properly explained how Apex has been able to amass the resources or the time to do all the R&D for this.
And so they go to China.
Well, I have maybe a simpler one as well at this point. Godzilla's breath going straight to the core as quick as it did. If it can go through rock that quick, how can King Kong not be melted? That's
another huge thing. That's more of a power scaling issue because Godzilla's atomic breath powers are very consistent in this movie.
But I bring it up because it's very, very obvious and very noticeable. That's one of those moments you're like, that doesn't make any sense. It's not like Godzilla's like, I was blasting here in Hong Kong. Because this is another way you could have made it a good storytelling perspective. Apex could have gotten a text. Godzilla's digging in Hong Kong. Be ready. He's coming after you. So now they know there's a timer coming out and that Godzilla's digging down into the Hollow Earth. You could have had the exact same shots, the exact same scenes, the exact same setup. All the difference is we know that Godzilla's digging there with his breath. Okay, that tells us that there's time. And again, small tweaks will fix this. We're not asking for huge changes for a lot of the stuff.
Well, actually, I am asking for huge changes because this whole theory, movie, needs a complete rework. I talk about this in the script for my Godzilla vs. Kong video, but yeah,
I have one of the script, but I disagree because usually you could fix a lot of small things. Because what if they said Apex had actually been, having Godzilla tech for 20 years, and they had secretly developed it and they didn't want it to get out because I don't know, maybe because people kept stealing it and selling it to Godzilla. I don't know. Whatever the answer is. Right, but I'm not a writer here.
Yeah, no, of course not. I just thought phrasing is funny.
It is funny.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Things like that. Or maybe pro-Godzilla terrorists keep developing countermeasures to destroy their technology when it gets out, so they keep it hidden until they need it. Okay,
yeah, what's it called? Fine. Well, you're putting more world building in than even the writers.
Right, that's my point. That you can fix that.
Yeah.
Another thing,
if you want to get your payoffs, if you want to have your scenes and your moments, that's completely fine. You can build to these better. It's not that hard to build to these scenes better. And like you said, you get a deeper, richer, more worthwhile story doing so. This is why I disagree with the idea that you have to rewrite everything from the ground up, because you could just take the concept you have here and hash it out. Now, I would write it from the ground up because I wouldn't like the story, but I don't think you need to do that for all these things.
Oh, well, then you have to read my script on the GBK video. Then it's going to take you a while, but you should read it, especially with. I mean, I've showed it to you several times, but the entirety, I don't think you've read the whole thing. And I've added several elements of ways that you could fix it. There's an entire segment dedicated to how I would fix the movie. So, and a lot of it is based off of what the directors wanted, as well as, well, not the directors, but what is established, what we see in stuff like even concept art. I used elements from the concept art as well as elements from the novelizations to fix some of the scenes there. One in particular, and this is my favorite, is the Tasman sea battle. So the way I would fix that is, okay, we start the movie with Kong, all right, the the island of Skull Island is being flooded, and right now the water level is rising to a dangerous level. So we need to save Kong. We need to pull him out because Skull Island is sinking. Why is it sinking? Well, the storm of Ghidorah mixed with the perpetual storm system that is protecting Skull Island, and this coupled with the events of Kingdom Kong, where Kamazots destroyed the island, this made the storm even worse, and now it's threatening to submerge the island. So what do? We need to bring Kong out. So they ship Kong out to the States. They go to Atlanta, Georgia. They place him in the mountains. I don't exactly remember where Skull Island is positioned geographically, but
it's
just
like
for
in
the
the
sake of this,
Indian Ocean kind of area, like it's in the Pacific.
Well, regardless of that, we'll just place him in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, I've been to Georgia. They got beautiful mountains right there, and I think Kong could fit right in. Kong could fit in one of those mountains and just hang around. But Godzilla is actively hunting him down. Now, why is Godzilla hunting him down? Well, we could establish that Kong is hunting down all the Titans because they were so easily susceptible to Ghidorah that he doesn't trust them anymore. So any Titan that vaguely, he's basically pulling the Batman for Batman v Superman and going, if there's even a 1% chance that he's our enemy, we can. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a solution. So we have Godzilla methodically killing all the Titans, which justifies the opening that we talked about before. Then we have Kong, realizing, oh shit, I'm getting hunted. And so Godzilla arrives at Pensacola, destroys one of the labs, incidentally, of course. We still get our reveal for Mechagodzilla's eye. So he continues on his merry way from Pensacola all the way to Tallahassee, then from Tallahassee to Georgia, and then they realize, oh shit, Godzilla's following us. So they try and have him shipped to Antarctica, and so they're trying to use the South America, they're trying to walk Kong or just make him run, or all the way to Antarctica, just help him leave. But South America, Mexico, all those countries, like Mexico in particular, like they refuse to let Monarch give Kong safe passage because they don't trust Monarch anymore after the events of King of the Monsters, as well as the mismanagement and allowing someone like Emma Russell to rise from within the company. And if they allow Kong to pass, they will open fire. They have let's say, for the sake of the world building, they have developed nuclear arsenals, and they will use it against Kong if they let him pass. So this forces, not only does this enrich the world building by having the effects, the consequences of King of the Monsters affect the future movies, we also give us a reason as to why Kong needs to go to the Tasman Sea. So Godzilla would go to Kong would go to the Tasman Sea, and we could have him float, while also sending a fleet of naval carriers in case he falls. A whole fleet that sticks together to form a sort of platform. But in case the helicopters begin to weigh in and be too much pressure, they can hold Kong just long enough until they get to Antarctica. Now we can have Godzilla swimming and hunting him down. Now they know they can't really beat Godzilla, so they also bring a fleet of fighter jets to distract him so that his atomic breath doesn't reach Kong and destroy the ships, the planes that are holding him, the helicopters that are holding him, sorry. So not only are you giving importance to Godzilla's powers again and acknowledging what he can do, but you're also raising the stakes. They know they can't do anything against Godzilla, and it's going to be very difficult to protect Kong, especially now that he's on water. So Godzilla approaches, and the entire military fleet does their absolute best to keep Kong safe and keep Godzilla away, but he does away with them quickly, and all of them. And so this leads to, okay, we have to let Kong defend himself. What do we do? Just place him on the platform and have Godzilla rise to the platform, and we can still have our fight there, but now we have more ships that's to support their weight. and also account for their height, because in the actual scene they're sized down just so we can have that fight. That cannot happen with their current height. That's why we need more ships to support their weight and height. And in the concept art, we see a lot of the ships sinking as they fight, because of course they would be sinking. Like the water is at their ankle level for them, so we would still have that fight on the boat. Basically, Godzilla and Kong sort of skating on the boats, and they would continue their fight, and they would reach Antarctica within after the fight, and just keeping Godzilla away, and giving Kong a sort of win, because even though he's on water, he's still strong enough and agile enough to knock Godzilla out. Just a blunt force trauma would probably daze Godzilla enough to keep him at bay. But as soon as they reach Antarctica, Godzilla's recovered enough of it, of his cognitive ability to hunt down Kong, and so he chases Kong down to the Hollow Earth, and we could have an as above so below type situation where Godzilla is sensing Kong from the Hollow Earth and following him in kind, so it's kind of like tethered to him. And then we follow him until we reach Hong Kong, and yada yada, the whole fight plays out. And that's one way I could fix everything wrong that's with the movie. Of course, we would have to be cutting several things, such as the idea that Apex is evil. We wouldn't have that betrayal whatsoever, because if we did, then I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't want to spoil everything in the video, but that is one of the ways I would fix the Godzilla vs. Kong film. I know it was very extensive and took a lot of time, and I'm sorry about that, but I got off because I'm really, really passionate about this project.
It's okay, bro. We appreciate you. Also, I do want to say one last thing that's unrelated to this. So, NNN, you should look up this story of Roanoke. One of the tales that they have there is how they used to hunt monkeys in the mountains of Roanoke. Yeah, that'll keep you up at night. Continue the video.
A civil war, if you will. One on the side of Toho, another on the side of the Monsterverse. And some people don't want to fight and accept everyone equally. And let me just rip off the Band-Aid and tell you that both the Monsterverse advocates and the pacifists are wrong. Every last one of them. The reason why the Monsterverse side is wrong is because the movies that they defend are absolute garbage in terms of plot, writing, character, all of it. And I wish I could go deeper into detail, but that would take more time than I have. Just know that videos on the subject are coming. But what about the pacifists that want a middle ground? Well, I've already covered that too, sort of. By allowing both, we allow mediocrity, and suddenly there's no distinction between a movie like Shin and a movie like King of the Monsters. We don't have standards, and thus conversations around the media become dull. Matter of fact, the conversations surrounding Godzilla are already dull. They have been for several years now. If you go on Reddit or Twitter, and I beg of you, do not under any circumstance go to either of those platforms and go to the communities where Godzilla is the focus, you'll see that the conversations vary between these four types. 1. What do you guys think of X movie / X monster / monster design, or which X is your favorite? Number 2, wouldn't it be cool if X monster showed up in X movie? 3, look at this cool thing. 4, look at this leak. And that is just absolutely dull because, well, there's nothing much to extract from the Monsterverse save for the same 4 movies. There are some exceptions, though, here and there, but they're so few and spaced out throughout time that, well, they're almost inconsequential. But ever since Minus 1 came out, conversations around Godzilla have been more lively and substantive than they've ever been. And this happened too when Shin Godzilla came out. Are we starting to see the pattern here? And don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that there aren't conversations around Godzilla when a new movie comes out. I'm saying that the quality of the conversations reflect the quality of the movie. And the quality of conversations around Godzilla Minus 1 have been pretty good. So yeah, I'd say that's very telling. Godzilla vs. Kong irreparably broke the Monsterverse, as if King of the Monsters didn't already break it enough. And knowing Wingard, I think he's going to finish destroying the whole damn thing. I say this because there are still ways to fix the Monsterverse, which I will touch upon in my GDK videos, but this new movie might end up ruining those small chances of that ever happening, so there's nothing left to lose. So what do I say?
Let them fight.
It's embarrassing that a less than $15 million movie has a more substantive thing to say than a $200 million blockbuster. Why is that the case? Why does that keep happening throughout multiple franchises?
I'd tell you, cupcakes.
This is an industry built on perception rather than fact, run by businessmen who only understand numbers and don't have a clue about what's good and what isn't. So the key is to be perceived as good by being associated with the biggest and best numbers. Meaning if you have no talent, you can buy credibility. In essence, creating the illusion of quality by spending the most money.
Wow, how'd you learn so much in only a day and a half on the job?
I was looking for a strip joint and wandered into a Writers Guild meeting by mistake. Pissy little bunch. No wonder they're not allowed on the set.
Also,
Okay, pause.
ask anyone in.
So I don't know if any of you are familiar with that that clip in particular, but that clip is from an adult animated TV show from the 80s. I think it was called Duckman. I absolutely love that show. It's starring Jason Alexander, and it's got 4 seasons before it got canceled, sadly. But it's one of the best adult animated TV shows I've ever seen, and it's probably one of the more underrated ones.
It aired from 94 through 97. That's not the 80s. Continue.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay. My bad then.
I'm older than this.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm well aware. But yeah, no, I used that clip because I thought it was incredibly relevant to how Hollywood treats film nowadays. A lot of creators obviously don't fall under this category, but more do than those that don't. So I thought it was relevant not only with the Godzilla franchise, but also just franchises in general. And I find it baffling that a show like Duckman managed to predict that just a few decades before this even became a problem. So I wanted to bring that up. And also, those in the audience, watch Duckman. It's really good.
It's definitely funny that like it's also not like an outsider really that's saying this. It's a part of essentially Hollywood writing, because it's not like it's coming out of like some indie scene there. Like the issues with Hollywood have been known for a while.
Yeah.
Why do you want this? Why do you like this? You know, common sense questions. They never say anything conclusive. They never have a good enough answer. So, I don't know. It just looks cool, lol. Or it's just that I like it, LMAO. It's all circular reasoning that says absolutely nothing. It's purely thanatonical. And I get it. Thanatos is ingrained in the human psyche, but that resides in our most primal urges. And we know better. We're civilized, ladies and gentlemen, not some ooga booga cavemen. We're better than this. So, do I think the fanbase splitting is a good thing? If I'm being honest, yes. More people are waking up and exploring the concept of media literacy, and they're actually learning the value of good writing. And this was all thanks to -1. I strongly believe that film was the shift the franchise needed, a proper steering into the right direction. I think we're headed for a Godzilla renaissance of the high quality variety. At least in Japan anyways. The Monsterverse is currently in its dark ages, whether you believe it or not. I'm not here to tell you what to like. What I am here to do is tell you what is good and what isn't, based on the standards I abide by. Something you can do too if you learn the ropes of writing and media literacy.
Okay, pause.
What you can do with that information.
So the standards of writing and media literacy overall, I think, are somewhat universal. Maybe not completely, but it's universal enough where you see it in enough places where it becomes noticeable. So the reason why I say this is because people will apply this standard when it suits them. Whenever they talk about a movie that they hate or they think it's bad, more often than not, and this doesn't always happen, but again, more often than not, you will see people point out plot holes and inconsistencies with movies that they want like beaten into the ground that are bad, but they'll never do it for movies that they absolutely adore. So I think it's a bit hypocritical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whatever you like. You can wipe your ass with this video for all I care. But if you want to see more good Godzilla movies, then I recommend investing in Toho's plan for Godzilla, since they've been trying to find their footing for a while, and I think they finally found it. It might take a long time. It might not ever come the same way -1 did, but it has the potential to be better. There are so many ways to expand on the story of -1, and if they do, you'd want to be a part of it. I know I do. We should lift up the Godzilla movies that are good, the ones that improve mood and boost energy. Stories of any kind can achieve that if they're good. Set off an upward spiral, clarifies the mind, and produces...
I think what's also interesting too is that the next video that's coming, none of this is addressed, and you literally say here that any story could do this. But
yeah,
well, we'll see that when that comes into when we get to the video.
Momentum, that bulletproof coffee in the morning that gives you the energy you need. Movies with structure and rhythm. Movies you would instinctively recognize as art without having to use loopholes or mental gymnastics. movies that serve as a good map for navigating art, movies in which the sweat, tears, and struggle are evident, movies that wish to be canonical and hint at forgotten values, the ones that empower life and believe in beauty, the ones that try and produce beauty, because art is man's divine right and terrible duty. Without art, culture dies, and Godzilla is capable of all those things and more if we just let him, if we just give him the chance. And in the future, we can look back once the story ends once and for all and say, damn, we really had it on.
I'm particularly proud of that speech at the end, as well as the music that I used, which, by the way, is the Ala Pu Upala track from Godzilla Singular Point. Godzilla Singular Point is probably one of the more underrated soundtracks in the entire series. And I think Godzilla Singular Point in particular is one of those shows that tries to overcorrect a pre-existing problem. Because, okay, we all know that a lot of Godzilla movies are dumb when it comes to writing and plot. So how do we fix it? We make it smart. But I think with Godzilla Singular Point, they try and make it way too smart to the point where it became incomprehensible. Maybe don't hire a theoretical physicist to write your show. I mean, I like the appeal of it, like the appeal of the whole concept of the archetypes. I think there should be a way to simplify that concept for a mainstream audience, because even after watching it twice, and even after having some understanding of theoretical physics, even after reading this Michio Kaku book called Hyperspace, Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist. I still own the book, by the way. I have 2 copies of the book. I have one in English, one in Spanish, and I read the book several times. And even after reading that and watching the show twice, I still don't understand how the archetypes work, really. But the writing of the show in itself, it wasn't particularly bad per se. It was just hard to follow and understand because the show is very heavy on exposition. I'm getting off topic. That speech in particular at the end of the show, at the end of the video, that speech was based off of a post that one guy made. I think it was on Twitter. I don't remember where it was. I think if King of Candor could possibly fetch it, it's in the resources tab in my server.
Alex and Candor's probably busy, but in the meantime,
let me see if I can find it.
Hey, what was that?
Said he'll do it, I think.
You said he would? Okay. But now that
what am I looking for here? I'm in your resources tab. What's the specific thing? Because I've gone back to Mahler's last video 30 years ago.
Oh no. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I think I can find it. Yep, somewhere around here. Okay, I found it. So it wasn't okay. I don't think it was a very. I don't know who posted this. I don't remember who posted it. Actually, no, it doesn't say who posted it, but I agree with this chart. It's basically a chart. So I discussed this in one of my streams. So 15 pretty big differences between good art and bad art. So I think it's very hard to quantify the things that are here, especially for somebody that thinks very critically and logically. But the differences between good art, so like the emotional effect, the good art is improves mood, and the bad art makes you feel weird. Now, obviously, not everybody's going to have that same reaction, but I would argue that the rest of the points outweigh this distinction. On top of that, right, I'm pretty sure it's a subconscious thing, depending on what type of art you consume. So I don't necessarily think, like, especially if you're watching something bleak, right? If you're watching something bleak and depressing, let's say Schindler's List, like the story is very dark. If you're reading something like 1984 or watching a movie like The Mist, the endings are probably not going to make you feel happy, but at the end of the day, the story effectively achieved the feeling that was trying to make you feel, because the story was consistent and well written enough to get you to feel those things. And if you try and pick apart the plot, you'll find that there are not many errors. So the story is all the more satisfying once you realize that everything falls into place the way it should be. So in that sense, that is a positive feeling of sadness. That is a positive feeling of gloominess,
I got
because
the thing he's talking about open on my screen. I minimized everything, so if you want to click to me, you can.
Okay, let me back out of this, stop sharing, and yeah, here you go. One sec. Let me.
All right, have at it,
do that
Mr.
for you.
Rooney. Explain to us everything on this chart.
I can see it. Yeah.
Wait, Black just. Oh, he fell out of the stream.
I'm gonna strangle him.
I'm gonna strangle him. I'm gonna send him another link back.
Drug metaphor, weed.
Weed.
Oh, thank you for finally getting my point across so I could show the audience. Dips.
Diff. I must go. My planet needs me. I've shown you the way, but you haven't done anything. Proceeds to leave anyway.
Also, Mr. Zilla 99, the green kaiju. I'm not sure why you seem to be so against us in here. Welcome to come talk to you, though. I don't really like Godzilla much, but I'm just here for the fun.
Black's back. And
welcome back,
Yeah.
sir.
It happened again, I swear to God. All right, so King of Candor, you want to take over that the discussion of the chart, because I feel like you're a much better authority on this subject than I am, because
it's your chart, but sure, I spitball.
I mean, it's not my chart. I didn't make it. I'm just referencing it in the video because I thought it was a very useful resource when it comes to distinguishing between good and bad art. I mean, and I think it's right a lot of the times, especially it applies to me and it applies to people I've talked to. I mean, overall, I think it's true. I think it's a very true chart. So I just wanted your take on it because you're more experienced with writing than I am.
Sure. So let's see. This chart says the 15 pretty big difference between good art and bad art. So emotional effect, improved mood, bad art. Okay. So part one of this thing here. It says the emotional effect of good art improves your mood, whereas bad art makes you feel weird. I 100% disagree, and I think this is a terrible chart just from looking at that alone. Blood Meridian and almost everything McCarthy right. It's not fun. I don't like Blood Meridian. It's not a fun story to read. At the end, I'm not in a good mood. When I go read No Country for Old Men, I'm not in a good mood at the end of that. I'm not like, oh, that was great. I'm so happy everybody ended up where they were at the end of No Country for Old Men. So it makes you feel weird. It makes you feel unsatisfied. It makes you feel drained, but that's not a bad thing for good art versus bad art. The physical effect.
No, okay, I think that's the point, right? Because one thing is what it was intended to make you feel, and another thing is what it incidentally made you feel, right? So if a movie's trying to make you feel that a certain way on purpose, and if the plot is as good enough to make you feel that way, then it's like what I said previously. It's like a positive negative reaction. You know what I mean? It's like a positive feeling of gloominess, a positive feeling of uncomfortableness, a positive feeling of depression, a positive, because at the end of the day, it is what it wants. It's what it wanted.
The chart says makes you feel weird. That's I'm saying that's what the chart here specifically says makes you feel weird. There are plenty of good films in media that makes me feel all kinds of ways I'm not happy with.
Yeah, because it was trying to make you feel that way. Sometimes
it's not.
What example of a good movie that incidentally made you feel in a certain way, as opposed to intentionally trying to make you feel that way?
I don't think I'm going to share that here on Live with People.
Oh,
but
is it that one, the people of outer space?
Certain things, but I'm going to tell you right now, just because it's good art doesn't mean that it has to make you feel positive. Now, the next thing, the physical effect boosts your mood, saps your energy. Again, I think it ties into the top thing. Bad art doesn't sap your energy. If anything, bad art gets me more energized. Nothing makes me more fucking angry and ready to go work out for like an hour than listening to people tell me how good The Last Jedi is. It's just, I'm tired.
We'll be going over The Last Jedi because I have some examples I'm going to be doing once we get to Rick's video.
Sure, but I don't want to get into the full detail, but my point is that tells me that, or bad art really gets me going. It really gets me mad when people drop the ball. there are Game of Thrones season 8's another one. Again, I don't want to spoil examples, but I felt more energized and more ready to just throw hands after season 8 than I did when I was watching the rest of Game of Thrones. I was usually satisfied and ready for bed after the end of most Game of Thrones episodes. Directional changes,
Well, I mean,
sets off an upward spiral, sets off a downward spiral. I can see that part. Like that's fine. I'll give you that.
The previous point, however, I will say that seeing GXK really sapped my energy. It made me really, really apathetic. So I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't apply to everyone.
Well, again, I think that this chart's weird. TLJ can consider a good art part of this chart. Maybe it can be. Maybe that's the thing. Because I'll tell you right now, the two worst films I've ever seen, and I will just go into one. Manos: The Hands of Fate made me literally throw up. I was so tired of watching that movie. I felt sick, and it was just the most unpleasant experience. It's just not worth it.
Did a good movie manage to make you feel that way though?
Yes, there's plenty of good films that make me feel unpleasant and like I want to leave the room.
Sure. I mean, I'm guessing I guess the counter example I would bring to myself is V for Vendetta, because again, that is an excellent movie, but I don't like it because I mean, again, like what you mentioned, in our previous stream, but I still have to give it a proper analysis. But like, I still don't like
you asked us to pull up this chart, and the other guys in the call, if you want me to read more off it, you can. I can too, but I don't agree with this chart as at all.
You haven't read the entirety of it, so you don't know.
Like, as I'm reading it, I could, if I wanted to, I could probably make my own chart. I think there's some things I agree with, some things I don't. But I think probably it would make more sense to just follow into the Rick video. Because I think it'd probably be more relevant if we bring it up there.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. And only because I do have some slides of my own, I'm going to be moving between the two a lot. So I'm going to remove that for you, Candor, so you can close that out yourself so it's not running on your computer if it slows or anything. But
I'll just minimize it and stop sharing. Let me know when I'm ready to pull it back up.
Also, yeah, if need
one thing, Zeno, quiet you. We're not talking about that film. This is a Christian podcast. Book, I should say.
Thank you.
Is Zeno sinning?
Zeno,
also, one thing I want to bring up: the way this video starts, it's exactly like every single video essay is trying to defend a really, really bad movie. It's like a formula. You see it everywhere. Soft-spoken and fragile. And starts with something pretentious like, what is art? How should we, as an audience, approach art?
Mm-hmm.
Zack Snyder's Justice League came out in 2021. This reminded me of Karl Marx.
And I will probably, I'll do the pauses where I think it's appropriate, because I did have everything sectioned out for stuff. So let's begin.
Let's go.
And I also have it on 2x speed just because he does talk kind of slow.
Yeah.
What makes a good movie?
Sounds bored.
YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
Yeah. So he does mention grifter here early in the video. That part will be saved to the end for the logical fallacies portion, but
tell you that it has to be a serious drama where it has to be life-changing lessons, or it's all portrayed in a realistic way, and I guess it doesn't have woke in it. But these people don't even understand the very foundation of what movies and the very medium they're in, and it's so much more than that. Movies are an art form, and according to the foundation of art and healing, art is the expression or application of human creativity and imagination. Whether it's a poem, doodle, or musical or art, in all its forms, captures ideas, conveys emotion, and unpacks experiences and reveals perspectives reflective of individuals and the collective circumstances. If one were to look into the history of film,
one sec, I'm gonna hold off on the pauses.
Social commentary. It might have barely, if little at all. Movies are a tool to take people to different worlds. They can't see.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop there, and I want to bring it mostly back to about here. So again, I do have the source list for everything I'm going to be mentioning here in terms of all the references I'm using to combat everything Rick says. So specifically, I'm going to bring this back even further. So we'll begin here, and I want to slow it down as well.
All its forms.
Let's see.
Human creativity. of art and healing. Art is
There
the
you go, one sec.
expression or form. And according to the foundation of art and healing, art.
So, for anyone curious, this is the foundation of art and healing. Specifically, it's a program that's actually based out of my home state that works specifically to have programs for people to create art in a way that kind of helps them with issues they're having, whether mental health or issues like finding community or just tackling issues like PTSD and the like. There's specifically a reason why they're using art to do certain things, and I had to find specifically under the creative expression approach here to find the comment that he mentions here. And this is his definition of art, where he says art is the expression or application of human creativity and imagination. Like, that can work as a definition, but the whole concept behind this foundation is specifically to have art work as a tool to heal people. If I like this, like I could go down to Brighton in like about like 2-3 hours drive, and if I asked anyone working there and hypothetically brought up the idea that what if someone was like creating art that was either making them feel worse or more depressed, like reading depressing stuff, even though they could be very insightful works of literature, if that was making them feel bad about themselves, or they were creating art that was specifically pushing out their negative feelings and it wasn't improving them, I more than likely would assume that the people in this program would steer them away from creating works of art like this, specifically because it is not doing what it is they're intending to do with art, and that is to make people feel positive. Every single like art that people create isn't necessarily going to make someone feel uplifting. Sometimes it's going to make someone feel really depressed. So using the foundation for art and healing as like some all-encompassing definition for Rick just seems really weird. And I want to go back to
he also uses it out of context.
Yeah, he uses it technically out of context. The definition he uses, quote unquote, is all there, but it's just weird that he uses that place specifically as like the thing he wants to use as his definition for art.
So I want to actually throw further into it. It's more than just weird. That's specific. You can't accidentally find that definition.
Yeah.
If you go to Google, it'll give you some generic Google definition. If you go to Oxford, if you go to Webster, you can go to all these different websites. You could probably go to multiple government websites about art. You can go to Wikipedia. All these things would come up first as places to get the definition of art from, not some faith healing place to encourage people with mental disabilities to go through art.
Yeah, like
that sounds like confirmation bias on his part.
Like, it's because I think it is confirmation bias, because specifically he's trying to say art, like the point is like what you like, art's supposed to make you feel good, but then also pulling us like a definition for art from a foundation that I only heard about after this video that's in my literal home state that confirms what he's saying. Like, so what is film? What makes a good movie? I mean, like, that's also weird too. What is a film? It's just a work of visual arts. Visual arts include things like paintings, drawings, printmaking, sculptures, etc. All this stuff here. And I'm going to bring up architecture specifically. So both of these right here, this little Godzilla thing right here and this little light, they're both LED lights, but one of them is an example of decorative art, the Godzilla one, but it still functions as a lamp, while the other one is just functional art, one could say. Going back to architecture, I say, which is an example of a bad house? The one on the top left was like a architect looking at all these weird problems with this fancy mansion, a shanty town, a literal upside down house, and then the one on the bottom right. The one on the bottom right is the example of a bad house. The one that is upside down is literally designed that way. And the fact that it is designed that way and still functions makes it still a good house, regardless of its design. The shanty house is still a good house because of the resources that are available to the people to create that house. You can't really tell them, hey, why don't you make a mansion, when they don't have the resources to create a mansion. That's literally impossible. And regardless of what the architect thinks of this house, if it's still functioning the way it needs to, then it's still, by all intents and purposes, a good house.
Fun fact, sorry to cut you off. Fun fact, the second house that you presented is pretty much every single house in my home country. They all kind of look like this. So, yeah, I just wanted to point it out.
you can't really tell someone with that doesn't have the resources to actually build a proper house to say, oh wow, your shanty house really sure is bad compared to my mansion or my house that I'm able to get. Like, it's not a fair comparison, and that's going to tie into something later on. But the issue with this house is that the foundation is wrong, and it's wrong in resulting in fixing. Architecture being an art would suppose that a good house and therefore good art in the realm of architecture is one where it meets its function. And if the foundation is damaged and cannot support the house, it is a bad house and therefore bad art. Like, if you are paying someone to build you a house and they mess up something in the house that makes it not be able to function, then fundamentally the house is bad. And if it was an architect designing this house, then therefore they have still produced a bad piece of art. If we're going to say architecture is art, which architecture is a visual art. These two videos, I'm not going to actually pull up the videos and have us listen to them. One of them talks specifically about Dubai. The other one's about this French architect as well as an artist right here. The two things on the right are examples of his of like ideas he had for architecture. The thing that, like, besides of the composition of the art pieces being well done, the idea is that they're supposed to be super large and present grandeur, and that was the whole point of his architecture. But physically they would be impossible to build regardless of whatever materials were used in his time or even now. And the reason I bring these two up is because of the fact that even if this artist could construct these ideas of architecture on paper, if they physically cannot actually happen in the real world, then by the standards of architecture, you're producing bad art because it's quite literally impossible. However, we can also go into topics such as art affecting people, because we could say that, like, Dubai as a country and like as area is designed in a way where it's supposed to look beautiful, fancy, and you bring all like these influencers and rich people here to imbibe in this like artistically wonderful and like amazing place. But there's so many issues with Dubai where it could be argued that Dubai also architecturally, as well as like other things, is still bad art because it's harming people or providing very little value to something. So the whole idea that like what makes a good movie or what is good art from Rick's perspective makes no sense, because he's not only cherry picking a weird example and using some weird a foundation that no one's heard of until this video as his definition for art, instead of just being like simple and just saying this is what art means and going from there. I'm not sure if anyone else has anything they want to add to that.
Yeah. So, firstly, I just want to inform you that all of that is just your opinion, man.
This is my opinion, bro. But I got the double Riz, so.
Aw, I got Phantom text, man.
You got Phantom text.
But yeah, no, on that point, I wanted to expand on that. So, nobody has ever said every movie needs to be a serious drama and to have life-changing lessons. Only I said that in the every Godzilla movie sucks video, and that was wrong. What makes a story good is following these 4 pillars: character writing, world building, plot, and theme. And these are all listed by order of importance. The character
Also,
writing helps you
to give yourself credit. In the video that he is trying to overtly copy in style and saying, yes, we can have both, you literally say any story could do this. It's about quality. So he's also not even like addressing a point that you're making in the video that he's trying to copy and address directly. But then he's also like talking about no showcase for grifters, which is a totally different video, which isn't even a video, it's a stream. So it's an issue that is persistent throughout Rick's entire video, is that he doesn't address claims directly, but instead is nebulously taking ideas that he thinks you have and then breaking them down. It's a classic case of the straw man fallacy, which we'll go over towards the end. But continue.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's done that several times, especially with our Godzilla, Heisei era Godzilla debate. But anyway, so the pillars of good storytelling, character writing, world building, plot, and theme, these are all listed by order of importance. The character writing helps you latch onto the story a lot better because it makes you interested in how these agents interact with the world that you created, with its own respective rules and everything. And the world building establishes the world and its rules, and the plot must stick to these rules consistently, or if a change is made, justify the change and adhere to it. The plot is an important sequence of events that transposes characters from one point in their lives to another and or alongside their entire world. The themes are the least important of the four, but it helps when it's there. It's that philosophical spice that makes a story deep and forces you to reflect on not just the events of the story and the elements of it, but how that you can apply that to your life. Godzilla movies are not exempt from these rules of writing. They are a movie like any other. And also, he did say, yeah, he brought up that BS website. Like, yeah, I don't know. He also does say, he mentioned the term greatest films of all time, which is an objective statement. And as someone who wants to, support subjectivity in art over all else, I think that's a very ironic thing to do, because again, greatest movie of all time is an objective statement.
Well, we're talking about there's nothing that's really objectively good, but then talking about the greatest movies of all time, it's really weird. But
it's paradoxical.
Specifically, yeah. So one sec. Okay, good. We can still read it. So, if art is an expression of creativity and imagination, and we are the products of our environment, can a person be misinformed about the aspects they are pulling on to create their art? The hypothetical I have here is specifically about guns. So we're actually all going to watch a video in relation to this, so that we can get the hypothetical down, because it has to do with a specific concept in firearms. So y'all get to learn more gun nut stuff about me. So that's fun, guys. We all love that here.
Yippee! We love our guns.
We love guns, kids.
Guns are cool.
Everyone loves guns. So
gun violence in places where guns are legal are lower than in places where guns are illegal. So
let's go full Zardoz. The gun is good.
The gun
is evil.
I'm willing to bet you if Rick ever watches the stream, he's going to take this whole conversation out of context about guns.
Yeah, probably.
Statistically speaking, the countries with the states in which gun laws are enforced, gun violence happens more there than those in states where guns are allowed. So yeah,
I don't want to get political tonight, my friend. I was quoting an old movie, a piece of art. We like art on this show. Rick, you like art, don't you? Zardoz is classic art.
All art is political. No, what the fuck, it's not.
Okay, so here's the video for you guys.
I hate art.
And I'm also just going to be putting it on about 7.4 times speed, just so I can get to the point.
Today, I just have a very quick video for you to address what may seem to some of you like a very simple question, but it's a very common question, so I'll address it. And that is, what is the difference between a single action revolver and a double action revolver? I'm Dustin, and you're watching Guns of the West. Now, while we could talk about other types of firearms as well, because the question would still apply, revolvers are what I mainly feature on this channel, so that's what we'll be talking about. So let's take a look at both a single action revolver and a double action revolver and compare them to see what is the difference. Here are two revolvers that have both been featured on the channel before. On the left is my Pieta-made reproduction of the Colt Single Action Army, and on the right, my Taurus Tracker. This one's in 45 Colt, and this one's in 357 Magnum if you're keeping score, but the calibers don't matter for the purpose of this video. You may have guessed by the name of this gun, Single Action Army, that is our example today of a single action. Let's first just make sure the gun is unloaded, which I've done before, but I'll just show you. All the chambers are empty. Now, if the hammer is down on this single action revolver, I can pull the trigger. Notice nothing happens at all. But on a double action revolver, which is also unloaded, with the hammer in the down position, not cocked, just like on the other one, I can pull the trigger, and the mechanics of the gun will function. It can fire like that over and over again. That's a double action. So that's the way I can really explain the difference, and the way it was explained early on to me when I was a new shooter, like some of you watching this video. On a single action revolver, the trigger performs a single action, and that action is to release the hammer. So the hammer has to be cocked back manually, because all the trigger will do is release it. That's all. I can pull the trigger all day, like I said before, and the hammer's not back. It will not do that other action. It only performs the single action of releasing. Whereas on the double action, the trigger performs two actions. As I pull it back, I'll do it slow. Notice it cocks the hammer and releases them.
Okay, so specifically, let me stop sharing here. I'm going to go back to my slideshow here. So
that is the most amount of gun information that I have ever learned, by the way.
You're welcome. So in the hypothetical here, in a film, a guy with a single action gun is used by the hero. In a scene vital to the story, the hero uses the gun like a double action, killing a villain. Is the story flawed because the hero defied reality to solve the problem? Technically, yes, but also no. If the hero has used the single action like a double action throughout the film, it's a flaw of direction. In this case, we can say that it is a poor choice of the director or the armor or anyone else who chose to use that gun in this movie to behave in this way. So therefore, it is a nitpick, so one might say. It is a flaw still, but it does not really affect the story. However, if it is portrayed as a single action and exposited upon by the character as one, it is a flaw of writing, because the writer has established that this gun acts in a certain way, but for the story to continue in the way the writer wants it to, it acts in a completely different way, similar to a different gun, but the writer, because they want the story to go the way they want it to, allows a gun to behave like a gun, but not the right kind of gun. However, because they've explained that they should know the difference, that is what makes it a flaw of writing. However, it is even worse if the function of the gun, say if we see in the shot that it is cocked or not, is used to add tension to the scene. So if we see that the single action gun is not cocked, and then we see the character then pull up this gun, shoot, but the hammer is clearly down, and we know this is a single action gun, it is not behaving like a single action gun, we can feel as the audience cheated. Some people who don't know or don't understand or don't really care about guns will say, oh, well, we understood the tension. We understood that the hero was in a tense situation, but due to their skill or something else happening that will expose it on from another part of the story, we assume that therefore that's not an issue. But if we really think about it, and if we are saying that the writer understands the difference, chooses to ignore it, but then wants the story to end up in a certain way, we as the audience members can feel cheated, and therefore Black runs off again. That is a problem with the writing. And this, however, is in a case where we're talking about elements that are from the real world that we are pulling from, because I'm in this hypothetical, I'm going off of what Rick is using as his definition kind of art. That's the expression or application of human creativity and imagination. So the writer's imagining a scenario and pulling from ideas and emotions to create this scene. However, they've made a flaw because they do know that there is something that needs to happen here, but they want it to be a certain way, but they have misstepped because they have realized that they were unable to get the desired outcome that they wanted, and they have been unable to create a satisfying conclusion to allow for the story to behave how they want it to, and that's what makes it a very damning flaw, I'd say.
Xenodrome in chat said, getting stabbed with a lightsaber and miraculously surviving.
Oh, we will go there. We will go there.
If I could finish the point that I was reading.
Yeah, no, finish.
Oh, wait, no, I already did. Never mind. I already did. Okay.
Gotcha.
Never mind.
Let's keep going, because we have more of this video to go over. And I have a few more examples of this, because hypothetically, someone could say, well, what about things that we don't know about, like situations that involve objects or things that we cannot observe in the real world, and we're trying completely off our imaginations. So let's get back to the Rick video, because that is influenced further by what he says going off of that.
One more thing I would like to mention is that responding to a 3-hour-long stream and a 10 to 15 minute long video in only 5 minutes will not only not help your point at all, but it's not really useful. You're not going to make a lot of useful points in 5 minutes. Condense all of that in just 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. But of course, he's not gonna do that, because number one, we're all grifters and we don't deserve any attention, and number two, well, I mean, if he did that, then
lower subcats than him. So that's again, that's neither here nor there. That's something that's going to come towards the end, because a lot of it gets worse. But let's keep going.
First, the expression or application of human creativity and imagination.
Let's move forward.
Whether the greatest films of all time, not every single one is going to be this art house drama with heavy social commentary. It might have barely, if little at all. Movies are a tool to take people to different worlds they can't see beyond our own. And all that creativity and imagination is so vast and varied from movie to movie. You can't simply make an all-time standard for something and how it should be done. Because if we were to say a story should always have a flow from beginning to end, Pulp Fiction would be a bad film objectively. And that's
okay. Pause.
Because
so we're gonna, what's it called? There's a few other points I do want to make. I just want to make them real quick, and then I will let you make your points as well. Black.
Okay.
Stop
okay.
Right there.
Okay. Can I start so I can?
Yeah.
Okay. So what he said was just absolutely wrong. Realism in stories, 9 out of 10 times, is believability, and that is cultivated by the story following its own established rules. And I never made that argument, and so I never said that stories needed to On top of that, on the subject of application of human creativity and imagination, that doesn't mean that there aren't rules on how to express it. You can express art. You can express art in a variety of ways. That's what makes it so malleable. But there are ways to do it correctly. And say you wanted to make a film about explaining why killing is wrong, like Batman v Superman. You wanted to explain why killing is wrong. So would it? But all you see your hero doing is killing and over glorifying the fact that he's killing. Would it not also be an error? Would it not be an error if the reasons why he wanted to kill contradict each other and the philosophical arguments fall apart, thus making the foundation meaningless? Like, I mean, I get where he's getting at. Movies aren't about logic and plot, but cause and effect is what incites emotion, and stories are a sequence of significant events, and the events matter. The fact that we can see these events happening and measure them is what makes them objective. We can see them and how they affect each other, and that in itself is a science. Otherwise, why would anybody teach it? And the existence of these rules aren't there so your creative output is hindered. It's there so your creative output makes sense and is therefore understood and appreciated by as many people as possible. They're there to help. And nobody is saying that it has to be a heavy drama with societal commentary on this. Like I've said before, tone is not a determining factor of quality. And regarding the subject of an all-time standard, yes, we can make an all-time standard. We have already, and this standard has lasted the test of time and is still being used to this day, even by you, Rick. A lot of the better movies to come out last year and this year fall under the same standard, and are at least the creators took this standard into account. And they are movies that are universally praised because it was effective at delivering what it is they wanted. The Last Wish, Oppenheimer, Godzilla -1, Dune Part 2, etc. So yes, there is a universal standard. A lot of people abide by this standard, subconsciously or not, and it works. In the words of Todd Howard, it just works.
Mm-hmm. Actually, do want to address that, but and Joma, thank you for bringing this up. I don't really want anyone to respond to it here because I do want to do a Godzilla Batman stream in the future. But if you ever, let me know if you would want to be on for that. So, because there's a lot of things that I think are juicy for comments. But thank you for bringing that up. That's gonna be down the line. I'm sorry, and thank you for coming on and Shoma. I've always loved your art and
yeah.
So at least want to bring up here when it comes to standards. One thing I want to bring up in this case, I wanted to keep all the movies I was bringing up at least things that everyone kind of knew or were familiar with, since obviously we're the Godzilla fan base. So there's things like lack of information versus motive. So specifically in Jurassic Park 3, there's obviously been the big controversy where the Spinosaurus kills the T-Rex. And then there's always big issues about dinosaur accuracy in the Jurassic Park films. You could say it is a flaw or an error, and therefore objectively bad that Spinosaurus does not look accurate to how we understand it. However, given the information that everyone knew of at the time, and given how Spinosaurus appears now, the extrapolations needed for you to be objectively correct for the most part about the appearance of this animal would be next to impossible. So therefore, given the information that was done to create Spinosaurus, basing it off its closest known relatives, in this case Baryonyx and Suchomimus, to create the Spinosaurus we know of from the 2000s, is the most logical choice that you could have made and the most objective choice, given the facts that were there and trying to present the facts as best you could. However, the reason why the Spinosaurus is able to kill the Tyrannosaurus in Jurassic Park 3, outside of the motivation to have a new dinosaur, but was also to push the pet project and pet theory of the leading paleontological consultant. The issue with this is that there's nothing wrong with pushing pet theories. The problem is that the pet theory was already proven wrong back in the 80s and 90s. So I'm going to show two videos here for you guys to show that, one, the decision was motivated, and two, the information and the objective facts were known of long before Jurassic Park 3 as a movie occurred. So therefore, besides the fanboy rage that comes at this decision, it is still an objective flaw of the movie to present this fight the way it is, regardless of any in-universe explanations that they do give, because of the motivations plus lack of information. So, yep, there's me.
Yeah.
So,
I would
let me
also
remove
like
that
to
for a
bring up
second.
the point with Pulp Fiction. Now, I
Mhm.
haven't seen Pulp Fiction, but I think another example that could easily be applicable is Memento, because Memento is told in reverse chronological order. So, let me bring it up. Let me pull up the point. It's okay. So what Rick is doing is conflating quality with story structure. A story is a sequence of events, and they don't have to happen one right after the other. They don't have to be chronological. They can be in any form of chronology that you as a director or writer you want it to be. The thing is that the events have to justify each other's existence within the story for it to make sense. That's why Pulp Fiction is good. That's why Memento is good, and that is why Tenet isn't. So story structure and quality are two different things. And I actually had a conversation akin to this with my film teacher back in my junior year of high school, and he didn't really seem to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny because, he was a film teacher. But no, when you talk about rules and standards, nobody's telling you, okay, the story has to have a beginning, middle, end, and it must flow chronologically. Nobody's telling you to do that. Nobody.
Mm-hmm. Well, so let me bring up the screen here. So we'll go over first the motivated reasoning. So this is obviously from Universal Pictures, and this is from behind the scenes for Jurassic Park 3.
Rex was actually a scavenger rather than a killer, rather than a predator. And we see that in this movie more than we see it in the other ones. Spinosaurus is really the predatory animal here that actually goes after T-Rex.
So, it's very clear that Jack Horner specifically had a motivation in terms of what he wanted to do in portraying a dinosaur differently from how it was portrayed in other films, which would honestly be more objectively correct and more accurate. And the reason why we know this is more objectively accurate is because there's information contradicting his own theory. And this is from Rick Raptor's video on Valley of the T-Rex. Me and him don't really like each other, but I will say at least this video is pretty good. It's well constructed.
Wait, did you just say Jack Horner?
Yeah, Jack Horner.
The Jack Horner?
Paleontologist Jack Horner, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was another Jack Horner. Never mind.
Not that one.
The past, his magnum opus, the thing that cemented him as the primary antagonist of every dinosaur fan that grew up in the 90s and early 2000s. The scavenger hypothesis. Our story begins with The Ultimate Guide T-Rex from 1996. While the effects are obviously dated, the science of this documentary holds up pretty well. I also love the big T-Rex head they keep waving around with its pearly white teeth. This documentary was my introduction to Phil Curry and Jack Horner, and the important thing is that both sides of the predator-scavenger question get to present their arguments.
There's a controversy right now, of which I seem to be one side of, and almost everyone else in paleontology seems to be at the other side of.
Really makes you think, doesn't it?
Tyrannosaurus had a very, very, very good sense of smell, and not very good eyesight.
The skull of Tyrannosaurus is very narrow in the snout region, which allows the eyes to face forward, giving it stereoscopic vision.
Even the short little arms. T-Rex doesn't have anything for grabbing. We're bipedal. We know that if we're going to go out and catch a chicken, we don't want to have our hands tied behind us.
They were relying on their head to do the killing. The limbs could be shortened up and would give it a great savings in weight on the front end of the body.
And if you are not sure which conclusions to draw from that, we then get Ken Carpenter presenting the smoking gun.
If we look here, we'll see that part of this spine is missing. And it turns out that there's a very nice groove here that if I were to take a Tyrannosaurus tooth, we find that it fits very well in that groove. Interestingly, we have regrowth of bone around this spine as well as around some of the tooth puncture marks on these adjacent ones, indicating that this animal survived the attack. And I think it shows conclusively that Tyrannosaurus rex was a predator, not a scavenger, as some thought.
There, the hunter versus scavenger debate was solved. Back in 1996, Horner lost, but he kept on going. The scavenger idea even made its way into Jurassic Park 3, and after the dinosaur disaster of 2001.
I would say that Spinosaurus is definitely more ferocious and nastier than T-Rex. My hypothesis is that...
And this is the same information that's right there, so... I just wanted to use it from here, so someone's not saying that I'm pulling it from some random interview that Jack did. This was stuff that was from specifically behind the scenes of Jurassic Park 3. So that's at least where I want to go with when it comes to things like motivation versus lack of information and things like that. The next thing is another one where it says when the plot needs it to happen. So surviving lightsabers, like I said, we get there when we get here.
Yay.
There is a one famous example where a character needed to die And of course, everything in the world expects that to happen, and that's the logical conclusion of these events. I'm of course referring to when Darth Maul kills Qui-Gon at the end of the Phantom Menace. Of course, there's a lot of issues with the Phantom Menace. However, given what Darth Maul did and how he was able to achieve his wins, and really just like herd the Jedi into this area, he was able to separate Obi-Wan from Qui-Gon, and Darth Maul was a superior fighter, and that's what allowed him to kill Qui-Gon. However, we see in later Disney Star Wars stuff that people have been able to survive lightsaber strikes to the stomach. Reva does it twice. She survives one stab to her gut as a youngling, and then again as an adult. We then also see the Grand Inquisitor survive getting stabbed in the gut. We also see Sabine get stabbed in the stomach and still survive. All of these characters, the Grand Inquisitor being the only exception where he's the villain but somehow survives. The only reason why he survives is because obviously he appears later in Rebels, so it can't be a different character. But in the case of Reva and Sabine, they're both now kind of more heroes or ambiguous characters. So to have either their stories continue or to have a quote-unquote emotionally resonant end to their stories, they're allowed to survive injuries that would have killed them in every other circumstance. It's because as much as people want to talk about people feeling different things about events happening in the stories, there are specific emotional beats that a creator is trying to happen. How someone takes it is where you get into subjective territory. We'll get into that later in a different slide, but the most blatant example of this, and where the plot needs something to happen and nothing lines up for it to occur, is the famous, or some might say infamous, disappearing knife sequence that appears. And while I'm pulling it up, does someone want to just either inject a point or talk about that scene? Because I would, I love bringing it up.
I just want to point out that I am very, very happy that I've only ever watched the OT and the prequels and nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Like, trust me, you are not missing anything.
No, you're not.
Like, I will tell you this, watch the prequels. Don't watch the TCW, because, like, I will say this, Darth Maul surviving his death in Phantom Menace is still stupid. So I will stay logically consistent on that. That is not an issue for me.
Hey, guess what? I have a video on that on my channel. I fixed that and make it actually work a while. If you want to check out how to do it, go to my channel.
If you want to, Candor, you can link that and put it in the chat so people can find it.
Another thing is I have a whole playlist dedicated to writing, so if you want to check that out, it's in my channel.
Yeah.
111 videos worth of, and you don't have to watch the entire thing. You can just skim through whichever ones you're interested in.
So, 1 second, and thank you, Candor. Private chats. And I will put that in the comments for you guys. Obviously, Candor's more of a fantasy guy, and you're working on your own tabletop RPG, right?
Yes, I am. I've been designing it for several years now. It's going well. We've been testing it a lot lately. Nobody in this call's testing it yet, but I'm slowly going to be expanding it out from there soon. So
awesome. You know, definitely. I don't have as much time to do TTRPGs, but I would love to test it out if given, like, if you want me to.
Oh yeah, whenever we have time, my friend. Do not worry.
But let's watch the infamous disappearing knife. So you see this guy split off his weapons right here. Engage is the hero, and of course it's just here. But obviously there's some more fighting in between these, but as you can see here, and I'm actually going to slow it down, and I don't really need the audio, so we can watch this in slow motion. So what we see here is his weapon disappears behind Rey's body here. He's then able to stop Rey's advance with his arm, catches her arm, but the weapon is now gone. At this moment, the Praetorian Guard, if he would still have his weapon, would have Rey at his mercy, and given everything we know about this character, he would then use the weapon he should have in his hand to kill Rey. We also can tell, based on the shot here, that the weapon has not landed to the ground. Watching it again in slow motion, arm up, You don't hear any clanking either. So if people are asking why don't you have the audio playing, you probably hear it clank to the ground. Nope. We go from here, and it is gone.
Even if
based on
they
how his
did
hand
drop
is,
it, why
it does
would he?
appear like he should still have it in his hand.
Well,
the
that's the
reason
thing.
why
It's
it's
been
not
fixed.
there
It's
is
closed.
because we need to have Ray survive this fight.
And
This
by
is
the
an
way,
objective flaw. So when people talk
you-
about there's no objectivity, objectively, this is a flaw because they want something to happen. They can't make it happen. So they're allowing something to change here, which is a director choice by having it feel like, oh, well, we didn't have a weapon. However, we're not stupid. We can obviously tell based off of the shot here. The
It's
weapon
still all in the
is
same
present
shot, that's
here.
the issue.
Yeah. But then for some reason, the weapon just disappears. It's not even like it's a shot, reverse shot, or cut, and the weapon shouldn't be there anymore. We see it. And then it's just gone.
You probably haven't heard about this, but this is explained in a prequel comic. So it turns out that Rey was actually born with the Jedi ability to open a pocket dimension where she can steal other people's items and just make it disappear. So what happened with the knife there is that the knife entered into that pocket dimension and that guard just lost it.
Would have been nice to know for Darth Vader for catching the returning.
Well,
the
I
Death
think
Star
that
pirates.
another great thing is I know that's a contentious issue in the show that like Rooney said, they might even fix it in a comic, some of it was stupid. But a very less contentious issue that's still a same flaw is the cars that you see in the Shire when they do a panning shot in the first Lord of the Rings film.
Oh, trust me. Here's the other thing. I do bring that up. That's in one of my slides later down the line.
Perfect. Because
So
to me, that's the quintessential flaw. Nobody wanted that to be in the film. They didn't intend for it, but they didn't catch it till after it was published. You cannot tell me that was part of their vision. That was not something that they wanted. Therefore, there's an objective flaw right there.
Yeah.
That was a joke, what I said.
Rooney, it wasn't a joke. It's a joke to you, but I guarantee if I go read any High Republic comic, I'll find it.
Oh no! Well, what's it called? Well, because remember in The Rise of Skywalker, Kylo Ren and Rey are essentially able to like teleport things to one another.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I thought it was a. Oh no,
wait! So you heard
no.
someone tell you that, and then they told you, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And
no, you
you
don't
literally
understand,
said you
dude.
never watched them.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I made them.
I will fucking get you the High Republic comic where the most emotional and the most highly sexually aggressive character is their navigator, who's a giant rock. And you think,
don't look at
you're
anything with the
shitting
High
me.
Republic.
No. His name is Shale. And he's noted as being hypersexually aggressive.
Oh, so he's a.
It can't move. It's a boulder. It's the thing SpongeBob and Squidward sit on to fly
It's a
around.
rock.
It's literally a rock.
I was just joking. What the hell,
Another
man?
thing, when it comes to writing, is that stuff when you write, and obviously, like people always say, like, oh, characters aren't real people, they don't have agency, blah 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 blah. But you, as the writer, can make the characters do things that literally make no sense or contradict other things you've written. And we're also going to talk about how like changes can work still, but they still hurt the overall story. That is going to specifically focus on Rob's character because there's a lot of things that were changed in Rob's character that they don't undermine his story, but they make certain things less impactful. So
Characters aren't real motherfuckers when you show them a movie based on real events. Perfect example, Oppenheimer. Another perfect example, the Napoleon movie that just came out.
Oh yeah, that's another good example too. Thank you. But let's look at this right here. We're gonna go through this entire video. Let me go through this. We're gonna do 5 times speed.
Shot your final scenes yet, and are you happy with how things ended? Yeah. Yeah.
Episode 5 should just be called Holy
I'm not going to lie, it was horrible.
What they see is just the end of the Dothraki, essentially.
The end of the Dothraki, people.
While Dany kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet and Euron's forces, they certainly haven't forgotten about her.
And the Golden Company has arrived in King's Landing, courtesy of the Greyjoy fleet. The balance has grown distressingly even.
We need to find Euron Greyjoy's fleet and sink it.
Your Grace, he's already destroyed a good portion of our fleet. To send our remaining ships after him.
I'm not talking about sending our ships after him.
So, for anyone wondering why this is all cut up the way it is, Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. This was after they had the episode where they killed off Rhaegal. So, for anyone wondering, this is also after Asha was taken prisoner and Theon ran away and most of the Sand Snakes had died. So, for anyone wondering, well, this could have been said before or after, blah blah blah. I do remember when these episodes had taken place.
Zim, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
So, you're going into very long and extensive detail as to how you would debunk all of these problems with Rick's arguments, as well as the mindset that Godzilla fans have when it comes to judging films. But you have to, like, I have to ask: have you actually tried to interact with these people and explain it to them? Because one of my friends, Radman, he wanted to, open a dialogue with the Godzilla fandom, and so I said sure. And so, from what he's told me, the Godzilla fandom is not only completely illiterate, they also seem to disregard any explanation, and they will immediately gang up on you and or just ignore every single one of your points. Part of the reason why I didn't put in as much effort into explaining everything wrong with the counter arguments that defend Godzilla is mainly because, number one, the fans will not give enough. They will not give enough of a shit to, and this sounds mean, but they don't care enough about your counter arguments to really give them any leeway. It's only, the more centrist fans that will at least give you the benefit of the doubt with your points. And the second
that is a good
reason.
point. I will say this. And this is the entire reason why this stream will take as long as I feel like it needs to, because there's always going to be people who disregard your point. But I feel that as a fan and as someone who does want to see the series improve and is happy, so happy the -1 has done so well, and like it's gotten to a point that I'm going to be watching the Oscars tomorrow because I really want to see like Godzilla -1 get an Oscar. I know everyone says, oh, the Oscars don't mean anything. Like, sure, we can say that, and like there's good points that someone could bring up for that. But symbolically, the fact that like Godzilla -1 even ended up there is a testament. And I think that even though there's going to be people who disregard my argument, if I'm willing to argue in good faith, bring up all these points, make sure I have all my sources in a doc, so anyone says, oh, where is he getting this from? They know exactly what sources I was pulling from, the closest they can get to being inside my head and taking everything I say with as much good faith as possible. That I think that even if it's only one person that I turn over in terms of maybe seeing my point, then I've done my job, because ultimately that is what matters. And that's why, like any of the writing I do with my Kaiju stuff, I don't release a whole lot of it. I mean, being from a personal level, I just recently submitted a story to a contest, and the first place prize is $1,000, and second and third place, the prize they get is also being submitted to the magazine first place ends up in. Like, I had written the story a while ago, and I sent it off to someone who isn't a huge fantasy fan. This person, maybe they're watching this, maybe they're not, maybe they're asleep by now. They like their whole headspace, their experience is so different from mine, but they wanted to put in as much objective critique as they could, and I made sure I was like, hey, this is aesthetically the style I'm going for. This is what I want you to focus on. I know that you may think this is bad or want to change it, but just be cognizant of that, because that's kind of what this contest is going for. They understood that, and realizing the parameters for what would be an objectively good story within this context, they provided me the best critiques that they could, the best changes. I followed them. I pushed back where I thought was appropriate. And I submitted that story last week, And well, not last week. I submitted it. The deadline was the end of February. I submitted that story at the end of February, and I got an email back, and not that I won or anything, but that the person was very excited to read it. And even if I don't win, I don't make first, I don't make second, I don't make third, and they just say, hey, it just wasn't what we're looking for, I still feel that I put out something not necessarily objectively good, but I put out something, I learned from it, and now I can improve. And even if they say I didn't win, I would love to ask them, hey, what was it you didn't like, so that I in the future can know what I can do to appeal to the writing that I'm doing. I think that as much as I think we love to rag on people, it is important that we engage in the most honest way possible. And this sounds honestly like I'm totally preaching, but if someone puts in this much effort, then I think people will understand it and recognize honesty. And I think that there is a lack of just straight up honesty. And I think we like to hide sometimes a little bit behind ironic, like insincerity, being ironic, everything's a joke, lol. And that's fun. There's a place for that. But I think that if we do care, we need to take it as seriously as possible. And that's why, like, even like the kaiju reviews I do for people, it takes so long for me to do those, because I want those to be the best that they can be. And even some of those people are better artists than I am, but they still come to me and say, like, hey, what's your thoughts on this? Because they respect the fact that I want to help them do the best that they can. And that's how I want to build my audience. And that's how I think the best way to be done through critique. And it's hard, it sucks. And you get people. And I think that the thing that's annoying is that these people say, oh, we want good stuff, but then they do things like what Rick does in his video, which it feels very disingenuous, which, again, there's a lot that's disingenuous in this video, and I will explain that in detail. But yeah, that's me preaching, and I feel
don't apologize ever for preaching, because we need more preachers nowadays. And I do agree with everything you've just said. And at what point I would have believed everything about this. It's just that over time I've just become so apathetic regarding the Monsterverse and the quality. I mean, right now I'm at my most cynical place right now. I'm in a very cynical stage of my life where I just kind of give up on the Monsterverse, and yeah, because right now narratively it's way too broken, and the only solution I can see right now is a reboot. But I find what you're doing is just very respectable, and personally I try and have the patience to solve this diplomatically, like how you're doing. And again, in a less cynical version of me would, enthusiastically do everything you've suggested, argue in good faith, research is more, because this, I argue, is more than what these people deserve right now.
Yeah, and so I think that that is, I think, to be, God, I feel like I'm doing like those to be the best man that you are, and I'm like only 20, I'm in my 20s, and what do I know? But just being someone who loves writing, loves Godzilla. I want it to be the best it can be, and being around people who aren't fans, if there is one thing that they can know me for, it's the fact that I always ask them, what would it take to get you into this, or what is it you like, and how could I make a kaiju story that could appeal to you? And that doesn't necessarily mean that I think everyone's going to be a fan. I think Godzilla can be for everyone, but Godzilla is not for everyone. Not everyone's going to be a fan. Not everyone's going to respect it. They're like the Gamera trilogy, for example, a great example of this. I've introduced several people to the Gamera trilogy after having watched Godzilla movies, and they just can't get into it. There's some of the effects that are pretty good for tokusatsu, were pretty good for that time of year. They just didn't vibe with it, and they thought the idea was silly. I think that some people there's objectively good art that just some people won't resonate with. And I think that it's easy for us to be like, they've got shit taste. They don't know shit. But I think what's important is to wonder, what can we do that still is aligned with the ethos of kaiju, but still get someone on board? And I think that, at least with Godzilla, this is why I encourage indie kaiju creators and like people to do their own thing, is because everyone's bringing their own style, everyone's bringing their own ideas into it, and we need more of that, because I think as much as people like to talk about Godzilla being a malleable character, Godzilla is best when he represents things closest to what his inception was. And I think allowing indie kaiju creators to have the space to really focus in on themes that maybe Godzilla's covered, but they can cover better, will allow the like whole like genre to grow more. And I think fantasy is a perfect example of this. Like for example, I love D&D, like Forgotten Realms D&D, but like even though they're like technically a part of the same franchise, Dark Sun and D&D Forgotten Realms are so different from each other, and you can't like really get those two together. And if you tried to do like a typical Forgotten Realms story in Dark Sun setting, it just wouldn't work as well. Same thing if you're trying to do a Dark Sun like story in the Forgotten Realms, it just doesn't work that way. You need these unique takes, and you need more competition, and you need more people trying to change these stories, but in an honest way to help things endure. That's what I think is important.
That's kind of what I say in my legacy in my No We Can't Have Both video, where we regarding easing people in with the monster stuff. Possibly the best possible way to get people to become a Godzilla fan is to have better Godzilla movies, better written stuff that is impactful. Could you imagine, right, a Godzilla trilogy of movies that is regarded as one of the greatest movies of all time? Like, could you imagine just the pillars of storytelling, and one of them is a Godzilla movie? Like, if we ever reach that point, I think no doubt it will attract enough people. That's why I keep saying the best way to attract more people is to have better movies. This is why Godzilla -1 attracted so many people that weren't Godzilla fans into Godzilla, because it was a genuinely great movie. And I think if we ever get to the point where we reach the point if we ever get to a point where we reach the level of quality where we have a movie that is on par with, say, Lord of the Rings, then I'm pretty sure a lot of people will become fans. Even the most casual of viewers would be like, yeah, that movie was pretty good. I highly recommend it. So yeah, that's kind of like what I say in No We Can't Have Both.
Yeah,
like we need to attract
I would
more
say
people.
this too, is that like when it came to -1, I saw -1 more non-fans and around people who weren't like big fans than like Godzilla fans, because obviously like you're gonna have the big fans that come out the opening night, but like I saw the movie 10 times, one of those being the black and white showing, and most of the people I took were people who weren't like big fans, or some of them were kind of getting into it. I remember one person I took with it, she's like, she can't really get into like all the Godzilla movies. Some of them she thinks are okay, but like it's not a thing. And the fact that like the ending to that movie, that she like physically like not cringe, but like physically gasped and like bawled her eyes out at the conclusion of that story. It's not just the fact that it's a friend of mine who is having that emotion, like such a visceral reaction to it in a good way. It's the fact that it's someone who has already told me that they're not a fan. They like it to a point because they like me and they like being around me. But it means so much to me to see like non-fans have these reactions, and I think that that's what I want to see more. And I think because we're gonna go into another point that Rick makes about movies being fun and stuff, or like movies that have little substance and stuff, and you could still have amazing reactions to them. But neither here nor there. And I want to finish up this video because then once I finish up this video, make a few points, I'm gonna go back to Rick's video, and then I have a few more points.
Well, before you start the next video, then at that point, I'm gonna have to bounce. I can only stay until 2 a.m. and it's a few minutes till it. So
I'm so sorry.
You're good, brother.
It's
I'm
all right.
fun hanging with you guys. We got a lot of my points out. I gave Mr. Rooney a couple of questions if Rick does come on that I would like asked. Otherwise, thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Ken. It's really funny because I had watched your Raksasha video and I watched a few of your other history of videos. And when you were on Blackscreen, I was like, oh, that sounds super familiar. Then when I checked your channel, I was like, oh, you're that oh, it's the same person. So like it was like one of those small world type of things. So
That's
it was
awesome.
like it's kind of cool that this is how we connected.
I think it's awesome, and I'm starting to stream myself Wednesdays. So if you're ever off on a Wednesday, you could hit me up, and I'll gladly have you on. And honestly, I would one day like to talk about like kaiju fantasy as part of the fantasy stuff, because
I would tell you this. I do have an idea for like a dinosaur kaiju TTRPG I'm kind of working on that's like using kind of more like World of Darkness styled. So like if we ever have time, I'd love to talk about that.
Certainly. My Discord's linked. Rooney's in it. NNN is who's been harassing us all night. It's one of the moderators there. So you're more than welcome to come in, and I gladly talk to you about different RPG ideas. And yeah, other than that, though, thank you so much for having me on. That is all for today, lords and ladies of the internet. Thank you, and keep these two gentlemen warm tonight.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you ever decide to make a stream on Warhammer, please invite me.
Oh man, Warhammer, that's going to be like 20. Warhammer pure like autism crunch down.
Yeah.
Anyway, good night.
That's gonna be tism. But have a good night, man.
Good night. Yeah. I feel like the one friend that introduces their two best friends and now they hang out and I'm just left alone.
1 sec, because now you have to re-put in the entire output there. So because I want to make sure I was showing him properly. But I'm also I know Candor's his channel is in the description, guys. And actually everyone on the black screen for the episode was their channels are in the description, so do give them all subscribes.
Also, a bit of a plug in here. My stream, episode 9 with where we responded to the criticism quote unquote criticisms that I've gotten with my videos, that has finally passed the 300 view mark, making it my most successful stream in the entire channel. So
congratulations, my man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But let's see. Let's go back into these writing errors.
Viserion and Rhaegar. Anyone do to them?
Well, Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
Best season ever.
At that point, Jamie really has to take a really long, uncomfortable look at who he really is.
If your precious Bentley commanded you to kill your own father and stand by while thousands of men, women, and children burned alive, would you have done it?
I think that's the turning point for him.
When have I ever been able to convince Cersei of anything? Try. If not for yourself, if not for her, and for every one of the million people in that city, innocent or otherwise.
Drove my sword into his back.
To be honest, I never really cared much for them, innocent or otherwise.
I think Jamie, by the end of episode 5, has come to terms with who he really is, and he may not be happy with who he really is, but he knows he's not. He knows what matters to him, and Cersei is what matters to him.
Oh, I mean, I was pissed.
But even if she has come to terms with who her father was and what her father really was.
I'm not my father.
No, Your Grace. Thank the gods.
Ultimately, she is who she is, and that's a Targaryen.
Our fathers were evil men, all of us here. They left the world worse than they found it. We're not going to do that. We're going to leave the world better than we found it.
And, she has said repeatedly throughout the show, I will take what is mine with fire and blood. And in this episode, she does it.
I am not here to be queen of the ashes.
Tens of thousands of innocents will die. These are the people you came here to protect.
How many slaves are there in Yunkai?
200,000.
Then we have 200,000 reasons to take the city.
If you want to sit on the throne your ancestors built, you must win it. That will mean blood on your hands before the thing is done.
The blood of my enemies, not the blood of innocents.
She knows she has won this war. It's in that moment when she makes the decision to make this personal.
I'm here to free the world from tyrants.
That one just bites.
Khal Drogo gives the Golden Crown to Viserys, and her reaction on watching her brother's head melted off.
He was no dragon.
There is something kind of chilling about the way that Dany has responded to the death of her enemies.
I was concerned we were going to ruin that, but I don't think we did.
Well, you too.
If you could describe the season finale of Game of Thrones in one word, how would you describe it?
Disappointing.
Yeah, I mean that kind of says it all.
Man, she's hot. What? Wait, what? What did you say?
What did you say? What did you say?
The mitochondria and the powerhouse itself.
Well, but
oh yeah.
1 sec, yeah. So like you were mentioning, like sometimes you feel cynical. Again, using Rick's definition, yes, art can be meaningful, art can be powerful, and everyone can make art. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad, but everyone can make art. Sure, that is true. That does not, however, mean that there are not mistakes that can be made by the creators. Just because these mistakes can go unnoticed by someone does not diminish the fact that they are indeed there. The severity of these problems can only be examined by discourse, and this is why I encourage there to be discourse, because I think that's important, and always being the one that champion it is important. And
I posted this argument to Zim, not Zim, what's his name? Yeah, Rick. When we were discussing Godzilla, the Heisei era Godzilla, I told him, hey, okay, so you got a plumber, right? A plumber does a really okay. No, wait, hold on. That wasn't the analogy. The analogy was this. So you got broken pipes. A bunch of inspectors appear in the house and tell you, yeah, I don't see the problem here. I don't see any problem. The house is fine, and then leaves. And then a plumber goes into the house and inspects the plumbing and says, okay, there's an error here, there's a problem here, you need to fix this, you need to fix that. And then you go, oh, but there were several inspectors that came by and they said it was good. And then they said, oh, and then the plumber says, oh, well, no, that they probably didn't either they either didn't look it through, they either did not look through the issues there, or they looked at it and just simply ignored it. But there's clearly a very important problem here. That's kind of like what people do when they say, "Oh, it doesn't affect me," or "Oh, it's not a problem for me." Yes, just because you don't see it as a problem does not negate its existence. It's still there. It's kind of like when people say, "Oh, what's a god to a non-believer? Still a god."
Mm-hmm. Well, it's when people say, well, bro, that's just a nitpick. Like, the problem is still there, whether it's a nitpick or not. If people are able to point out nitpicks, then hey, at least it means directors and everyone else on set is probably more vigilant. Be like, hey, let's focus on these things here. And like, if a nitpick is really inconsequential, then still hash it out. Like, really go into detail why. Or like, it's just a movie. If it's just a movie, why value media? If we're going to talk about things like, oh, there's bad media, it's going to have bad messaging to it. But it's just a movie. Why should it matter?
I'm sending you a chart that I made.
Yeah, no, send it to me via DMs. Or like, it's not it's just your opinion. Yeah, opinions can be more informed than others.
And opinions can be based on objective information.
Yeah. And like, or be like, you're not the target audience. In that case,
that doesn't really matter, actually.
Well, here's the thing, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters in the sense where like, it's possible that you could miss things not being the target audience member. Like, obviously, being the fact that we aren't Japanese, there's probably some things in Godzilla that, unless explained by like interviews or Japanese citizens, that we aren't going to understand. That is fair, but that is exactly why you want to be informed, so you can objectively know like the context behind this. Like, that's what's important. And like, again, if you're not the target audience, then therefore the failure of that media cannot be blamed on a lack of participation, because you're being told this isn't for you. So therefore you do not need to be responsible for it succeeding. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, you're not the target audience. And then be like, why are these people watching us? It's so two-faced. Or it's like, you're meant to turn your brain off. Being someone who exercises a lot.
If I turn my brain off, I will die.
Does like martial arts. The people associate turning off your brain with action. Action is not inherently mindless. Like, there's a lot that goes into a good fight scene versus a bad fight scene. There's a reason why you have coordinators and people who like have choreography set out in storyboards. That it's important.
The choreography in Dune in particular, yeah, it's a very good fight scene, like with Fade Rotha and Paul Atreides.
Like a good example with Fade versus Paul. Like, choreographing a knife fight is not going to be the same as choreographing a sword fight or a gun battle. They're so different. Or like a fist fight, and there's so many things you have to account for. And this is why
literally every single kung fu movie ever. Yeah.
And then like the worst example for a Godzilla fan to say is that it's just a monster movie. If it is, why do you value the franchise so much? You're devaluing the genre to defend the movies that you say are stupid. Like, don't.
It doesn't make any sense. You're devaluing it
to defend it. You're not helping it at all.
But it's so stupid. Yeah, that's the problem.
Here. But We're going back to the Rick.
Great. We're going back to that guy.
We're going back to Rick.
He's not particularly interested in joining. Like I said, he blocked you on Twitter.
He's blocked me on Twitter. Apparently, he had a Twitter post slandering me on Twitter as well. It's in like, I'm gonna misrepresent him. I'm gonna apparently because of some other drama, then I'm gonna bring that up. Because clearly, I needed to slander him on drama for this. It's so stupid.
If he really thinks that about you, then that says more about him than it does about you.
Mm-hmm. And the framing is what's annoying too about it. But let's keep going.
It's not in this art form because there's no such thing as an objective opinion or if something is subjectively correct in any art form. And before the people who try to deny this say, oh, well, that means the Cheeto bag that has the color orange on it, it must be red because of subjective. Twisting my words in favors. There are things.
Okay, pause. This argument in particular was so stupid. Oh my god, it actually caused me a brain hemorrhage. The orange Cheeto bag must be red because it's subjective. Twisting my words will not do you any favors. I have not come across a more stupid way to defend something than that. I have to genuinely believe that this has to be satire because my brain cannot fathom someone condensing so much stupidity in a single sentence. This is just anti-intelligence at this point. This is an insult to all educators.
It's a logical fallacy because again, most of his logical fallacies, the biggest ones and the most egregious ones, are towards the end, which is why I put the logical fallacy stuff at the end. But in this case right here, it's a straw man, but he's also poisoning the well because he's priming people in his audience, and he has a bigger audience than you, and he has a bigger audience than I, to believe that if someone's going to try to get him on a gotcha, because he assumes that the only way people are going to be able to argue against him is with gotchas, is by making a stupid anecdote.
Yeah, that is the textbook definition of a straw man argument.
Is going further, so I want to keep going in the video just a little bit before I bring up more points.
And such intentions from the filmmakers, but what people make of it, and if they think it's good or bad, is all subjective. We are all different from each other. And the simplest thing is if sour, spicy food tastes just fine for someone, but tastes really bad for someone else. In that sense, we all literally have different tastes. If someone thinks a movie that's light on character, work, and story, but big on action and any lack of realism, is better than a war drama with a character-driven narrative, that's perfectly fine. If someone thinks a political thriller is a better movie than an all-out balls-to-the-wall non-stop action movie, that's perfectly fine. We don't judge every movie on the same metrics of things. Because if we did, and only asked for the same movie that armchair YouTube critics said we should make, it would be completely boring. Someone can think that the two greatest movies of all time are 2001, A Space Odyssey, and John Wick, a movie that's just a hitman killing people who killed his dog, and that's it. There's nothing
okay, so I want to pause it right there, and I'm going to go back to my slides because...
okay, while you do that, Zim, there's one point I want to finish making in regards to his previous point regarding the...
Before someone says
the Cheeto bag thing.
I'm not that smart, honestly, Alice. I appreciate you saying that, but I'm pretty fucking stupid. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Alice, you have to understand we are Godzilla fans. By definition, we are retarded.
But make your point, Black.
Yeah. So the orange. Okay, first of all, Rick, you twisted your own words to make a really dumb point. Second, he's making an objective statement. He's making an objective claim when he says that a word. When you say something is, the word is refers to the state of being, of existing in a certain manner. Existence is objective. We can see it and we can measure it. We have different units of measurements to measure specific things. Our units of measurements is cause and effect and logical chronological progression depending on the story. At least, for our standards. When you say the Cheeto is red, you're making an objective claim, and saying it's objective doesn't make it any less wrong. Objective or not, it's still wrong. Thirdly, why would anyone make this argument? What we would say is, oh, our beautiful sun has such a gorgeous shade of black today. The word beautiful would be subjective. What makes this opinion about the sun in this case false is the fact that the sun isn't black. That is what we do with media criticism. We tell people the sun is yellow, not black. But of course, he's saying, oh, subjectivity, you see this as red, therefore it is red. No. That is just And also, is he just gonna explain why I'm wrong? Why that claim in particular is wrong about the Cheeto bag is red instead of orange? Is he gonna explain why that's wrong, or is he just gonna?
Because it's totally poisoning the well, because clearly none of what he has said right here has been in what your video has said. It's telling that he doesn't pull any points you specifically say in your video. But specifically, if we're looking at objective just means not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. It is in considering and representing facts, while subjective is based on personal opinions and feelings rather than on facts. So in the far right corner right there, I have some of my art. Some of it's like, you can't really tell all of it there, but some of it's like all my really, really early art. Some of it's my new digital stuff. And on the right, the biggest one there is the stream picture. Like, it's part of the thumbnail I used. Kaiju made it. I would consider his art just objectively better than even like my most recent stuff. The dude's a talented artist. That's why I commissioned him. If we're just say there's nothing objective in art, and there's nothing is better than anything else, everything's just equally the same, then ultimately I have no reason to improve as an artist. I could have just stayed exactly where I was, not try to learn even on my own. I don't go to art school, never went to art school. I have a master's in English education. So that is like my quote unquote expertise isn't in art or film or anything like that. But as someone who's trying to self-teach himself, if there's nothing objective, there's nothing wrong. Like, if you say there's no objectivity, then there's nothing wrong with art. And if there's nothing wrong with my art, then there's no reason for me to improve. Am I improving because I just feel like it? Like, why would I feel then that my art needs improvement? Because subjectively, it doesn't, like, if we're saying it's all subjective, then it doesn't really matter for me to improve. I could have stayed exactly where I was. But objectively, I realized, oh, there's things I could do here. There's things I could do here. I'm not where I want to be, and therefore I must improve because I want to make better material. And I keep striving, and I'm learning from everyone. What's it called? Hopefully he does do the thing tomorrow. I know the guy's super busy. Rick San Toys. I've been watching his videos on like modeling, because I would love to create a video game, or like take some of my characters and make them into models, or like make other people's stuff into models and do stuff in that aspect. If everything was subjective, then I could probably do something that doesn't even look really like my characters or like other people's characters, but subjectively it doesn't really matter because there's none in this art form. If there's objective standards, then there's reason for people to improve and there's reason for people to be better. It pushes us, it motivates us. And I understand it's hard for people. I know a lot of people on Twitter and on Instagram who don't think their art's good. They don't think they're ever going to improve, and they feel like they're always in a rut. And it's hard to have motivation when you feel like you're not going anywhere. And I think that like thinking that like there's nothing like objectively good or objectively bad, it can put people in a state where like, oh, if people really do believe that, then why should I improve? But I'm not really getting the traction I want to get, or I don't feel like I'm where I should be, and it can cause confusion. And I don't want to go so far as to say like the idea that Rick is proposing is dangerous or anything. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, because I don't think he's doing it maliciously. I think he's doing it unintentionally, but I think it does do something where it doesn't allow people to be the best version of themselves. When you have a standard or a goal to reach, it makes you want to improve, and that's not an easy thing to do. It's far from easy, but you do need to.
The best things are usually the ones that come the hardest.
Exactly. And
the things of value,
some things
like exercise.
Yeah, or like even, and it's true. Sometimes you could be doing something that is super hard and like the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but that's a learning process. You objectively realize that, okay, this strategy doesn't work. What can I learn from this to do better? And if we're looking at things here, this is from the Eating Gallery, and the other one on the top right is from Megan Cole, Art and Illustration. So we'll do the first one first. Objective art is artwork that depicts easily recognizable subject matter, is also known as representational or figurative art. For example, a collage of a dog or zoo animal, like Cole's animal collages, are objective works of art because they illustrate something we can recognize. And then from the Eating Gallery side, subjective art is, I'm actually going to have to bring it up here because I realize, unfortunately, it is pixelating it. Or can I? Yeah, that's better. Okay, I have to put us all both off the screen. So, subjective art is the art that is created by the artists themselves. The art is made based on personal feelings and emotions felt when creating it. Subjective art has been around for a long time, but it has gained popularity in recent years due to the rise of social media and digital technology. With subjective art, artists try to create personal and unique pieces for each individual. When creating subjective art, artists use their own emotions and feelings to express themselves through their work. Examples of subjective art can vary drastically in method, mediums, and style. There's some ways to create subjective art that is hard to narrow down what exactly subjective art is. Some people may look at one piece and think it's an abstract painting. And yeah, abstract is like one of the biggest examples in general art about like things being subjective. But with objective art is a term used to describe art created to be an object that can be seen and touched by humans. Objective art is the opposite of abstract with no meaning or purpose. The artwork that's created to be seen and touched by humans, the artwork has a clear message or meaning to it. The artwork makes sense about the world around it. So honestly, you know about the different types of what's it called? You know, the different kinds of like Death of the Author, Frankenstein of the Author. Those types of literary criticisms sprung up from like this idea of subjectivity or there being no real standards. Because with Death of the author's intention doesn't matter. So even if the director had a vision or intentions behind a scene, it doesn't matter. What really matters is what the audience members is feeling. And this is where you get into like certain beliefs. Like, for example, the biggest one, which I'm going to be going over these in the future, the whole King Kong is racist thing. I know I already did some streams on this, but what I do want to do in the future is go over some of these papers, like college papers from professors talking about how King Kong is definitely racist, guys, and actually going through their language and seeing it as they say for all of you guys to see, so that we're actually really looking at how they are examining art. Because like art criticism and the idea of objective versus subjective is not some concrete thing, and there isn't some kind of consensus that Rick is alluding to here that there's no objectivity in art. Like clearly from artist perspectives here, there is a concept of objective art. And what I say here is that because films depict recognizable subject matter, films, unless intended to be abstract, are trying to convey specific emotions through the scenes they depict. It's an interesting idea to talk about things like Death of the Author or what it could mean to certain people or groups, but that doesn't ultimately matter. They are depicting scenes that are recognizable. So subjectivity only occurs when people see the scenes and create their own meanings and feelings. For personal example, again, going back to -1, since this is the big thing that's causing this, I identify with Koichi so much, not because I have similar struggles to him, but because of having similar interactions with people in my real life, or reacting in similar ways to events that have hurt me or harmed me. And like there is
Shikishima for -1, right?
Yeah, and like there's a lot of stuff that still haunts me, and I'll be honest with all of y'all. There's a lot of things that I have regrets about, and those things haunt me in a similar way. And like the first time I saw -1, the fact that I identified so much with his character, even though like I'm never gonna be a kamikaze pilot. I know a kid I'm never gonna fight a giant dinosaur, but feelings of shame and feeling like maybe there's a way out of this. And for those who know me a little bit more personally, a lot of stuff happened last year that really like resonated with me so much, because they were wrapping up as -1 was ending, and there was a lot of weight lifted off my shoulders. And I felt like after a lot of stuff happened, I felt like Koichi at the end of that movie, where I was just able to sort of have those emotional releases. Maybe not necessarily with the person the person I truly love, and like seeing them there alive and all that, but like just those raw emotional reactions really did hit me. Like it's really what like it. I identify with it. It doesn't say anything about. It doesn't say objectively about how the scenes were constructed or the dialogue or anything like that. It's completely subjective because it is my own personal feeling. Even if I didn't identify with it, if I was able to explain how I could come to the conclusion that this is occurring here, these characters are saying this is why this is why this is a good scene, even if I don't identify with it. I could still say the
Yeah.
scene is good. But like going back to the knife thing, in this scene right here and in that whole fight scene, objectively what is occurring is you're seeing the hero struggling against an antagonist who is then able to get the hero in a compromised state before she uses her ingenuity to solve the problem and defeat the antagonist. Mechanically, the antagonist has trapped the protagonist with one arm while wielding two weapons, giving the antagonist the chance to stab the protagonist. But because the outcome is for the protagonist to succeed, the second weapon is removed and to allow the tension to remain and for the intended scenes to occur and for the emotions to be expressed the way they wanted to. They cut out the weapon so that, hey, there's no longer a weapon there, so now people can't really say that the Praetorian Guard should have stabbed Rey. But when in reality, if we look at all that scene all the way through, he had a weapon there, it just disappears, and therefore we cannot say that this scene was done well. Subjectively, however, we can say that the audience felt cheated. They felt happy because the protagonist won. They could feel angry. They could feel a whole many things. And that's why specifically I use the phrase ad astra, because there could be billions upon trillions of reactions people could have, but what objectively occurred and what mechanically happened are there. And whatever you feel about it means nothing in the face of what is on screen, because that is all objective. And Braden's in here too. How's it going?
Hello there, sir.
And you're muted.
I just want. It wasn't. No, I'm here.
Braden.
I just want.
Finally,
to say,
the trio is complete.
For the record, I can fix you, Nate.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. You just gotta give me an opportunity.
Never.
You know. So I see we're talking about our favorite topic, Brian.
What did you say? I don't know.
Brandon's the ex who keeps thinking that he can fix me, but
I can though.
No, you can't.
He's a
And
guy
here's the thing: is that specifically when we look at like this comment here, we're all different from each other. Correct? Everyone is different. That also infers that artistic ability, attention to detail, and understanding of logic, among other things, will not be equal. If diversity, if we're going to say diversity is our strength, then therefore you have to account for disparate outcomes. Not everyone is going to be the same. That is why equity is usually in conjunction with things like diversity. If we are going to adhere to this idea, everyone's different, everyone's special, not everyone is going to win first place. Not everyone is going to be viewed exactly the same. Sure, we can respect everyone, but that does not necessarily mean that everyone is going to favor something in the exact same way. And this is why criticism is levied. There needs to be qualifications to narrow down appropriate circumstances to criticize art. And that's why, for example, obviously D-Man's doing this for a joke. It's a straw man because the fact is that we're not going to judge a movie from 1954 with no CGI, limited budget, limited resources, the same way we're going to judge a multi-million-dollar Hollywood production just because they have the same character. The same thing can be said as to why comparing the Heisei films to the Showa films is not always going to be the same. Same thing to the Millennium series with the Heisei and with the Showa series. There needs to be that understanding there that, yeah, there are things that are going to be different or going to probably be objectively worse, but there's reasons why you can't do it. Like if someone tells you you should pay someone $1 million because it's helping them, sure, but if you do not have the resources to actually pay someone $1 million to help them in their situation, it's unrealistic. When someone says you ought to do something in language, it means that not only you should do it, it is imperative that you do this. That's why in philosophy they often use the word ought to mean something like one ought to be a good person. But if someone says hey, clap your hands, and someone is missing a hand, you can't tell a person you ought to clap your hands because it is literally impossible for them to do so. Just how it's literally impossible to compare the issues with 2014 to 54 because of the circumstances.
Another thing I would like to have mentioned.
The reason why I wanted Braden to be on is because I do use a tweet from Braden down the line. So I felt it was appropriate for him to bring it up. Yeah, here it is.
By the way.
So before you say something, Black, yeah, I do you can laugh, but I thought it was appropriate.
That one?
Yeah,
that's funny.
Because Like the guy's like, I love King of the Monsters. It's my favorite Monsterverse movie. That doesn't mean I don't have criticisms toward it. It's normal to have criticism towards things you're a fan of. It doesn't make you less of a fan for criticizing something you love. And to put my heart on my sleeve, these things right here, Fallout 3, Planet of the Dinosaurs, Sword Art Online, The Red Pyramid, and for design stuff, the Jurassic World Baryonyx and Jurassic World Giganotosaurus. I love all these things. You can like something that's bad, and that's why I said we were going to get into it. It does not reflect on you as a person if you like these things. And I may not have thought out reasons as to why I think all of the stuff is good. Maybe if you catch me on a different day, I might. But I like them, and there isn't really anything that's going to change too much my opinion on it. But yeah, like I think that, of course, obviously Rating, you're laughing at it, but I think that like this is like a healthy, if not Giga Chad behavior to have, because it separates your ego from the art that you identify with. It makes you a more complete person because of that.
My favorite
separating the intellect from the ego.
The what?
But
intellect from ego.
Rooney, you were gonna say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Regarding what's his name, D-Man's posts, the ones that I showed you in your server.
Yeah.
So
I think
so.
I didn't use those ones specifically, but they all have the similar sentiments to them. So I'm gonna move.
Yeah.
Back to this.
So I saw his video. Yeah, I saw his video. He said, "Oh, I was just clowning on Godzilla fans because of this and that." But here's the thing: number one, not only are those points, all of them, disingenuous. I know what he's trying to do, but the thing is that if there are problems, the problems that he's highlighting, if anybody in the past noticed them, then they would be valid as well. That's something that Radman showed me. We talked about it, and yeah. If they were acknowledged, if they were problems that they were acknowledged in the past, and people in the past said, "Okay, this is an objective flaw of the CGI of the writing," then it would still be valid. So his point falls apart, and he's doing it, satirically, to make fun of the Monsterverse. But not only is it disingenuous, he's kind of falling for his own trap. But I think what you said about it, I think it might be feeding into what he's saying, which is why I would caution against saying that.
I'd say another disingenuous part is the fact that he is claiming that the people he is mocking are acting like these flaws ruined the whole thing, when in reality that was never said. So he's
even then, like, CGI is part of the visual medium of storytelling. So I'm pretty sure, obviously, like, if the story's good enough, you can forgive that bad visual effects, but that doesn't excuse. Especially with nowadays, with the technology that we have.
Yeah.
Because look at Doom Part 2, for example. It has some of the best CGI. And the reason for this is because it doesn't have the Marvel problem of constantly needing reshoots. There was a clear vision, and people knew what they wanted to see. And so they stuck with it, and things flowed a lot easier. The excuse that giant monster battles are harder to animate in CG during the daytime is bullshit. Kong Skull Island exists. Segments of Pacific Rim take place during the daytime, and the CGI looks fine. There's an entire segment in Godzilla 2014 where Godzilla is just there during the daytime, and he looks fine. A lot of the scenes of Godzilla in 2014 take place during the day, and they look fine. Even if it's cloudy, even if it's rainy, it's still daytime, and they look fine.
I'd say they look a lot better than the third act.
And it's like, it's another one of those things too. It's like, there's gonna be that one guy who's gonna say, "Oh, it still looks like a video game cutscene." Sure, and like that's why, even though sometimes you have to engage with some of the stupid people, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't care anymore. I just block them or whatever." And it's like, ultimately, at that point, you do this to yourself, to where, if you hear something that's similar to an argument that you do know has been disingenuous, you automatically, to a certain degree, discount it, which is, I think, poor judgment on some of these people's parts. And I do think in this case, of course, D-Man is clowning on it. I think he found it funny, sure, but I know Derek's smarter than this. But obviously he's a bigger personality than me, and he probably deals with it more than I do. But I think there is value in terms of sifting through bad criticism to get to something where, you know what, maybe I don't agree with it, but like, fair assessment. And specifically in this case, it's a false equivalency because not like all these movies, Final War, Shin, JXK, -1, all very different films, but we're not comparing a lot of different things. Oh, hey, and Consequential Gaming's in here too. Wow, I'm seeing a lot of people from the past. But like, no one is saying that like you can't have a balls to the walls action movie. It's just a matter if it's written well, it's shot well, and it's done well. I think like, yeah, if Final Wars is written well, people are gonna love it. If GXK is written well, or like the effects are better when the movie finally comes out, people are gonna like it. It's a false equivalency where Rick is talking specifically about the medium or the themes or the trappings of the movie, rather than someone saying about the quality, what makes something good, what makes something bad, and actually engaging with that. And that's why I wanted to specifically bring up the quotes he brings up here. And the thing is that I love that he brings up 2001: A Space Odyssey and John Wick. Already, if someone was going to tell me that, my question is going to be like the problem I already have with this point is that John Wick and 2001: Space Odyssey are obviously very different movies, but they can still be considered some of the greatest movies of all time. John Wick, I would consider one of the best action movies of all time because it has such a great use of laconic dialogue and visual storytelling, how it handles gunfights, how it handles injuries. All of it works so well, but Rick literally demeans the movie by saying, oh, it's just about a hitman killing people. It's 14 minutes into the movie before we actually get Daisy's death, but there's so much working before that. We see how John is acting with his wife, his mourning, how he handles it. We also actually get to see how well of a driver he is, which plays into the film later. We also get to see some of the laconic dialogue in the sense where there's so much being said behind so little, and you have to infer a lot. And because you understand that the language of the film is so veiled, you have to infer what's being said based on other things such as the body language or positioning, camera work, and the like, which is so good. Specifically, I'm going to bring up the Grimdark Half Off video right here. I have it in the what's it called? I have it in the source link, so I'm going to bring that up in the meantime. But Black, if you want to say something while I pull this up, you can.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say that I love how people refer to John Wick as this interesting new genre called gun fu. They call it gun fu. I really love that terminology. It existed before John Wick, but the fact that they gave it a name, gun fu, I really love that. It's very clever.
Yeah, I mean, even the term gun fu was around before the John Wick movies, and I think there are even more outrageous examples of gun fu in other movies. But
I haven't heard that term until like the John Wick movies became popular. Huh?
I think like it was around, but like you really had to like dig for it. But let me switch over. We're gonna go here. This is specifically Grimdark's understanding of mechanicism. So here we go. I really love his channel, guys. Grimdark Half Off. If you aren't subscribed to him, if you love Conan stuff or if you like stuff on writing, he does a lot of good stuff.
To press a button. Our next quality is called laconicism, also called iconic speech. It means to be able to say much with little. A classic example of this comes to us from the culture that birthed this style of speech in Western history, the Spartans. When Xerxes gave the Spartans, who his army outnumbered, a chance to put down their weapons in return for benefits he very likely would have made good on, they simply responded with, "Come and take them." These few words communicated their disrespect for their enemies, a willingness to fight, and that they would carry out the war to its end. However, not every laconic character needs to be a mix of Clint Eastwood and Batman. Laconicism can be as simple as encountering an NPC who is already at a farm, has a straw hat on, and is wearing overalls. Already, you get the idea that they are a farmer from their wardrobe. In addition to this, the few words they have for the player, as a large animal of some type is attacking a woman and two children, are, "I'm sorry, oh God, oh no, I'm sorry." Now, you can probably tell that the farmer's family are the ones in danger, and he had something to do with it, or at least feels guilty about it. If it turns out that the farmer had raised that animal from birth, having a soft spot for it like a pet, despite it endangering others, you wouldn't be surprised. We have also now communicated that the farmer is a family man who loves animals. He's a bit over-emotional, often letting his sense of empathy get the better of him rather than thinking practically. If it turned out his farm was poor because he didn't use factory practices and wanted to treat his animals humanely until death, this too would not be surprising. All of that was communicated from one line of dialogue plus visuals that could be taken in a matter of under 3 seconds. Think of laconicism as the perfect writing tool for someone who already understands show don't tell in writing, or for someone who already understands the rule of the, say, 7-second rule. The idea that if you don't do anything for 7 seconds, which I was originally going to do a bit on where I wait for 7 seconds, but I'm not going to do that here, you will lose your audience's attention. Our final quality is a bit hard to
And honestly, I recommend anyone checking this out. It's specifically in writing good NPCs, but I think it can extend to just writing in general as well.
This is a rule Rick is going to completely ignore and say, "Oh, rules of writing don't exist." This is a rule, by the way. He explicitly called it a rule.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing: actually, he hasn't said this yet, so I'm gonna wait. So I'm gonna go back to the Rick video, but in the meantime, is there anything y'all want to say?
Rick is dumb.
Anything besides that?
I like movies.
You like these?
One thing I will say: the more I interact with the Godzilla fandom, the more I'm upset that I'm a Godzilla fan. I actually, personal experience today, I was watching new footage of Warhammer Space Marine 2 that they released, and I was really excited because, oh my god, this game looks incredible. Warhammer Space Marine 2 looks incredible. It really does. It's like the models, the soundtrack, the CGI, it all looks great. I'm still a bit pissed that you can't wear the actual helmets, and I'm more of a Black Templar guy myself, but hey, the Ultramarines are pretty cool. Suddenly, I get an ad.
The Blueberry Blues.
Yeah, I'm more of a Black Templar guy, mostly because of my first introduction to Warhammer was Flash Gits. Funny enough, and then the more I interacted with, the more I realized who the Black Templars really were, the more I fell in love with them. But yeah, so I was really enjoying myself, Warhammer stuff. I started, looking up stuff on the Horus Heresy, and Horus Heresy is really interesting. The more I look up, so I'm enjoying myself, and lo and behold, in the middle of the video, I get an ad for none other than Godzilla vs. Kong, and I was so pissed. I was so pissed that I just turned off the TV and never touched it again for the rest of the day. Like, Godzilla is just haunting me. I can't even enjoy actual.
You don't want to see him tail whip a monkey?
Shut up. No.
It looks so cool. If Wingard knows what the fans want. Nah.
The fans don't even know what they want. I swear, if Godzilla does his tail slide.
It's like, and do I find it fun? Sure, but I'm like, why? Like, there's the Monsterverse. Like, I'm wondering too, if this is actually the last Monsterverse movie.
I hope so.
It'd probably then I'd do like a retrospective on like where the franchise went, and I think that this would be another stream I'd want to do in the future with PowerPoints. Is just sort of like the inevitable cycle that every single and I mean every single era has gone through.
Yeah,
it is the same, and like I like the fact that it's not that it's the fact that it's scary. It's happened 3 times, essentially 4 now.
4. It's happened 4 times. Yeah.
And here's the MCU, the DCEU, the Star Wars, and
he's
no. I'm talking about Godzilla. Like, look at where the Showa series, the Heisei, and the Millennium series went. The Millennium series being like the only exception because it only really went more silly with one movie.
It happened to Pacific Rim too. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It only took one movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's funny because he's going to bring up Pacific Rim here, but let's keep going.
On with the movie not being complete.
Oh my god! Oh no! Here it comes.
That might be what you want, but is that something someone else wants?
I don't care. Back just a little bit.
I want a good movie.
Kill his dog, and that's it. There's nothing wrong with the movie not being complex. So to say that we should demand better something like the Monsterverse, That might be what you want, but is that something someone else wants? What do they
Pause. Hold on. Pause.
No,
Pause.
wait.
I know you're going to make a point, but I need to make this point in particular because I don't think I wrote this down. So, are you telling me that people don't want good movies? Are you telling me that people don't want better movies? Is that what you're actually telling me? Like, because I want good movies. Because I want good movies to be made. So, like, do you not want good movies to be made? Are you kidding me?
But
someone else wants. What do they think is great?
Nate.
Yeah.
To Steelman, I think what his intent is, his rebuttal would be, well, one, I think his rebuttal would be, well, some people might just find them to be good on the basis that they are fun. But I also feel the intention. I actually just lost my train of thought. Just stick with the first point. I forgot what I was saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, just because like there's a lot of things that people can do that they find fun, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is good for them or it's like good for a lot of people. I love Mountain Dew. I have right now chugged through 3 bottles. That is exceptionally unhealthy for me to do. I don't have a problem. I can stop at any time. Eat my ass.
No.
Sure you can.
I mean,
trying to use Pacific Rim Uprising as a gotcha, just to say that Godzilla fans tolerate this because it's Godzilla, really just shows how simplistic your mentality is. Just because 2 movies.
So here's the thing: is that
he doesn't explain it.
He doesn't explain it, but here's the other thing: is that like you don't make that point in your video, and again, what's it call it? So going here. So I'm going to break down this point where it says, so to say we should demand better from something like the Monsterverse. That might be what you want, but is that something someone else wants? That might be what you want specifically. What is it that the person he's referring to wants? And specifically what you said in your video was, do you want monster movies to be taken seriously and be praised like -1 was? Do you not feel enriched from watching -1? Do you not feel like your life and outlook on it has been improved? Did it not provide not just a good spectacle, but a deep story worth examining? Like,
no.
And not to mention the other fact too is that later on in the video you mentioned how any story can do this. Any story can not just be a good spectacle, but also a story worth examining. That doesn't necessarily mean the story needs to be complex. It just means that the story needs to be worth examining. And
exactly.
And by the end, here's things. But is that something else someone else wants? If people agree with the sentiment, then it's clear that yes, other people do want that. Obviously, I wouldn't have said it exactly like how you said it, but I agree with the sentiment. So therefore, ultimately, there are people who agree with the sentiment. So therefore, that entire point falls apart because 1, it doesn't address the claim you made, and 2, if people do agree with what you're saying, then and they agree with it genuinely, then yes, there are other people who want this. And a story that is light on character work and a story, but big on action and any lack of realism can do this. It's just by ensuring logical consistency of the world and its characters can be maintained. And then here's the other thing is that he's specifically talking about Yamazaki liking the Monsterverse. It's purely appeal to authority. The reason it's an appeal to authority is because Yamazaki likes the Monsterverse and Yamazaki made -1, which is used to bash the Monsterverse. So therefore, you can't use -1 to say the Monsterverse is not good because Yamazaki likes the Monsterverse. It's kind of circular logic, but again, the only thing Yamazaki is saying is, and specifically I'm using the Empire scan here. Again, all the links for everything is in the docket, guys. But the Hollywood interpretation of Godzilla is a very interesting use of the IP. It can endure and survive many different interpretations. To me, it's a more fun version of what Godzilla can be. The classic Toho version did explore something like that at one point in its history. Within the genre, I think they do a good job of balancing what the humans do versus what the Kaiju are doing. And again, he's entitled to have he like we may disagree with him. He's entitled to that opinion. I would like if there's one thing I would.
It's a wrong opinion, but okay.
Like. Again, I would love to pick his brain on it because, like, it's the dude just likes it. He's entitled to like it. I think that because Yamazaki made something so good, and because he is saying this, people are using it as saying, like, oh, well, if Yamazaki made -1, then therefore it means the movies aren't bad because he said he likes them and thinks they do a good job. Like, sure, he said that, but just because he said that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't, like, extrapolate our own opinions.
Okay, so what the fans are doing are what they're accusing us of doing, but in reverse.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it's a pure appeal to authority. Like, we don't, like, none of us usually say, oh, well, this director said this, or director said this, so therefore it definitely is true. Especially when we're talking about, like, opinions and stuff. Like, it's it's bad because then it promotes this weird kind of worship where no one really can actually call out when something is bad because you don't want to upset someone who's higher up on the pecking order. It's not healthy. It's not good. And
Chris
it promotes
Stuckman.
like this kind of essentially classism type of understanding of things where you don't, as a plebeian and someone who doesn't make movies, even though maybe you want to make movies, maybe you want to be a screenwriter, you're not allowed to criticize these things because someone who's done something so well said it's fine. So therefore, who are you to say that? That's it's so intellectually poor because it's not dishonest. It's poor because it shuts down conversation. And
absolutely.
Things. That's why I don't think
that's kind of like what Chris Stuckman did.
Well, and that's an issue I have with Chris Stuckman is because after he made his indie movie, he shifted his criticism away from kind of being a guy who wants to be more positive, but will call out when something is bad to just not doing that at all and trying to see the good in everything. I understand you don't want to piss people off, but then it comes across as dishonest. And it's at that point, why actually do reviews? Just say, oh, I like this. There's something for everyone. But ultimately, you do have to the dude makes money off of reviews and doing this content. So clearly he's trying to do what he can to make as much off his audience as possible. If we're gonna call anyone a grifter, that feels far more like grifting than anyone coming into this fan base and trying to say a lot of the movies are bad because of reasons. Because clearly that is the worst economic or even social strategy.
And also not to mention on the point of Chris Stuckman, Madam Web happened, and then Chris Stuckman had this.
Madam Web is a perfect example of that. But
also, Rick. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say a piece of irony that I think is really funny with a lot of people that are oh, everything is subjective, is when they try to use someone else to bolster their argument, because by their own logic, would that person's opinion thereby be as meaningless as everyone else's?
By their logic, it should be, but it's not because that's why it's a very clear appeal to authority.
Another thing, did you watch the video, the black screen bites of where I talk about Jordan Peterson and the concept of stupid ideas? Because I feel that's
I do some. I have that in a playlist that I listen to for writing stuff. I found that really actually enriching. I never came across that thing before. That quote from his before, and I'm happy you had found it and talked about it.
The funny thing about that quote in particular is that it's about a rap song that Ben Shapiro made, and he's psychoanalyzing it, and I thought it was really, really funny. But at the same time, the stuff that he said could easily be applied to discussions, to debates, to media analysis. And I thought how useful it was. If you want to bring it up to go right ahead, but I feel it's relevant.
I think let me do that because I don't think. Well, what's it called? Candor already gave me the link, so I'll just have to check the private chat up further up in the video. But there it is right here.
Yeah.
As you can see, I've already I've watched
what's going on here.
So let me do it from time to speak.
Let's think about offense for a minute. Okay, so here's why you have ideas.
Actually, that's a little too fast probably for most people, unfortunately. I watch everything at 2 times speed, guys. I'm so sorry. I have to remember not to do that.
Also, guess the track that is playing in the background.
One sec, let me listen to it again.
You guys are gonna love this.
That's Children of the Omnissiah.
On mute, and here we go.
Here's why you have ideas. Now, you have ideas so you can orient yourself in the world in abstraction. Now, you might want to think something through before you do it, because if the thing you want to do is stupid and you think it through and you understand that you will come to a bitter end if you pursue that course, then you can kill that idea. Now, maybe you're fond of that idea and you've invested a lot in it, so there's going to be some goddamn pain when you kill your own stupid ideas, and that'll make you offensive to yourself. Now, maybe you can offer those ideas to other people. When you offer them, you say, what do you think of this? And they go after you hard and you kill the idea. Well, of course, that's going to hurt your feelings because it's part of you that's dying.
On top of that, pretty much adding.
I'll say this: there's a lot of times where I've done ideas for kaiju I like, and someone just shot it down, and it does make me feel stupid. and it can be aggravating, but what he says further on is important.
Onto what he said. You have the Monsterverse creating something that people enjoy, and when people enjoy it, they make it a part of themselves, as they say. So when you start critiquing it for its quality and its execution of said ideas, people will be offended. People will be offended because you're pretty much killing the bad idea, as Jordan Peterson says. I think it's a very thorough analysis on the concept of stupid ideas, and I think he's doing a pretty good job.
But it's a stupid part. That doesn't mean there's not going to be any pain associated with it. And so it's often the people who oppose your ideas most dreadfully who are, in some sense, the force that keeps your stupidity in check. Now, that's not always the case, but it's frequently the case. And so what this means, you have to understand what this means, is there's no genuine critical thought without hurt feelings. Do you understand that? No critical thought without hurt feelings. Okay, then you say, well, we'll dispense with critical thought.
Yeah, dispense with critical thought. That's what he's saying. That is the rise of subjectivism in art. The idea that everything is subjective, people's interpretation is subjective, and the quality is whatever you decide it to be. That is the dispensation of critical thought, and it has been detrimental to art and media analysis for plenty of years, which is why we have Godzilla fans defending the Monsterverse the way they do. All right, you got Star Wars fans doing the exact same thing, and they've been doing it ever since the sequels came out. All right, you got people like Alex Ramos, I think that's his name. No, I don't know. I don't remember his name. I think it's Alex Ramos, or if not, then it's the guy that the Soups guy, the guy that always defends Marvel no matter what it is, the guy that shields Marvel. I don't remember his name, but his last name is Ramos, and yeah, he has a YouTube channel, and yeah, he's the guy that goes, oh, peak fire, we are so back, the MCU is so back. That's him. That is him. People like him, and fans like him. This reminds me so much of my own interactions with Godzilla fanboys. Yeah, pretty much. There was this one Dr. Skipper response video that said, oh, well, what people think is just people's opinions. Whenever people say it's just your opinion, or it's just my opinion, or it's all just opinions, I immediately disregard whatever it is they have to say. I immediately disregard what it is they have to say, because I know for a fact that they're never going to keep anything concrete. We're never going to have like something concretized in truth at all. That's how we know. It's like a litmus test for whether I should pay attention to people's criticism on media for me. That is my litmus test. Subjectivity is the usual cop-out when you can't defend something on an intellectual level. Exactly. It is possible to defend good movies that are objectively good, and it is possible to critique movies that are objectively bad, and it is possible to like things, regardless of the quality. The liking is a subjective part. It's being good or bad, and the standards we use to determine that is the objective part. That is the measurable element of criticizing film. It is doable, it is possible, and many YouTubers have done it successfully. And yes, it is doable, it is possible.
Because we don't want anybody's feelings to be hurt. So then they wander off a cliff and die. And so that's not a good substitute. We evolved thinking, so our stupid thoughts could die instead of us. Now, the death of a thought is still something that's associated with a certain degree of emotional dysregulation, because the chaos that thought constrained is released when that thought dies. And the future vision that was associated with that thought disappears as well. And so there's a certain amount of dissolution of hope. But it's better to have your stupid thought die than for you to suffer directly, physically, or even die.
Alex Gomez in chat says, I mean, I still think we should be entitled to our opinions, but likewise, we should have some standards. My personal opinion on that take is I think our opinions should be justified by the facts. Our opinion should be tied down to the facts. For example, the fact of the matter is Morbius is a bad movie, but it is so poorly made that it is comical. It is comical because you don't expect a movie like modern day movie to be as bad as it is. But it is. And that's amusing. On top of that, the memes that come out of it enhance the experience of the movie. They enhance the experience of the movie because of the absurdity behind it. That's why it is comical. But the fact of the matter is that the movie is still badly written, badly made. So at that point, I'm just separating my feelings from the fact of the matter. So it is possible, and I don't think people should not have opinions on things. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think like the conversations on people's feelings on the movie as well, and the conversations on the facts of the matter are entirely different. They are entirely different conversations, and they should be kept separate because, well, unless you're saying, in my opinion, this thing is enjoyable, but looking analytically, looking from a media analysis standpoint, it's a very badly made piece of work. That at that point, then yeah, it would be justifiable to include the two, as long as you're separating them.
And so if we institute a rule that critically minded people, so those would be disagreeable people, the same people you rely on, by the way, if you're compassionate, to protect you from the idiot hedonistic thugs, if you forbid people's ability to speak in a manner that some, especially the prideful victimizers, regard as offensive, that's no different than stopping them from being able to think critically. And thought has three components. You ask a question, you receive an answer, but then you have to evaluate the answer, and you evaluate the answer with critical thinking. And insofar as you do that, you're going to cause emotional distress. You're going to be offensive.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of you hear arguments, like you hear the argument, right? You hear the thesis. You hear the argument and the thesis. X movie is good. Really? You see the movie, you analyze it, and you go, wait a minute, I've been lied to. Like watching a movie, a bad movie, almost feels like you're being betrayed in a sense, because you expect a good art, you expect to be entertained, you expect all of these things, and then over time, like you're giving this piece of art your time of the day, sometimes your money. It could be just as simple as, oh, I'm giving this movie my money, so I want my money's worth to be displayed on the movie, right? It could be as simple as that. And then you're watching the movie, and then you're looking at the plot, and you go, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Wait a minute, this is bad. Wait, why are you doing this? Why is this character doing this? The movie wants me to invest in this character, but then they're doing everything in their power to just make me hate them, or just contradicting their characterization, etc. And then you come out of the movie and be like, wait a minute, this movie was bad. And then you go to the person that told you that the movie was good, and you go like, wait, the movie you told me to watch, it was bad because of X and Y reason. And then at that point, you're just analyzing the thesis, deconstructing the thesis, and then you come to the conclusion. And then when you're hit with, that's just like your opinion, man. It feels like a betrayal. Not just a betrayal. It feels like completely disregarding the mental work that it took to analyze, deconstruct the movie. It completely disregarding the effort that it took, because it takes a lot of mental effort to just think about, especially if it's like a super complex movie. It takes a lot of effort. But who am I to say?
So now, when Ben, the entire song rotates around the notion of facts and facts versus feelings. Well, feelings can orient you in the world, right? They give us a first pass, low resolution, quick, instinct-laden manner of evaluating the world, literally evaluating it, telling the difference between what's good and what's not. But we've allied that with a much more differentiated communication system that enables us to build a representation of something approximating the objective world. And what we generally do is we refine our emotional commitments with the facts that we gather around us.
Pretty much what I said earlier. He's pretty much, that was completely unintentional. He's pretty much repeating what it is that I said earlier. That is an excellent point. Supported by a clinical psychologist. What do you know? Good art should uplift and encourage goodness in society. Yeah, exactly. See, that's the thing. Like, the quality of art, like I said previously, the quality of art dictates where our society is headed towards. And the type of art that you see nowadays is bananas taped to a wall. Yeah, we're screwed.
Because we can be led astray by our instant instinct. So, for example,
yeah, we could be led astray by our instant instinct. Thanatos, our desire to look at destruction. That's the entire thing. Oh my god! This didn't even cross my mind before. Thanatos, the death instinct in psychology. Thanatos. That's what intrusive thoughts are. Like when you grab a knife and you go, oh, stab someone. That's intrusive thoughts. Thanatos. That's what it is in clinical psychology. And that has overridden the fandom because that's all they want to see: destruction. Just boom. You got the Scar King grabbing a building with a whip made of a skeleton, made of a whip made of a spine of a titan. And then he grabs the building, a chunk of the building that does not disintegrate for some reason. And then he throws it at Kong, and Kong uses his beast glove to punch it open. And then Godzilla's coming on like Shimo and just shooting his atomic breath. And then Shimo shooting the ice breath and just destroying the world. That's what that is. That's what that is. Thanatos. No rhyme, no reason. This is why -1 will always be the better movie. This is why -1 will always be the infinitely better movie. Kong and Godzilla Kong running together, Rocky 3 style. Yeah, I know.
The instinct of a compassionate woman is going to be to feel sorry for like everything and everyone. And fair enough, because there's lots of misery in the world, and there are true infants, and there are children that need to be taken care of, and there are old people, and there are sick people. It's like, so I would say to women, it's like, go out and find someone that actually needs to be taken care of, that would take some work. Have a child, for example, instead of inventing victims so that you could pretend to be female. And so that's exactly what's going on here. So, all right, continue.
Okay, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the whole...
Like, I think a pretty good example of this I can think of off the top of my head is the fact that I've been playing Elden Ring a lot more, and probably I would have had more slides if I wasn't playing as much Elden Ring. But I remember the first time I booted up the game, I had pre-ordered it and I played it day one, and I thought it was okay, but I didn't think it was all that or that impressive. But like, I realized like my first playthrough, all I was trying to do was like build up a PvP character and just sort of enjoy what I was enjoying, and I really didn't engage with the game on its terms. And although like it's very similar to other Souls games, even though there's a lot of objective facts I did say about the game and why I didn't think it was that good, when I re-examined it and I really thought about it, and had those ideas confronted and was given more information and let those stupid thoughts die, I've enjoyed the game a whole lot more. And it can help you reorient your ideas on things. And again, this is one of the values when it comes to like discourse and really letting your ideas be confronted. But we have to go back to the Squirrels video.
Oh man.
And this one I want to let it go essentially all the way through because it's mostly just about like there's not really any points being levied here anymore. It's logical fallacies mostly, and I wanted to point these all out.
We share the same direction doesn't mean the execution is going to be the same, or how someone will take the movie. It's such a disingenuous way to deflect anyone, and disingenuous points are the whole pathos of these guys. But then it comes to what most people think of when they say everything is objective. It's the feeling of wanting to look smarter than the rest of others. They won't admit it, but these type of YouTubers that pop up even on other social media sites likely have nothing of fulfillment in their own lives, or lack thereof. So the idea of a falsehood where they can say you're wrong, they're right, is the only thing they can get out of it, even though they know what they're saying is wrong. I mean, Dr. Skipper's video is still being echoed inside the Godzilla fandom still. and has been for a while, even before the video he made. But all they can come up with is criticizing stuff that doesn't even happen in these movies.
Nate.
Any form of media literacy,
One sec, wait.
and people will buy into it because they frame themselves like they know what they're talking about. But then you hear them saying Toho having a Godzilla statue at their theater is the same as the United States having an Osama bin Laden statue at their theaters. So you really want these people who think these things
Wait,
that
who
you
said
can't think a
that?
movie is a good movie to speak for
Candor
you?
said
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
He's
dude, the
gonna
Toho
punch.
Theater has a giant in front of it. When I was in Japan, we saw it. It was pretty cool, but
Super ironic, man. That's like America having a big statue of Bin Laden.
I'm RickDaSquirrel, and thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay,
so-
before you go
I
anywhere,
get it.
hold on.
So, okay,
Before
ready?
you-
Ooh,
before
this
you
is
hit the point-
absolutely perfect because look right here. Heisei Godzilla, the best version of the character.
Yeah, no,
In your
it isn't.
opinions,
No, it
the
absolutely
version
isn't.
of the character that you like.
Fred Jr. takes that spot.
Or
Honestly,
the best shots
okay,
of Godzilla Raids
here's
again.
what I'm gonna say.
I just want to go back. I want to open this in a new thing here because
Before
the
you do
video
it,
is called.
There's a way to cut your dishwasher.
It's really relevant because right here it says best shots. My favorite shots for the film. So they're not the best shots. They're your favorite shots from this movie, and share your favorite shot from the film. Why are you then calling them the best shots? Why don't you just call the video favorite shots of Godzilla Raids Again? It's almost like because in the algorithm, there are things like best shots or best this or awesome or good. Certain words boost things in the algorithm, and consider how many views the video's gotten. That by having things structured a certain way, it's going to do better in the algorithm because favorite shots and best shots by the metrics he's proposed in his video are not the same thing. But Black, I know you had a point.
Yeah, okay, so he says just because two movies share the same direction doesn't mean the execution will be the same. That is demonstrably false. It usually tends to. If anything changes, it's due to external factors. Usually a writer can fall off, but the conditions in which they wrote one piece of art are not the same, and that may lead to a dip or leap in quality. This is why some creators fall off. Also, what he said about me and my co-host is even more disingenuous than what he's accusing us of. So, Zim, if you could pull up the clip of King talking about the Osama, the statue of Godzilla, and then Xenodrome making the joke of, because that was him taking that out of context.
Back into so it's 1420, 1420. We'll go. I'm gonna start at like 1417. It's not gonna be that not much of a difference.
While you're looking for it, I do want to say I think it's so funny how a lot of people on the I hate using this term because I feel like it like groups and separates people, but the subjective side like to claim that objectivity can be used as a shield, when in reality many of them use subjectivity as a shield. Like, well, it's my opinion. Yeah, but if you're being objective, you can be proven wrong. Like,
yes, that's one thing. Like, just because you're objective doesn't necessarily make your claim irrefutable.
Yeah,
objectivity does not mean irrefutable, which is why people which hold the same standard can still argue. What do you think a courtroom is?
Yeah, I mean, dude, the Toho Theater has a giant Godzilla statue out front of it. When I was in Japan, we saw it. It was pretty cool, but he's very beloved and iconic there.
Oh man, that's like super ironic, man. That's like America having a big statue of Bin Laden.
Oh, true.
Well, that actually happened, though, is the thing.
Oh.
No, like, if you're gonna, it's different though. If you're gonna have a fictional statue, there's plenty of things who fictionally destroyed America you could pick from.
Jesus Christ.
The reason I reacted to the joke the way I did was because I thought he meant that 9/11 was fictional.
And well,
I thought that was the joke.
I want to make sure was there anything else he wanted to bring up. I just want to check quotes here. If you saw the stream, you'll know I was joking around for the majority of the time. And here's the other thing too, is that I want to bring this up, even though it's outside the video. I was scrolling through to see if there's anything else here, and specifically, because so 1 sec. Actually, before I share the thing, it's a low blow, and the fact is that like if Rick acts like he's so much better than Black in the video. So it's not just a low blow, it is disingenuous. Yet he says that Black and like all of his friends are disingenuous in Blackscreen, but then does something like that. It's incredibly disrespectful. And the other thing too is the thing that pissed me off about it the most is the fact that obviously I got sent the what's it called, the video, the Twitter post that Rick said and how I'm gonna essentially paint him in the worst light possible. You did that to yourself with this video and the behavior of your audience. Obviously everyone else is clowning on Rick in the comments. Everyone's just joking around, having a good time. And of course, like some of these people are like Xenodrome are aggrieved parties. So if them being more hostile makes sense. But specifically, obviously Drum's like here in the comments, and everyone else who is not even involved, it's literally Rick, Xenodrome, but then a bunch of people are being like, oh, clown, L take, or like trying to back themselves up, thinking that they're so good, when the only things that should be, the only ones who should be talking and the only people who matter in this are Rick and Xenodrome. And the thing that is more upsetting is the fact that clearly he had to take it out of context to put it in his video. So obviously he downloaded the video, but clearly doesn't take it as face value, but then accuses everyone else of being grifters. That's the one thing that annoys me the most, is how self-righteous it comes across. Because if you look here, because all these right here, he is calling people armchair YouTube critics. That's a clear ad hominem attack. It's an appeal. It's a pathos appeal. He's talking about how essentially Black is saying, oh, it's like these people shouldn't speak for you. Why do you think they want them to speak for you? But then also saying, you shouldn't do this. You should listen to me. It's exceptionally ridiculous. And you can just see right here, every time I say whether something's a straw man and ad hom, again, all of the
he sounds like a
all the
politician.
descriptions I give are in the source link I have, so that you can know exactly how I'm defining the terms here. But then right here, it's like, it's the feelings of wanting to look smarter than the rest of others, or they won't admit it, but these type of YouTubers that pop up even on other social media sites likely have nothing of fulfillment in their own lives or lack thereof. Or so the idea of a falsehood where they can say you're wrong, they're right, is the only thing they can get out of it, even though they know what they're saying is wrong. Like, that's pure circular logic, and all of this is ad homs. It's ridiculous. But he wants to act like Black is some terrible person for wanting to like have discussions, talk about these issues, want the media to be better. But then the next thing he also says, like, oh, media literacy is dead. But all they can come up with is like stuff that don't even happen in these movies. Obviously, he's probably referring to the debate that Black you and him had. But
yeah, the thing with Godzilla, the Heisei Godzilla, and Braden can confirm that what he's saying was false. I mean, he accuses me of not watching the movie, and he says that my notes are wrong, and that I was asleep when I was writing the notes. Which, first of all, there's no way he could possibly know that. Secondly, even if I was asleep, there's enough notes from each Godzilla movie to prove that the plots of each are not that great. They're not that well written. So I wouldn't really need to be completely cognizant. Like, even if that were true, like I wouldn't need to be completely cognizant in what
And the other issue I have here is that obviously he's bringing up Dr. Skipper's video, and because that was such an easy video that everyone went against because of how poorly done it was, he's conflating Dr. Skipper's video with Black's and essentially using Skipper as a scapegoat to be like, oh, he's just like Dr. Skipper, guys, so clearly we can clown on him. But then the other thing that like boils my piss about this is like, any form of media literacy is gone and people will buy into it because they frame themselves like they know what they're talking about. Media literacy is simply analyzing media. He's using it as and grifter as a snarl word, and using the word media literacy like it's an appeal to authority, essentially. He's like, bro, media literacy is dead. You're so media illiterate. Like, people use it when there's really no reason to use it at all.
Yeah, it's kind of like when a child...
Evidence is what is important. Obviously, I know you talked about media literacy as well, but clearly you want to have discussions about media. So it's more appropriate, at least in your case, to have used it, although obviously you didn't define it, and obviously I'm trying to define it here. But it's so ridiculous. And
yeah, I should have defined it. That's
yeah.
And
it's really funny because it's funny that you're saying I should have defined it. Wow, that's really weird for a grifter to feel bad about probably wanting to do something in his video.
Yeah, I might have to remake my other Every Godzilla Movie is Bad video. I've talked about it before.
You've talked about that before. But yeah, so I want to...
Another thing I want to bring up, by the way, is that they're using the word media literacy the same way when a child just discovers a brand new insult to call someone, and so they use it over and over again, thinking that it's going to be effective. And I'm like, buddy, maybe if you say that a couple more times, it'll become true, but no.
But yeah, so obviously he uses grifter 3 times. He uses it at the start of the video where it says, and let's be honest, grifters. And then he says, no showcase for grifters. Grifters like attention. And I think someone had also sent me a tweet of his where he says, like, I have a Discord now. If you're not a troll or a grifter or something, you can join it. I'd have to see if I can find that. I have to.
By the way,
if he can send that to me again. But a grifter is someone who simply engages in petty swindling, and a grifter, in most understanding of the word, is someone who is lying to someone in the YouTube sense, their audience, to believe something so that they can get monetary gain off of it.
Aren't they getting paid for this?
You're not getting paid for this. Why would you try to get clout in a fandom that hates it when it gets criticized, hates when its media gets criticized, to try to get big in the media space? Like, you're not doing yourself any favors. It's literally the worst grifting tactics. But the thing is that it works out in his favor, and this is me completely speculating. I'm not saying he actually believes this, but in a way, it makes more sense for me. Like, well, he's just a stupid grifter then. Maybe he should be a better grifter, because he obviously is not engaging with anything you're saying honestly. All he's wanting to do is use the snarl word. It's ridiculous.
Doesn't that make Rick, by definition, a grifter? Because he's using the attention I'm getting, the negative attention I'm getting, to boost
well, no, I think he genuinely believes you're a grifter. So I think he genuinely believes everything he said. So he's not a grifter. I just think he's being, like, fallacious with his arguments. And again, for anyone's wondering, definitions, check the source link when I'm using these words.
All right. All right, fair enough.
The number one way to get attention in the Godzilla fandom is posting a picture of one of the beloved movies or an upcoming movie and just being like, wow, guys, this looks so cool. I'm so excited. And then you just get hundreds of likes.
Or like, I wonder what we're going to see.
Dangerville, I swear to God. Dangerville is just a channel full of shills, I swear to God. All they do is shill.
It's like I've seen so many posts where it's just like an empty, vapid question, like, I wonder how Godzilla is going to do against this, and it's like, oh wow.
Yeah, that's pretty much that's pretty much what I said in my video with the No We Can't Have Both, where discussions around the Godzilla media is just so empty, so vapid. Yes.
But, like, of course, Rick doesn't bring this up in his video at all. Again, nothing you say in the video is actually brought up. The literally only piece of evidence he brings is out of context, specifically to call you guys grifters. Doesn't showcase any of the context around it. And again, another thing is why I'm pissed off about this, because obviously the further we got into the video, I knew we were going to get mostly into the fallacies, and I'm a little bit more heated about it. And it's also probably because the sleep deprivation is finally kicking in.
I'll hold you.
Because right here, he's like, the people who made such horrific takes have found this video. They will respond and try to pull people into viewing their poorly thought out content. Don't let them. Again, literal populist talking point right there. Don't let them. Like, listen to me, not to them. Let them keep punching the air because they're shadowboxing to their own fault. It's funny when he says keep shadowboxing, yet you literally made like 2 tweets about me saying that all I was going to do was try to rope you into some drama and say that you're like, again, I don't remember all the drama that's about. And obviously, Braden, you've seen the tweets. But then another thing is that they said I took their audio out of context, and they said it was all joked. That was a joke too far, but then they said they doubled down on it with Cloverfield and such. Again, you said they doubled down, don't show evidence, and essentially say, oh, they're still grifters, don't waste your time.
Isn't that also just expanding on a joke, just staying within the joke?
Yeah.
It's
ridiculous.
It's simplistic. Like,
relax, liberals. It's called dark humor. You guys see that meme? Like, replace P with F in part. relaxed liberals is just start humor. You guys see that meme before?
Yeah,
it's basically what I'm saying. Yeah,
it's really ridiculous. The level of just how bad this video was, because it's like, I bet he thought he did a really good job on this video, but this is such a poor attempt at a response. It's so ill-researched, full of so many inaccuracies, logical fallacies, and cherry picking. But it got a whole lot of attention. I mean, D-Man is in the comments. It's got over 358 likes, 2K views, and hey, I don't mind giving it extra views, but that's why I want to make sure I was watching this for as long as I needed to and giving out all my thoughts.
This video makes Dr. Skipper's look like a college thesis in comparison.
But I'll say this, at least with Skipper, he admitted like he did not do any research and he wasn't a big fan. Like he was more honest here than how Rick portrayed you. Like,
and he is right. Like the minus one is definitely better written than the Monsterverse. So he's not exactly wrong when he says that. It's just that how he got to that conclusion was
like
very, very
work
wrong.
In math. So
exactly.
But
I made a community post about that.
Apparently, I do think that like someone had said something about his community post that was related to this. Okay, so a day ago, apparently him and the other person had squashed their beef or whatever, but mathematics, blah blah blah. New videos up. We can have both. It's not that complicated.
One thing that I found really, really funny is that
there it is.
People
I see it.
People in the comments have been saying, "Oh, you don't deserve any more views. You don't deserve any more subscribers." All I've been getting were views and subscribers, which I find hilarious.
Like right here, it's like, it's sad, but the horrible takes that Dr. Super had are just as prevalent inside the Godzilla fan base. Well, if they're inside the Godzilla fan base, then they can't be grifters then.
Something that
trying to talk to one of them and they didn't even get what even happened in these movies right. Don't give these channels or these people any of your time. They're not worth your time.
He's talking about me.
Again, populist rhetoric. But also, it's weird. It's like inside the Godzilla fandom. I can tell, first off, one, that's EFAB's video. So,
EFAB stream on Godzilla minus one was good.
I still want to go over it. It was a positive one. I'm not sure how he's saying it's a bad take. The problem with Godzilla.
No, he says it's bad because they bashed the Monsterverse. That's why. And bashing the Monsterverse is a big no-no.
I haven't seen CGS video. I do want to watch. I might probably binge this tomorrow. I haven't seen Just Your Average. I haven't seen that one either. Why Humans Never Work in Godzilla. I've never like this one. That one I haven't even seen. This is the first time I've even seen it. Forgot to mention the Blackscreen video, which is just him yapping about.
There's a whole ass playlist, by the way. Like with 500 videos with quote unquote got bad Godzilla takes.
Oh, he has a playlist.
No, he doesn't have it. I have seen a playlist, and both mine and CGF's and EFAP streams are all on there, as well as a Nerdstalgic's video, which is probably the less offensive one. And Skipper's
takes.
What?
So I don't. Well, I'm sure you found out, but you were trending on. Well, not trending. You were being talked about on Twitter. This was like probably like a week ago or so. But what I found funny was that a majority of the people that were criticizing you were claiming that you were tourist, like claiming you weren't even a fan and you were just trying to like bank on the success of -1 or something. And I just think it's honestly stupid how people will like look at someone criticizing a franchise and be like, oh, they can't be a fan. Like, how could they say that? It's like, well, maybe you just love the thing and wanted to improve.
Why would anyone who isn't a fan criticize something? Like, I'm trying to think of something like I don't really care like a whole much about.
Eternals. I hate Eternals. I will.
Nah, I mean, I still like Marvel stuff to a degree, not the movies as much, but like I like the characters. Like for example, I'm not a big COD person anymore, so like I don't really care too much about where the direction of the franchise goes, and I don't really complain too much about like, oh, they added this and that to this map, and this gun's bad. Like, I liked COD back in the day, but like it's not something I focus on anymore. So why would I spend my time on something that I don't invest in and I'm not really a big fan of?
Yeah. There's this, by the way, funny thing that happened on Twitter, and this is jumping off of what Braden said. So apparently, I got confused with the meme repository from EFAP. People went up, people went up to him and went, "Hey, are you Blackarooni?" And you're like, "Oh, I had to look who that guy was, and no, I'm not him." And the funny thing is that we share two servers. Two, not one, two. So on one hand, I'm happy that Meme acknowledged my existence because I love his videos, I love his streams. Meme is just overall, I love. He's probably my second favorite EFAP member besides Fringy. But Kasaibo in chat says you're not purple. No, I'm not purple. But yeah, no, I am, and I'm not Australian either. But I thought that was hilarious. I genuinely I hope he watches some of my videos too, because I'm a huge fan of EFAP, as you could possibly tell. But yeah, regarding back to Rick, and D-Man, Rick and D-Man, I have a point to make about D-Man in particular, and just Godzilla YouTubers in general. These people. Oh, Xenodrome has said in chat said they thought I was you. People thought Xenodrome was me.
Okay,
That's funny.
I found the tweet. This was 8 days ago. They asked Meme what he thought of Dr. Skipper's video. He said, haven't watched it yet, but it seemed to get some facts wrong from the out of context clips I've seen. Not having seen the full video though, so this could simply be jokes that are being misinterpreted. It's hard to say. And then the guy replied, thanks for the information. Anyways, if I'm not wrong, you are the YouTuber Blackarooni. Is that correct? He said, not gonna lie, I had to do a search for who they were. Haha. But yeah, not me. I'm the meme guy who says come a lot on the show with titles that allude to masturbation.
Bro.
Really, that says something that, like, I mean, talk about someone having a fan base that is really vehement about, so I'm trying to find people and make them look bad. But yeah.
Yeah, so with my point on these Godzilla YouTubers, all they do, all I've seen them do, is just talk about how great the Monsterverse is. They the Monsterverse can do no wrong, even with YouTubers like Altiori. Altiori is probably one of the least offensive. When I say least offensive, I mean the one that have made are the ones that offend the least in terms of like being wrong. Like they're the ones that are wrong the least. But Altiori in particular seems to have like this. But I like a lot of her videos though. But comparing her with Dangerville and D-Man, I think D-Man and Dangerville are probably the worst channels when it comes to like Godzilla content. Goji Center in particular, I don't really think they're all that bad because they don't focus on the plot quite a bit. We did cover one of their videos on a Blackscreen episode regarding the Monsterverse canon, but the video wasn't necessarily a criticism about them. Rather, it was just a criticism about the continuity of the Monsterverse. But yeah, between as far as Godzilla YouTubers go, D-Man and Dangerville have been detrimental to recourse.
I would say this, with at least in D-Man's case, he had some good information when it came to a lot of like news. The Monsterverse stuff, news stuff, at least clearing up rumors and stuff, because a lot of people would run with rumors, and at least his videos would calm things down. A lot of the stuff he did about -1 was insightful, and I mean, hey, the dude's talented with some of his covers, so I'll give him that.
He is definitely talented on that part, and I think he should just stick with that.
There's a lot. I would say out of the people you mentioned, he's definitely the most legitimate. I'm not I think I have my problems with Dangerville with their content, and then I have an issue with Goji Center for their content as well. Although I will say Goji Center has good graphics, and then Dangerville has not that bad editing. It's and this is me trying to be as positive as possible and balance out the negative, but it really does say something that one Rick could come out with with a video like that and honestly do such a poor job and not only not address your points, commit dozens of logical fallacies that like I can't say are malicious, but feel malicious. So,
I mean, after our interaction with on Braden's Discourse server, I can only imagine it was like just getting back at me. So, I mean, after that Twitter post as well,
he has his own server, so like probably the discourse has continued in there. But yeah. So
they also apparently he's also held in very low esteem, especially in the Ultraman Godzilla in the Ultraman Discord servers. According to
guess, but again, it's not really something I can comment on too much. But
I thought it was interesting information because I thought it was given the popularity of his channel, but apparently he's very maligned, which I thought it was an interesting thing to point out.
But again, it's neither here nor there. But I want to say though, I'm happy for everyone who actually we got 8 people left. We had a lot of people earlier, but got 8 people still standing, and very soon I have to wake up in 2 hours, so I get 2 hours of sleep. And I have 4 Mountain Dews in my veins right now, so we'll see how that goes. Hello, Taurus. You've catch us just as we're leaving, but
this guy, he's been in my comment section.
Shill as always. So, Braden, you are gonna be the first. Good looking gentleman. So, Shill.
So I'm getting back to my channel. My channel is just my name, Braden.mexe, where I usually hang out with 2 autistic goofies, Jaden and Louise. I know Jaden's known on Twitter quite a bit. Wait, that music's not in my head, right? That's actually playing?
Yeah, it's playing.
Okay. I was hearing things. Yeah, we're probably going to start doing live streams in about a month or so. Have any of you guys seen D-Man's Rodan video about the Rodan scene?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we're going to react to that. That'll be our first video. Kind of curious. But yeah. You guys might even appear in the future. That'd be fun.
That'd be fun.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So just might start doing recolors again. So just if you like inconsistent upload schedules and autistic content, then that's what I can offer. I also have Instagram and Twitter, same handle.
Awesome. And Black.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been all over the place. Usually comes to me when it's nighttime. So for shilling, I am still working on my K-Randa video. The first few minutes are up on my Patreon if you want to check it out. It's up there for $1. Please give me your money. I need to move out.
You have to grift.
Yeah, I have to grift. I'm a grifter. I am a grifter. I must grift. It's grifting time. Yes. Also, I would like to mention that I was making my GBK video, the one I mentioned a few hours ago. I completed Act 1, and it was like an hour long, but the video was pretty bad, and I completed it like almost a year ago, maybe more. And due to copyright issues as well as the video not being good, I had to just start all over again. It's on my Patreon if you want to see it, but I wouldn't recommend it. I would just get my Patreon for anything else, but I just put it there for to publicly humiliate myself. But hey, at least I'm getting paid for it, right? Yeah, it's probably the worst sales pitch you could make. But yeah, then there are my 3 Godzilla vs. Kong videos that I'm planning on making. I had to redraft the entire script. I'm still kind of getting the hang of redrafting that big a script, just making it as well written as possible. And it's going to take some time. Chances are I'm not even going to finish Act 1 by the time the year ends. And given the redraft, the original video was 1 hour. like 15, 20 minutes long. Now Act 1, it's gonna look to be around 1 hour 30, 1 hour 40 minutes long. And the whole thing looks to be around 4 to 5 hours long, give or take. So, yeah, consider me the Mauler of Godzilla movies. The only difference is I don't have the amount of freedom that Mauler would have to make such a huge video, so yeah. But hopefully, one day, I can finish the entire thing, because I highly doubt, given certain compromises that I've made with myself, as well as other people, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish all of it in a timely manner. It's going to take about as much time as it would take a normal movie on Hollywood to make. But yeah, in the meantime, we will continue making black screen episodes. Given how long this stream has taken and how detailed our points were in each, with each argument, I don't think we're going to have a black screen episode tomorrow. Of course, that can easily change. I mean, there are several topics to cover, one such which is the death of Akira Toriyama, which I wanted to cover because Dragon Ball is very near and dear to me. As a Latino person, I'm sure Braden can relate.
Dragon Ball.
Oh, screw you. Also, by the way, King of Candor wanted to ask Rick personally. I almost forgot. He wanted to ask Rick, why did you cut the reaction to the joke out? The second question is, why did you choose not to make it clear why did you choose to not make it clear my guests were speaking and not me? And thirdly, could you explain to me why you only used that one clip from the whole show? So, the second question, I can answer it for you, King of Candor, if you're watching this later. The reason why he cut it out is because he didn't want to give grifters engagement. So, yeah, there's that. Another thing is that I don't know if Rick has been doing this intentionally or not, but I'm pretty sure that he has been deleting comments or just ignoring comments flagged for review that King of Candor has made because they're not showing up. By the time this stream is over and people are watching it later in the day, chances are it's changed, but yeah. It's pretty weird.
Awesome. And of course, we're going to get to me. So yeah, as you can see, guys, I've got the music in the background here. I have now little logos I can put in here now. So that's fun. You can find me as like Zimzilla99 almost everywhere. OG_Zimzilla99 on Twitter. And those are the numbers to my Discord, my Discord. So you can friend request me. The link to my Discord is in the description. So if you want to join that, you can. I still got my Havoc code, Kaiju 2000. That's all lowercase though on their website. The referral link is in the description. So there's that. I also want to make this clear to everyone. Yeah, do not mask this like our has to be featured on these episodes in any way, shape, or form. Y'all are better than that. We can all have our jokes here, but we don't need to be searching for these people. If they want to engage with us, they can. And much more else than that. I respect everyone for staying this long with us, and I want to thank all the co-hosts who were on. I want to thank King of Candor for being on, showing up so early when he did. I want to thank CGF Movies for joining in as well. I'm sorry he couldn't stay either. I want to thank both Black and Braden for coming on and staying with us. And yeah.
You're welcome.
So hopefully tomorrow I get a response from Rick Sam Toys. We can do that interview. If not, I will actually be probably doing another solo stream, but bringing on some people because I have another PowerPoint where we're going to be talking about more about writing in Kaiju. As I'm going to start kind of working on production for my own stuff and actually getting it published and finished up. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, I thank you all for coming with us tonight and being a part with us. That's all, guys. Good night. Thank you for being with us.
I love you, Nate.